1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good morning and a very warm welcome from Headingley on what could be the last day of the 2022 season for both these sides. We'll see how that one pans out. Ed Seaborn of BBC Bristol and Jonathan Doidge, BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations with you throughout today, along with our third voice, Graham Orange, and the match situation. And of course Gloucestershire 204 for 6 in their second innings, and that is a lead of 211 runs at this stage. And it already looks a tricky enough chase for Yorkshire, but they do still have to take 4 Gloucestershire second innings wickets. Very much an end-of-term feel about this, quite nice and bright out there. Yeah, hope you've brought the games along for those extended playtimes that we're going to have. Pop and crisps at the disco tonight and all of that. And maybe the school concert this afternoon. Ed's a little bit nearer to all that, being the youngest of the three of us in the box. And Graham, well, he can't remember those days and probably would have got a thwack with the cane had he taken a game in for the last day of term. You're all looking bemused. Did you not do that at school back in the day?
No, I think it was usually speech day was the last day of the school year. So it just meant sitting around and having to laugh in the right places as the powers that be made their end of year speeches, and maybe if you were lucky you might go up and get a prize or two. Anyway, back to the cricket. Gloucestershire 204 for 6, and the first ball of the morning is bowled by Ben Code to Ollie Price, and it's a play and a miss. First ball, Ollie Price didn't waste any time bringing out the booming drive, but missed it. And it went through to Johnny Tattersall. 2 slips in for Yorkshire. Backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-arm, short mid-wicket, conventional mid-wicket, and going to call him a deep backward square, really. Ollie Price, 54 not out, shared in that excellent partnership as far as Gloucestershire are concerned with Jack Taylor yesterday. Code in and bowls, and another play and a miss, although Adam Lyth at second slip thought that there was an edge on it, but he wasn't joined in by anybody else in particular. And a good start to the morning for Code. A little bit of a way shape with this 60.2 over old ball. But that partnership yesterday, which took Gloucestershire from 74 for 5 and a lead of 81 up to 196 for 5, really is what's affirmed Gloucestershire's ascendancy in the match as it stands. There'll be runs here, the first of the morning, as that's glanced down to third man, and that will go for 4 runs despite the valiant pursuit of George Hill, I think that was, and that is 4 runs to Ollie Price, which takes him to 59, and, pardon me, takes him to 58, if I can squint and read the scoreboard correctly. So 208 for 6, Gloucestershire's total. Zafar Gohar hit a couple of boundaries last night in his 4-ball stay. They'll be hoping that with him, Ollie Price at the crease, Tom Price still to come, then David Payne and Ajit Dale, that in Jack Taylor's estimations they can add another 60 or 70 on. That was the number, or numbers, that he suggested in his interview with me last night, as Ollie Price drives that one straight back to Code, who will field, and there is no run.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore did a piece with me, quite emotional as well, giving reasons for leaving Yorkshire, but in respect of this match, he said that as far as he was concerned, it was still comfortably a good enough pitch to chase a score if they batted well.
Code wide of the crease, angles that one into the stumps, and Ollie Price with a firm forward press sends it out towards cover and will get a single. So now he does move on to 59, which equals his first-class career best score. Gloucestershire 209 for 6, lead of 216.
And should note, well, they have started on time at Edgbaston, where, of course, Warwickshire declared late on day 2, 272 for 4. Hampshire yet to add to that overnight 4 without loss.
A bold move from Warwickshire, but I suppose it felt as if they needed it, because the bonus points beyond that don't really matter to them. Code round the wicket, bowls to Zafar Gohar. First ball he faces this morning, and it's just a defensive shot again out into the covers. So that is the first over done. Gloucestershire 209 for 6. And yeah, I think from Warwickshire's point of view, you look at that Kent game, and that's clearly not going to go the way that they hoped it would. So Kent are safe, and now that Warwickshire have declared, Kent are officially safe. So Kent are safe in Division 1, and it's just a matter of Warwickshire or Yorkshire. But 272 for 4, and what's it, 123 to avoid the follow-on for Hampshire. If they do that, which it seems rather unlikely that they wouldn't, it does seem quite difficult for Warwickshire to force a result there. They're certainly going to have to set Hampshire something pretty friendly on the final day, but we could still get some excitement because of that. A total of 170 or something like that.
We don't want excitement.
No, you don't.
Forget excitement.
Everybody else does.
We had excitement with the blast early this season. Excitement's
overrated in Yorkshire. No.
George Hill had just been sent out to the mid-wicket boundary and is now doing a bit of the hokey-cokey. He's on his way back in to mid-wicket on the 1. So Ringfield, long leg, 2 slips. Matthew Fisher over the wicket here, bowling to Ollie Price, who negotiates that safely, dropping it out into the offside. Harry Duke does the fielding.
I had a chat with Jack Taylor about the pitch as well. I mean, understandably, you might get 2 slightly different interpretations of what's happening out in the middle. I mean, he suggested that it was, in his words, a new ball pitch, and that he always felt as if there was one ball that might do something, even if he felt set.
Yeah, Fisher in, good delivery on the rise, as Ollie Price has a little bit of a nibble at that, leaves his bat behind and just can't get the edge. Yeah, you're going to get that, aren't you? I mean, it is a third-day pitch now. It still looks pretty good from here. Tom obviously wants to give his team some confidence, so backing them, saying it's a good pitch still when they get out there. Don't be worried about it doing too much. But if it's going to do anything, then you would think that it would be in this early part of the day. No sunshine at the moment, so there will be a bit of moisture around. Good delivery again by Matthew Fisher. Price pushing forward and inside the line of that one, just outside off stump. So, there's hope for Yorkshire to try and finish it this morning while there is a bit of juice around. It's, as you say, an old ball, and Tom did say yesterday that, you know, it was out there in the middle, and it felt like it was very much on the slow side, and therefore, quote unquote, that the Yorkshire bowlers, as he said, worked their nuts off in the latter part of the day. He's in again, Fisher, and that's pushed into the offside. James Wharton doing the fielding, no run.
It's always interesting to hear which particular body part is mentioned in that regard. Normally it's a different part.
Yeah. Anyway, that's what they were Tom's words. And I said, well, you did have an opportunity, Tom, at 74 for 5 to kind of roll the rest of the lineup. He said the ball was getting softer and pitch was getting flatter. That was his response to that. And the bowlers were on maximum effort. Here is Fisher, straight delivery this time and flicked wide of mid-on where Jordan Thompson can't get a hand on it and can't reel it in either. Lovely shot by Ollie Price, timed it superbly, and that brings him 4 runs. 63 to him, Gloucestershire 213 for 6, the lead now 220.
Particular encouragement from down below because that is Ollie Price's highest first-class score. So he was out 4 times in the 50s this season in his 7 matches, but he's got into the 60s, and I almost wondered actually last night whether it might almost be a good thing to be 50-odd not out overnight.
Fisher into Price, who turns up into the leg side where Hill fields. That will complete over number 2 of the morning. 62 of the Gloucestershire second innings. 213 for 6.
You know, you normally, I suppose, you think you're batting well, and conditions seem to be pretty good for batting last night. So you'd say, you know, you just want to keep going, don't you? You don't want to break the rhythm. But potentially, because of Ollie Price's particular situation, it might be a good thing that he's had that opportunity actually to reset off the field, and then can come back out this morning and effectively start again, which, at least so far, although he's had some tricky deliveries to have to negotiate, he seems to have done pretty well. Zaffer's not much of the strike so far. He's not much of the strike. He's only had 1 ball to face, and it'll be Ben Code to bowl round the wicket to Zaffer, and Zaffer drives out towards the covers. It's not going to have the legs to go to the boundary. They'll come through for a pretty comfortable couple of runs, and Zaffer moves into double figures. He's on to 10, 215 for 6.
Yep, nice back foot punch. Just a little bit of room for him to work with from Ben Code. Mrs. Thompson has tweeted, "Hi JD, hope you're well. I'm watching the game now on YouTube, sitting by the pool here in sunny Turkey. We are not 1 iota jealous, are we, Ed Seaborn?"
Here comes Thompson, bowls, flick to mid-wicket, excuse me, by Zaffer for no run. Harry Duke, energetic as ever, goes on a loop around the mid-on region. There's no run. Yeah, I mean, a pool in Turkey or Headingley in 12 degrees. I'd still take Headingley. I would.
Really?
Genuinely.
Okay.
I like cricket that much. Code bowls to Zaffer, who leans out the way of that one, and it goes through to Johnny Tattersall. Just drag the length back a bit there, Ben Code, but Zaffer having nothing to do with it.
Stephen.
Sorry, go on.
Stephen Badger Jackson says, "Morning, Doidgy. Any news from the members forum this morning? Couldn't make the morning, but we'll be there for the next 2. Hopefully turn them over, and TKC et al. Will chase it down. Come on, the mighty Tykes." Well, Graham Orange has been at the members forum this morning, so we'll
correspondent.
Talk about that. Yeah.
Code is in and bowls full and straight. Zaffer leans forward, reaches down to defend. Was that a... No, it wasn't a no-ball signal. I thought I saw umpire Middlebrook with his arm out there, but I think he must just have been signalling to go.
Yeah, so Graham was across there in the east stand, and he'll have a fair bit to say about that, I think, when he comes on at 11 o'clock, so stick around for that.
Yeah, sounds as though there were, well, yeah, there was some events which are certainly worth noting if you're a Yorkshire supporter, or indeed if you are a Gloucestershire supporter. If you're any county supporter, Zaffer defended that one out towards cover, picked up by Dom Bess, no run, because these are the kinds of decisions and meetings in which the responses to the Strauss review are going to be decided. And an interview with Richard Thompson, which is going to be played later on today on Sports Extra, as Safa Gohar glances that one down safely, and to Adam Lyth at second slip, and that ends the over. 2:15 for 6, 63 to Ollie Price and Safa Gohar 10. I believe that's at lunchtime, I think I saw. So worth a tune in, I would think, to 5 Sports Extra at lunchtime to hear that being played.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely, definitely. I mean, we Yorkies, you know, we're noted stereotypically for our bluntness and being up front. And he could have walked into the members forum this morning, I'm sure, just with a, you know, a little phrase on a card and just held it up to some of those points. Over my dead body. No way. Get lost. And other phrases that you can imagine that I probably can't say on air. 215 for 6, Matthew Fisher. Continuing edge from Ollie Price, drops short of TKC at first slip. But he's been on the money from the gun, Matthew Fisher. I think what I'd say about him in this match so far, since on his return to first team action, he's probably his first spell each day has been his best one. He did say to me a couple of days ago that his third spell, I think, in the first innings was pretty ordinary. Said so himself on his post-day interview. Here he comes again. A little bit of width for Price to work with, but he chops it into the Headingley square. No run.
I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? I would never a fast bowler, but you can sort of imagine that if you get kind of white line fever to a certain extent, and if you're not quite 100%, you'll still go off in your first spell of the day as if you are. So by the time it comes to the second and third, if you're not quite got the overs under the belt, as it were, then that's where you'll see it.
Yeah, here he is again, back of a length. Price again safely negotiates that, dropping it into the offside where Wharton fields. Stephen Patterson already getting himself loose at mid-off, retying the bootlaces. This will be, you would think, the last day in which we'll see him in bowling action for Yorkshire. Possibly the last day in his career. Still no official announcement on that front. Matthew Fisher in again, and a slash to a delivery that's on the rise once more, just wide of off-stump. Price in danger with that one, a little bit loose, but he survives.
Yeah, it's that bounce again that Fisher, of all the seamers, I think I should say, he's managed to get, I think, more noticeably than any of the others, which is probably not, I don't know actually. It'd be interesting to know whether speed-wise how he would compare to, say, Dale, but he's got some really good bounce when he's hammered that length.
Here he is again. Tell you what, that can't have been too far from off stump. Might have even gone over the top of it. Slightly obscured on the angle from our commentary position, which is about a strip, and maybe a little bit more to the onside of what you can see on the stream if you're watching, if you're taking the broadcast that way. Yeah, in terms of actual pace, probably feels like Dale is just 1 or 2 mph quicker, but Matthew Fisher is certainly quick enough to get plenty of wickets at this level with the skills that he has, and just that extra bounce because of the height comes into play, as we've seen quite a lot. That's the dot ball to finish off the over. 215 for 6. Speed-wise, they put out a few figures last year here at the county, and he was sort of stock ball was 81-ish, and when he gets it through, more like 85.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought I remembered him hitting those sorts of numbers when he bowled in the Caribbean for England. I suppose it's also one of the things where Fisher has a really quite a smooth action, and Dale's is a lot more kind of violent in a way. So he's kind of going to seem quicker because of that action of his. So that's why I hesitated a bit, and
yeah, just
you
more
wouldn't
aggressive.
like to say
Yeah.
for certain just from up here. I mean, can't tell a couple of miles an hour, but yeah, I don't know. You would love to know though. I wonder whether that speed gun that was apparently doing the rounds is here or not. Change of bowling from the Howard stand end. It's Stephen Patterson to bowl, and he's going to be cut first ball by Zafar Gohar for a single out towards backward point, who is out on the boundary. 216 for 6, so Zafar continues to move his innings along at a fair pace. 11 to him now from 12 deliveries, and Ollie Price has faced nearly all the bowling so far, and I think if you're Zafar, you'd be pretty happy with that, because so far this morning, Yorkshire have got the ball to do things that it wasn't doing last night. Just the early morning conditions. Well, I say early morning. I'm sure a lot of people would say that 11:15 isn't early morning, but in cricketing terms, I suppose it's early morning. Potentially just leading the ball to do a bit more. Short extra cover in place now as Patterson is in and bowls to Ollie Price, who drops that ball down towards short extra, and there's no run.
Graham's raising his eyebrows behind us there to that early morning thing. He's done a shift down pit. Walked here over red hot coils and broken glass.
He goes to bed in the early evening as well. Oh dear. He'll have his opportunity to respond in 12 minutes' time. Yes, nodding away. Dread to think what will be coming then. Ollie Price on strike to Patterson, and worked towards mid-wicket this time by Price for no run. Saw Ollie Price's stroke play yesterday, which was... You know, he was playing some good shots, but it was the defensive robustness which was the main characteristic of his innings. Patterson bowls to Ollie Price, and there it is again as he plays straight and in defence up towards mid-off, and there is no run. I mean, when you look in the match, he's the one player actually who's got any kind of a score that hasn't scored at basically 3 and over. He's seemingly found a way to keep the bowling out in a way that no other batter, even including James Bracey, has. Both those two, the only 2 half-centurions in the match, as Ollie... No, pardon me, when I'm talking about Jack Taylor as well. So that's cut away towards backward point, and there is no run. But both Jack Taylor's and James Bracey's innings quicker than this from Ollie Price, and they batted well together, both Ollie and Jack Taylor, as I said earlier, and of course they both played for the same club in Oxfordshire, so there's a fair connection with that particular club. Patterson bowls, that's worked away towards mid-wicket by Ollie Price for no run. Great and Little Tew.
Great and Little Tew.
The villages in Oxfordshire. That is the end of the over. 216 for 6, Ollie Price 63 and Zafar Gohar 11. So I suppose there's a fair percentage of Gloucestershire's squad owed to that particular club, given the 2 pairs of brothers, the Prices and the Taylors.
Yeah, Great and Little Tew. Sounds very Vicar of Dibley, doesn't it? Great and Little Tew. Very nice. Matthew Fisher is going to continue then, 216 for 6. Progress slow so far this morning. 12 runs have been scored in 5 overs. Yorkshire will be happy with that. Trying to stem the flow of runs that were coming last night. Fisher in and bowling here to Zafar Gohar, who pushes the ball back to him, no run. They want to take wickets, of course. They've still got the thick end of 15 overs to go before another new ball can be taken. They'd like to think, well, ideally, of course, wrap it up before then, but certainly pick up a wicket or 2 if they can. And in terms of what they've set here, they're still trying to relatively attacking. 2 slips in place, a ring field. Men dispatched at third man and long leg as Zaffer drives this to Jordan Thompson at mid-off, and there's no run. I suppose they'll want to be bowling dry, keeping the runs down, hoping that this pair make mistakes and give things up. So many wickets, of course, end up being batsman error. Gohar on 11, partnership worth 20. Matthew Fisher round the wicket to the left-hander. Fisher attacking the stumps, but Zaffer is right behind that. Very kindly picked up at the non-striking end by Ollie Price.
Yeah, and I guess on that particular point, Dom Bess's figures of 2 for 60, if you take those in isolation, 2 for 60, average 30 is fine, but because it was 2 for 60 in 11 overs, Yorkshire weren't able to bowl him the amount that they would have liked for fear of the game really getting away from them.
Fisher in again, but leg stump this time and pushed to mid-on where Patterson fields.
We got the wickets of Charlesworth and Bracey, which was a key wicket. James Bracey for 39. He looked so good in the first innings and had a slightly trickier start in the second innings, but was beginning to look as if he had got himself back into the mode of the first innings and looked as if there were going to be plenty of runs to his name, but Bess got rid of him. But Jack Taylor in particular really did take a liking to him.
Fisher round the wicket, leaning on this and pushing to cover is Gohar. George Hill doing the fielding. Yeah, I don't think it was on the money, was it, later on in the day, yesterday. Dom having started well.
Yeah, and also because of that, because we're going to see, you would imagine, not very much spin, unless maybe they give Dom Bess a few overs if they can't break this partnership before they can take the new ball. But we're not really going to know what the pitch is doing until Zaffer bowls on it.
Here's Fisher, and it is said Zaffer is just pushing this into the offside where Hill fields to finish the over. Bright sunshine at the moment, but the clouds overhead today are a little bit more grey tinged than they have been on the previous couple of days, suggesting it might be a little bit more bowler friendly. And particularly in this early part of the day, you would think that if the sun is maintained to any extent, again it should get easier as the day goes on. Patterson going to continue at the Howard stand end and just dipping back in at Edgbaston. Well, it's been an okay start by Hampshire. They haven't yet lost a wicket, 16 without loss in the 10th over of that one.
Yes, looks like a frustrating start for Warwickshire supporters, really. 16 in over 9 overs from Organ and Holland. Patterson bowls to Ollie Price. Nice sound of ball on bat as he is defending off the back foot to point.
A little bit of after the Lord Mayor's show, perhaps, for the champions Surrey, because they're 132 for 5 in response to that 512 by Lancashire. Just take the edge off things, wouldn't it, if they lost that match? Final game of the season.
Yeah, and especially if Hampshire were to win their match against Warwickshire, and Hampshire finished with 10 victories and Surrey with 8. Be something. Patterson bowls to Ollie Price. He defends up the pitch and there's no run. But of course, even here, Gloucestershire could end up with 2 victories and be going down, and Yorkshire just the one and staying up. And there's every chance that will happen. And of course, you temper that with the fact that Hampshire have lost 3 matches to Surrey's 0. By no means take that as me saying they don't deserve to win the title. It would just be quite something to win 10 of your 14 matches and not win the championship. Patterson bowls now to Ollie Price, and again there's no getting past that particular defensive shot as it goes up towards mid-off and there is no run, but Patterson just settling into that line and length. And as you say, Jonathan, it's important to keep the runs down regardless of what happens, even if it is only just for the fact that you're seeing off the 13.5 overs until that new ball comes along, and that surely will make a difference. Patterson bowls. It's worked towards backward square leg by Ollie Price. A light hint of inside edge about that one. He tried to roll the wrists on it and style it out, but Patterson wasn't particularly convinced. 217 for 6, Ollie Price to 64. So extending his first-class career best with every run that he scores. And there's every chance that he may be batting again with his brother. Or the session is out, and he may well be doing now, because Zafar Gohar has been given out LBW. No, he's been bowled. I don't know why James Middlebrook raised the finger there, because off stump's lying flat on the floor. James Middlebrook, I think, gave him out LBW without seeing the stump behind him. But anyway, Patterson has struck, and Zafar is out for 11. He made a bright start, but actually didn't have that much of the strike this morning. In fact, he has been given out LBW, but the stump was on the floor when I looked down, so I'm...
Yeah, I think somebody might have thrown that in, Ed, after the wicket.
So that was going on.
Given, yeah.
I was looking at the umpire, and then it looked as if it had struck him on the pad. I apologise. Yes, there we go. I see what must have happened now, because it looked as if it struck him on the pad and then the ball deflected away, and then I assumed I must be seeing things, and it deflected off the stump. Anyway, LBW to Patterson for 11, 217 for 7.
He's absolutely fine. You can't have eyes everywhere. We all do it's pick up by Tom Kohler-Cavmore at slip, and he threw down the wicket.
Right.
While the finger was being raised.
It was also because the stump was lying facing towards us, as it were, facing towards the keeper. How did it end up like that? Oh well, there we go. And so Tom Price joins Ollie Price in the middle, and in fact it was Ollie welcoming Tom to the middle on Ollie's first class debut. She'll never forget that moment at Cheltenham when Actually, it was both their championship debuts, but it wasn't Tom Price's first class debut, because he played in one game in the Bob Willis Trophy in 2020. But there was a lovely shot, as you can imagine, of Tom walking out to the middle to join Ollie, and the punch of gloves from the two brothers as they prepared to face down the Middlesex attack.
Did they start arguing? Like siblings, you know?
I don't think so.
I want to
no,
bet. No.
Unless the punch of gloves was...
I'm on strike. No, you're not.
was something different
Mum
from
said I could
what
bat
I
first.
thought.
Mum, will you tell him?
Tom Price with a good innings in the first innings. Useful 38. And he's taking a couple of steps down the pitch. First ball to Stephen Patterson. And it's defended away by Tom Price, and that ends the over. 217 for 7. So the lead of 2-2-4. Yorkshire have their first wicket of the morning, and it's Stephen Patterson's first of what could be his final bowling innings.
You would think probably will be his final bowling innings, but as I say, we're waiting for some official news on that front. He has, though, got himself on the board in his final innings with 1 for 33 from 15, so the usual 2 and a bit. And over. Price, Ollie Price 64, Tom Price yet to score. 217 for 7, 224 runs. The Gloucestershire lead is looking pretty sizable. Peter Johnson says, my eyes are on Birmingham, because Gloucestershire probably have enough on the board already, given the frailties of the Yorkshire batting. In any case, it's hard to assess the impact of relegation in these uncertain times for four-day cricket. It might feel less of a disaster these days. Ben Code coming back into the attack, having switched, bowling the first 2 overs at the Howard stand end, now at the Kirkstall Lane end. His first delivery is pushed back to him by Ollie Price. Graham Orange is in alongside for the first time today. Good morning, G.
Good morning, JD. Good morning, everyone. What a lovely bright day. And how's it rather early today, but you didn't notice.
No, I didn't notice. I thought you were late as usual. And you're at the members' forum just across the way in the east stand. It'll be interesting to hear what was said there as Cody's in, and that's pushed by Price into the offside no run.
Yes, I am a member, so I attended the informal meeting in the long room, starting at 9:30. Andy Dawson, the acting chief operating officer, was there conducting affairs, and joined by Director of Cricket Darren Gough. And it was really just to gauge the members' views on the ECB's report.
Here comes Code. Ollie Price over the top of that, pushing into the offside, no run.
And it was an informal meeting, and it's been made clear that the members will be contacted by email to get their views, and they will also call an EGM, in his words, very shortly, possibly on a Saturday morning. So that's to be announced exactly when it will be.
Code turns in past umpire Blackwell, right arm over. It's a decent delivery, but Price meets it with an open face and runs it down to third man, where there is a sliding stop in what will undoubtedly be a dewy area in the shadow of the Howard stand. They're back for 2 runs.
And the main bone of contention was the fact that, you know, the review, the so-called Strauss review, recommends that the county championship matches for each county is reduced from 14 to 10, and a new structure put in place anyway. Just break off here.
Yeah, because Ben Code comes in again. And another good length delivery with Price over the top of it into the offside no run.
I mean, there are several recommendations. I mean, the actual reason for the review is, I suppose the catalyst was England's very poor showing in the Ashes series in Australia, because the review wants England once again to be the best of the best in all formats of the game internationally. Again, I'll break off.
In comes Bancode again. Similar delivery to before. Solid forward defence from Ollie Price. End of the over, 219 for 7, 68 bowled in this Gloucestershire second innings. And they are 226 runs in front. Just that 1 wicket today so far. Zafar Gohar, LBW to Stephen Patterson for 11 in Pato's previous over. And he looks like continuing at the Howard stand end.
So it's not just the county championship proposed reduction in matches, but also, you know, the Blast, the T20 and the Royal London Cup, the 50 over competition. It's all part of it. But he asked for a show of hands, Andy Dawson, regarding what the members thought about reducing the county championship matches from 14 to 10. Not one hand went up in support of that proposal. And what he made absolutely clear is that Yorkshire will oppose the measure if that's what the majority of the members want. He made that absolutely clear. And that's the reason why there will be a... I'll just break off here again.
Yeah, Patterson then from the Howard stand end, bowling here to Tom Price, who solidly behind it. They've brought in 2 men mid-wicket, Don Bess, and straighter mid-wicket, Adam Lyth, who did the fielding there to the leg side.
Yes, and so he's made that clear, and just to repeat that the members will be contacted by email. There will be an EGM in the offing very shortly. But he made it absolutely clear that Yorkshire will not support the proposals if the members did not want it.
Patterson at 219 for 7 to Tom Price, who gets a ball short of length, plays it top of the bounce to mid-off, no run. What is the current membership?
I really don't know.
Okay.
I won't try and bluff that. I don't know.
How many were in the meeting, do you think? Was it well attended?
It was well attended. It was a full room full of members, yes. And it was pretty clear what their views were.
Patterson again over the wicket. And Tom Price pushing back to him. Again, the dot ball.
Of course, as I understand it, well, Andy Dawson said that the proposals need to have the support of the 12 of the 18 first-class counties. And it looks like they're not going to get the support of Yorkshire.
And a few more, I would suggest. Here is Patterson in again, and that's punched off the back foot by Price. Up to mid-off once more, no run.
And there was a discussion about the 100, and very, very few people in the room, you could just tell, did not support the 100. But as Darren Gough said, he said it's popular with the players because of the remuneration they receive. Also, it does attract the best players.
2 to come in the over. Patterson in and passing umpire Middlebrook. Straight ball and driven straight as well. In fact, it knocks out one of the 3 stumps at the Howard stand end of the ground. So perfectly straight drive by Tom Price, but gets nothing for it. Alfred Minns Pads says, morning, I'd suggest even that relegation would be worse this time than usual, especially if the Strauss recommendations are adopted. In that case, anyone not in Division 1 in 2023 won't be in it in 2024 either. That's before the result of the disciplinary proceedings. Patterson in and bowling, and Tom Price turning that one to Adam Lythe in the leg side for a dot to complete the 69th over. Pato 16 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 33. Gloucestershire 219 for 7. 226 runs in front. Just a quick check on Edgbaston, where Hampshire have lost their first wicket. 31 for 1, trailing by 241. Remember, from Yorkshire's point of view, first and foremost, they want Hampshire to get across the follow-on line, which would be 122. Martin Rowe says, morning, Jonathan. BBC says Kent have avoided relegation. Yorkshire report mentioned we still have relegation fears as we are above Kent in the table. How can this be? Here comes Code, and that is pushed out into the offside by Ollie Price, and there is no run.
Yes, Kent are safe, aren't they?
Kent are safe on 137 points. Is that up to date? Running score. I always forget with these things whether the tables that are put up there are actually now, or if they're waiting for all the points from the match to be added at the end of it. As Code is in, that's pushed into the offside by Ollie Price, no run. But Martin's right in terms of what it looks like at the moment with the 14 and asterisk against Kent. They're a point behind Yorkshire. We're on 138.
This is rather complicated, isn't it? But Kent are safe.
Not cricket.
It's
not having that.
No, all right.
Code over the wicket. Nicely played cut shot here. Ollie Price wanting to get the bat through that one and step back and struck it firmly, and it was a pretty good piece of fielding as well by Don Best just to get something on that, because he struck it easily, firmly enough to get it to the cover boundary. Jordan Thompson sweeping up, and they got a single. 220 for 7. Forever Dormo says, morning Doidge, I suspect we'll struggle to reach whatever target we're set by the mighty Gloucestershire. So far as concerns the meeting yesterday, it would have been a major surprise if members supported a reduction in the number of championship games. Well, the meeting was this morning, Forever Dormo, and yes, I agree, it would have been a major surprise. Here is Code. Tom Price right over the top of that, laying his bat on it, pushing back to Code. Yeah, I mean, this county, clearly with its history, always in favour of red ball cricket. You'd call it kind of a red ball county in that respect.
Yes, that's right. And going back to the 100, Darren Gough said that he was basically a supporter of the 100 because it was attracted the best players, and he could understand the players wanting to play in the 100.
Code in again. Another straight delivery. Yorkshire certainly plugging the stump line here, aren't they, this morning? Matthew Fisher was a little bit 3.5, 4 stumps, but different type of bowler. But still also targeted the stumps on occasions, and Ben Coad certainly is doing that. Stephen Patterson has 2.
And regarding the 100, whether we like it or not, it's here to stay.
Here is Coad again, and once more Tom Price over the top of it, dropping into the offside to complete the 70th over of Gloucestershire's second innings, 220 for 7, with Ollie Price on 67 and Tom 67 fewer to his name, 227 the lead.
But going back to the 100, Darren Gough made the point, and the Yorkshire members are in agreement that yes, it's here to stay, but they didn't like it at all. No one did in that room, I don't think.
I don't like it at all.
No. But they said, why can't it be, condensed? They said the competition is too long. It needs to be condensed. And Darren was saying because of, so much, the way the fixture list is at the moment, there's very little for players to rest, and he said to coach them as well.
Which is a point that Otis Gibson made to me after last week's match down at the Oval. Here's Patterson, that's pushed into the offside by Ollie Price, fielded by George Hill at cover, no run. Yeah, Otis, saying that the scheduling is what really needs to be looked at.
Correct.
Those first 6 matches of the season, and you can sympathise with this view. 4 days of a game, then you've got to travel back. You need a rest day. Everybody needs that. We all get a day off at the end of the week, and then you're back in the nets. You might have 1 day of prep, as Patterson's in again, and that's pushed to the onside of straight by Ollie Price, no run. And then you're back on the road again to wherever you're going. So actually, if you've got a couple of players who might need some proper assistance there, and you've got everybody else to deal with as well, finding the time to do that between matches, it's not easy to do. And then, as he was saying, said this a couple of times on the record, with regard to the 100, as Patterson bowls here to Tom Price, and he pushes it back to the bowler again, no run. He mentioned this certainly after the Old Trafford match the other week. Joined 100 where he was involved here with the Northern Superchargers. They'd play a game and then sometimes be a 5-day break before the next one. And then you've got players killing time on their hands. What are we going to do before the next match?
Yeah.
So it's sort of, out of kilter by quite some margin, isn't it? Patterson's in, good delivery here. Appeal for LBW. Price playing round it. Over it and across it, but not at it. And he's got a little bit of a limp now as a result. But he's also survived. Not out, says James Middlebrook.
Yeah, and as Darren pointed out, you've got a strange fixture list. That you've got county championship matches at the start of the season, April time. You've got a couple right in the middle of the summer, when Yorkshire's players, quite a few, are in the international squad.
Patterson in, and that's flicked to leg by Ollie Price. Best doing the fielding, no run.
And then, of course, you have 4 county championship matches in September. There's also discussion as well about a possible reduction in the blast matches, T20 matches. And the members were fairly ambivalent over that, really, because there was a show of hands.
Yeah, talking about reducing from 14 to 10. Patterson in, and that's dropped into the leg side by Ollie Price to Lythe, who remains one of those 2 straight mid-wicket fielders. End of the over, 220 for 7, the lead 227. 1 wicket to have fallen this morning if you're just joining us. We did, of course, start at 10:30. That was Zafar Gohar, who went at 10:58. The 5th ball of the 67th over. LBW to Stephen Patterson for 11. When the score was on 217. So it's been a struggle to put runs on the board since then for Gloucestershire. That's credit to Yorkshire's bowlers. Andy Walker has emailed in a few thoughts. He says, hi JD, Thanks so very much for all the hard work from you and all your colleagues around the counties that have done this season on the commentaries. Well, thank you for that, Andy. He says, I've been fortunate to listen to just about every ball. I've got to say it's been fun, thought-provoking and interesting. Don Best coming into the attack at the Kirkstall Lane end for the first time today. Andy goes on, wonderful to see that the work of all the BBC county and regional commentators has been properly recognised with the Cricket Society's Ian Jackson Award for services to cricket. None of you deserve it more, and you should all take a bow. Yeah, I should think we'll be getting an invitation to a dinner for a presentation about that in the not-too-distant future. Best round the wicket here, and that's driven back down the pitch by Tom Price. Best gets his hand on it to field. There is no run. Andy goes on, it's been a difficult year for Yorkshire, and I think the youngsters have done really, really well. There are too many to mention, but I'll pick out George Hill as a face for the future. It's always going to be trying for Yorkshire with so many players out playing for England in different formats, but I think the new management has done a good job in tough circumstances. Bess in, Tom Price dropping his bat on that and poking it out into the offside. He said, last autumn I had doubts as to whether Yorkshire would be back this season. This autumn we'll see the outcome of the ECB investigation, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens then. Having said that, I'm already looking forward to next season and hoping the County Championship will remain at 14 matches, and also that the commentators, including yours truly, will winter well. Well, thank you very much for that. And your points there, Andy. Another considered piece of correspondence from him, and another, or a lovely shot here by Tom Price, who's got himself off the mark with a push square on the offside. James Wharton couldn't reel that one in. Just a little bit too much width from Don Bess, who now has 2 for 64, halfway through his 11th over. Bess in again. Evidence of some turn. Price pushing forward at Lythe into field, no run. Yeah, so the Ian Jackson Award for services to cricket. From the Cricket Society. You know anything about that, Ed? No, Ed's got no idea, he says at the back of the box.
No.
He wouldn't be going to a dinner in that regard, I don't suppose at all. Here's Bess in again, and that's nicely cut this time by Tom Price, who picks up a single out to the sweeping James Wharton.
Well, if he was, he'd tell us about it, wouldn't he?
Yeah, sure he would.
Absolutely.
Wonder what he's having for his starter. Should imagine he'd be on the fish course, wouldn't he? Something like that.
I think so, yeah, yeah.
One to come in the 72nd. Here's Bess, and that's wide of off stump and cut by Price. To, once again, the sweeping Wharton, who makes good ground and keeps them to 1. It's easy to say Price, isn't it? Or should we just call them Ollie and Tom?
Ollie and Tom.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Ollie's got 67, Tom has 5. It's 225 for 7. And the Gloucestershire lead now a very substantial 232. Mark Kidger says, morning gents from Madrid. As you can imagine, there's been a lot of speculation overnight about the target. Some of the more depressed Yorkshire fans were suggesting 150 might test them sorely. The Gloucester fans obviously wanted 250 plus. The more the merrier, with time seemingly not an issue. So far, each innings has been based around a single partnership with wickets falling in quantity around them. George Hill coming into the attack at the Howard stand end. He says, so the evidence is that batsmen are vulnerable unless they get well in, and there is plenty to interest the bowler, which makes me think that getting the largest score of the match to win will be a big ask. I think you're probably right, Mark. With Gloucestershire able to count on Zafar in the 4th innings, you'd have to think that the odds favour them here, as George Hill is in, and Tom plays that out into the offside to Harry Duke, no run. He says you'd have to think that the odds favour Gloucestershire. Poor old Ed Seaborn hasn't had too much to smile about, but ending with 2 wins would put a spring in his step for the winter.
I think it would.
Smiling now. He'll be back on soon to share the smiles on air. George Hill has bowled him. 2 stumps flat to the Headingley turf. And Tom Price bowled for 5 by George Hill. The man with the golden arm comes back on and breaks another partnership. This one was worth just the 8, but he's taken an 8th Gloucestershire wicket now. And Tom Price bowled by George Hill for 5. 22 minutes out there, 18 deliveries and 1-4, and it's 225 for 8.
Yes, George Hill does it again. My Yorkshire player of the season. And 2 stumps just laid on the ground there. Comprehensively bowled. Tom Price. So Gloucestershire lose their 2nd wicket of the morning. And Yorkshire, you'd hope from a Yorkshire point of view, would soon be batting. I have to say, JD, that when I went to the meeting in the long room with the members at 9:30, I was sat on a particular table. I knew 1 or 2 of the members, and they were all very pessimistic about Yorkshire's chances of winning this match. They said, in fact, we've no chance. That's what they were basically saying. And they were very concerned about Zafar Gohar bowling in the final innings. As I said, they're pretty pessimistic. I pointed out that I thought that the pitch itself was still pretty decent, but I suppose it's going to be a big ask, isn't it? I think it still could be an interesting finish this, as long as the weather, plays its part. Because I think that we're going to have some rain this afternoon.
Both prices have been bowled according to the scoreboard. Tom was first to go for 5 off 18, and now Ollie's gone for 68 off 179.
Well, that's the one they wanted if it was Ollie Price. Anyway, one of the prices is out, we know that.
The price was right for George Hill.
Yeah.
And, yeah, Ollie Price now being given as the man who went. And unless he's put a sweater on since the wicket fell, it was Ollie Price, because he had number 67 on his back, didn't he? But the red indicator on the scoreboard was against the name of Tom at the time of the dismissal. Tom's name's still up there. David Payne has joined him, so Ollie is the man to have gone.
A very good innings, though.
They went for 68. George Hill in and bowling here to Payne, who's dropping that one into the leg side, no run. So, just to clear that up then, it was Ollie Price, bowled by George Hill for 68 off 179 deliveries. I think it's that sibling thing again, isn't it?
But going back to the members' views, the ones I canvass about the results of this match, they're always pessimistic, the Yorkshire members, aren't they?
Hill in again. Payne opens the face, runs it out backward of point. Harry Duke round to field again, sporting that marvellous, marvellous mullet. And does the fielding. Yeah, there's always a bit of pessimism around, but there's still quite a lot of optimism among supporters as well.
Yes.
Those who travel around are, they tend to try and see the glass half full approach to life, even on days when things have not gone that well. George Hill in again, and Payne drops it into the offside. So I wouldn't say it's all doom and gloom, but yeah, I do get that. There's often a bit of cynicism around, and
yeah,
usually it's coming from you.
From me personally?
Yeah.
All right. No, that's not true. And you know it's not true.
Aye. 1 for 10 for George Hill. It's the last ball of his 5th over, and it's been driven to mid-off, where Ben Code does the fielding, and that will complete over number 73 then, with the score on 226 for 8. It was Matthew Fisher, not Ben Code. Sorry, boys. Yeah, so 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10, George Hill. And he's had that knack of coming on and taking a wicket. Useful knack to have. Jordan Thompson, we've talked about him doing that many times in the last few seasons. And they've got another one who can break a partnership in George Hill. 2 wickets for Ben Code, 2 for Matthew Fisher, 2 also for Dominic Bess, 1 apiece for Stephen Patterson and George Hill. And in fact, Jordan Thompson hasn't managed to make that breakthrough himself, the only wicketless bowler so far in this innings, but that's teamwork. Some days you do, some days you don't. Don Bess even round the wicket here, bowling to the sweatered Tom Price. Pushes it square on the offside. Wharton doing the fielding, they get a single. Both these batters have gone for the long sleeve sweater, indicator of a little bit of cold. I think 9 degrees I saw on the forecast today, which incidentally looked pretty good for most of the day, but by at some point between 4 o'clock and 6 there's a threat of showers which might end the day's play. Bess in, a little bit of dip and turn in towards the right-handed Payne, who props forward into the offside, no run.
Yes, it may well mean that we could go into a fourth day if the weather forecast is correct.
Yeah, still a long way off that at the moment with 82 overs to go on day 3. Bess in again, targeting the stumps. Payne pushing forward. He was bowled by George Hill without scoring in the first innings, David Payne. 9th Gloucestershire wicket to fall. Bess bowling to him here. Exemplary forward defence. You just feel the difference, don't you? Sometimes when the tail comes in, they just pushed a little bit more firmly at that. And going in again. That's softer hands as he just lays the bat on it and runs it into the offside for James Wharton to field.
Yes, I wonder why Don Bess has changed ends from yesterday.
When all his troubles seemed so far away. Here he is over the wicket and a little bit of turn in towards Payne. That's dropped into the offside, no run. David Payne, his 115th first-class match. He has got a highest first-class score of 67 and he's approaching 1,800 first-class runs. 650s to his name. So, no rabbit.
No. And as this lead grows, although they lost 2 wickets today, 234 ahead Gloucestershire. They'll be hoping to get at least now 250, but they'll just bat on as far as they can.
George Hill going to continue then at the Howard Stand end of the ground. Just do this one more over. We'll bring in Ed in a mo. Harry Duke just been sent out to sweep towards the point boundary, not quite on it. As Tom Price punches that one firmly to mid-on, where it's fielded by Patterson, no run. Ben Gray says the 100 is damaging all the other competitions. The best solution is the most obvious one: get rid of it. I'd much rather have an improved blast competition where all teams play each other twice and bringing the one-day cup back to Headingley. Hill comes in again past umpire Middlebrook. Swing across the line here. Appeal for LBW. Tom Price this time is the man who has gone. And Hill strikes twice in as many overs on this third morning. Gloucestershire 227 for 9.
Yes, Price seemed to me that he didn't like the decision, and his walk. He took 2 long looks at the umpire. He's walking off. Hits his bat on his pad, and maybe wasn't too happy with that decision. But he's out. He's been given out LBW, and so out for 6. Just the 1-4, 18 balls for Tom Price. Gloucestershire now 227 for 9, so the last pair is at the crease. Yorkshire have done pretty well this morning. They've taken the three wickets, and they'll be hoping to be batting fairly soon. That was a ball that was really well pitched up, and yeah, Ajit Dale coming in, joined David Payne. Gloucestershire's last pair.
Yep, Tom Price 6 from 18 deliveries, including 1-4 in his 31-minute stay at the crease. And he is the 9th Gloucestershire wicket to have fallen. So George Hill among the wickets again. Graham's man of the summer for Yorkshire. Just having a look again at that decision. Didn't think there was much in the way wrong with that, unless he got an inside edge on it onto his pads, but it looked pretty much bang in front as Ajit Singh Dale, Gloucestershire's number 11, pushes a single first ball. He's paying the strike, 228 for 9.
Typical batsman, I was never out LBW. I was it outside the line, I got an edge onto it. Yeah, they're never out, are they? But as you rightly say, looking back on it, it looked a pretty good decision.
So Payne waits. And that's flicked to leg, where one of those two men in mid-wicket, Dom Best, does the fielding. Forever Dormo says, OK, I'll stick my head above the parapet. If the championship games were reduced to 3 days, as they were for many years, that would free up 14 days and could keep the modern championship with its present structure. Many games conclude very early, even on day 2.
I think that's a fair point, you know.
Yep. Hill in, and that's pushed back to him in his follow-through, no run. And Alice Worsley says definitely not all Yorkshire fans are doom and gloom. I'll always try to look for the positive. Good to listen this morning. We'll be travelling through once I've been to the hospital. Well, good luck with that, Alice. Keep them going for me, please, she says. Well, they've taken a couple of wickets, 3 in fact this morning, and George Hill is in. He's taken 2 of them. That's driven up to mid-off. End of the over. And George Hill then 6 overs, 1 made, 2 for 11 to his name. We're going to do the double change, or a change here in the com box. Ed Seaborn coming back into position. Peter Dixon says, surely this plan is flawed. If we have a really wet September, we can end up with the championship not being completed. It's a point that Ed might pick up on.
Well, yeah, you know, the intention seems to be to play championship cricket according to the review's findings from kind of, I believe something like June to September is the aim. So the conclusion of the championship will still be in September. Jordan Thompson is going to come on and bowl from the Kirkstall lane end. Bowls a very wide delivery, which Dale just about manages to get the toe end of the bat on, and the ball goes straight down into the ground.
Yes, but to have 4 county championship matches in September, I think it's pushing it. I mean, we've been lucky this September, but there'll be quite a few Septembers, as it were, where, you know, rain, bad light, you're not going to get away with it.
In comes Thompson then. He's there now and bowls to Dale, who's got something on that, and it goes down to the boundary and it's runs. He's got a glance to it, so that's 4 more vital runs potentially for Gloucestershire. Dale on to 5, 232 for 9. The lead is 239. Yeah, I think with September, you look at what's gone on in the last couple of rounds, and I do think that 2 championship matches separated by 2 days is not something that we can do. Thompson in and bowls, and Dale's had a bit of a feel for that one, but hasn't got anything on it, and it goes through to Johnny Tattersall.
Yes, you could come to the conclusion, just having the match in September, that particular point, the fact that in recent years, September has been a fairly good month weather-wise, whether it's because of global warming or whatever.
Thompson bowls to Dale. Dale gets the bat on that one, looking for a single out into the covers, but can't quite find it as best fields.
And the last couple of Aprils, as it were, we've been rather fortunate with the weather as well.
Yeah, they've been very dry, haven't they?
Absolutely.
Cold,
yeah,
but dry.
Yes.
There have been so few days lost to the weather this season. I'm trying to think how many Gloucestershire have lost. I think they lost 2 days at Bristol, both. Well, not even. Well, one wasn't even a full day, but a couple of days when actually both matches just happened to be the results. As Thompson bowls to Dale, who tries to uppercut that one and misses it. Jonathan's saying that Yorkshire have just had 1 day completely washed out. Yeah, I think
that's quite amazing, isn't it?
I think Gloucestershire have only had 1 championship day completely washed out. And,
yeah.
and as I say, both those days where there was a significant interruption, the result just happened to be going into a draw anyway, so they've got away with that. Gloucestershire got more unlucky than I think almost everybody as far as the blast is concerned. They had 2 home matches rained off. Thompson bowls to Dale, completely does him with that one and has managed to survive it. The ball went between his inside edge and his body, so the bat was coming down at a rather skew-whiff angle, but he did not get out to it, and the ball went through Johnny Tattersall. End of the over.
Yes, very fortunate there, I have to say. 239 the lead that Gloucestershire have. Yorkshire really need to try and take this this last wicket as quickly as possible. Yeah, and the discussion on the blast was that Yorkshire's view may be different to the smaller counties by that.
Yeah,
the break off.
Here comes Hill, bowls to Payne. Payne dabs that one away towards backward point. Oh, Dale's come a long way down here, and actually they'll make it because Dale was committed to the single and he was running to the danger end. And there was a diving effort from Harry Duke, who's now, having picked up the ball, he's now being himself picked up by Tom Kohler-Cavmore at backward point. And they got through for the single.
Yeah, what I mean by smaller counties, let me make clear, is that, say, the non-test playing counties, they don't have the test grounds. And because, again, we'll break off.
Hill to Dale. Bowls. Dale flips this one in the air. He's horribly mistimed it. It's coming through for a single. There's a shot, Stocksbridge hits, and that time there is a run out. There's a really good piece of fielding from Fisher at mid-off. The ball was looping to him as it was miscued by Dale. He's quick between the wickets, but not quick enough as the throw hits direct at the non-striker's end. Dale is run out for 5. Gloucestershire all out for 233. The lead 240, so that means Yorkshire will need 241 runs to win this match and guarantee themselves safety in Division 1.
Yes, and on that point, in the meeting I was in this morning with the members, on the table I was sat with, as well as being sort of pessimistic of Yorkshire winning this match, they're also had one eye, as it were, on the Warwickshire situation, and they were saying that there could be a result in that match because of contrived declarations, and they were very concerned about that.
Well, there's more reasons to be concerned because Hampshire have lost a second wicket. Hampshire are 41 for 2 now in reply to Warwickshire's 272 for 4, but we'll break off from this because there's something far more important happening here. Stephen Patterson is being applauded off, and he may be leaving the field for the final time in a Yorkshire shirt and potentially for the final time in first-class cricket. He's raising his cap to all parts of the ground. He's getting a guard of honour from Yorkshire's support staff, photographers taking their photographs. The players have all stood back and are applauding him as he walks off. Umpires waiting as well. A terrific moment here. We don't know, of course, whether Stephen Patterson will be taking the field in Yorkshire's chase. He may well not be. So, Graham, that's a potentially fairly momentous moment.
Absolutely, yeah. It's rather sad. And let's hope that we don't see him bat, actually, because that would mean that Yorkshire are 9 wickets down. Unless, of course, he comes in and wins the match as number 11. It's the winning runs. That would be something, wouldn't it?
It would. Well, it'd be some game.
Oh, it would be some game. Absolutely. But no, he's been a wonderful servant for Yorkshire. The Yorkshire members do appreciate his efforts for the county. He's a proud Yorkshireman. I think he's born in Hull. And he's, former captain, of course, and a wonderful player for the county. His stats say that. I know stats don't mean everything, but he's been a wonderful player, and I think it is sad that this is the end as far as Yorkshire are concerned. Whether he goes elsewhere or whatever he does, but whatever he does, there'll be every Yorkshire member here today and those that are not here today that wish him all the best, whether he retires or he goes to the county. They will genuinely wish him all the best.
Yeah, and I think the whole of county cricket would agree with that absolutely. Because, and it's superb to see these moments.
Yeah.
And the final matches of the season so often present one like this,
Yes.
where a great servant to a particular club, but also to county cricket is recognised. And I think it's something county cricket does very well, is recognising that he contributed to the whole, not just to Yorkshire.
Absolutely, and yes, it was not a superstar, as it were, but that doesn't matter one iota.
Yep.
Two things on that as well: the fact that, thank goodness in that respect, the last match is at Headingley, a home fixture for Yorkshire, and also when he came out to bat in Yorkshire's first innings, the guard of honour given by the Gloucestershire players, I thought was very, very good, very classy, as it were. And there's actually a picture in today's Yorkshire Post of that, the Gloucestershire players lining up, guard of honour, as he walked out to bat, and that was wonderful to see, because you've mentioned the fact that county cricket as a whole, well, Gloucestershire certainly realised that.
Yeah, completely. So I think sort of conversely from Gloucestershire's point of view, they hope, of course, that they are doing another guard of honour in hopefully from their point of view not too long a time. Let's just wrap up this Gloucestershire second innings then. 233 all out. The top scorer, Ollie Price, with 68, his first class career best score. Jack Taylor made 67. It was their partnership of 122 that was the mainstay of that innings. James Bracey made 39 and Ben Charlesworth 25, Zafar Gohar 11. Those were the batters to reach double figures. As far as the bowling figures are concerned, Ben Coe, 17 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 49. Matthew Fisher, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 40. Stephen Patterson, 17 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 33. And, well, economy rate under 2 and over, so that's at least fitting in that regard.
It says it all, doesn't it? Yeah.
Jordan Thompson, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 30. Dom Best, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 67. And George Hill finished with 6.2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 12. Hampshire up to 50 for 2 now in reply to Warwickshire's 272 for 4. Declared, as Jonathan Dodge is just showing me. But overall, all round, Yorkshire with no bowler that took 3, but 4 bowlers taking 2, a wicket for Stephen Patterson and a run out as well. How did you think they bowled as a unit? Pretty well.
It was that big stand, wasn't it, that has really sort of meant that Gloucestershire have got this you'd think, fairly sizable lead. When they were 74 for 5 at one stage, I think the slight disappointment will be the bowling of Dom Bess. I thought he might have extracted a little bit more turn and maybe got 1 or 2 more wickets. But there we are. It's but at 74 for 5, I think Yorkshire will be disappointed that Gloucestershire got to that total. But we've been talking about the pitch, and I still think it's pretty good. Remember, this is just the 3rd day. It's not the 4th day, it's the 3rd day. I think it's a pretty decent pitch. But the conundrum for Yorkshire will be the left-arm spin of Zafar Gohar. I think it will be. I mean, that was certainly the concern in their first innings, and I see no reason why it won't be a concern in the second innings. But look, Yorkshire have got a chance. They have a chance.
Yep.
It's in their hands, as it were. And they'll either do it or they won't. I know that's an obvious thing to say, but it's in their hands now. And as long as the weather doesn't intervene too much, and we've been saying that it's supposed to be pretty dry until late afternoon, there's a possibility that we may have to come back for a 4th day if the weather intervenes, but there's a long way from that yet.
Yeah, I think from Gloucestershire's perspective, they would be looking at the wickets in particular of Lythe, the experience to hold things together at the top of that Yorkshire order, and Cola Cadmore as somebody who, if he stays out there for 45 minutes to an hour even, could
Yes.
make a huge dent in this Gloucestershire total. So those are going to be the prize wickets. They would love to get a couple with the new ball before Zafar comes on, so that Zafar is coming in against that middle order, who
Yes.
also are predominantly right-handed, and there is assistance against the left-handers as well for Zafar, because there are the footmarks to bowl into. But for a couple of reasons, Gloucestershire would love to get rid of a couple early, get Kola Cadmore in against the new ball, I think is what they would be saying,
Yes.
whilst it's still doing something.
Absolutely right. But in essence, Yorkshire have got to bat better than they did in the first innings. I mean, I've summed that up in very few words, and you've been very articulate in what Gloucestershire need to do or want to do. But in essence, Yorkshire have got to bat better than they did in the first innings.
Yeah, I suppose it feels to me as though it's actually very likely that we do get a pretty good finish, because even if Yorkshire were to bat as badly as they did in the first innings, they'll still get within the sort of confines of the total. And the way things go, you could be in a situation where you're 8 down needing 50 up to win, and okay, maybe the last 2 wickets fall quickly, but that's still not a particularly comfortable position if you're Gloucestershire, where you're that close to the total, and you know that the likes of Code and Patterson have hung around / scored plenty of runs in Ben Code's case in recent times.
Absolutely. And, we've been talking about the possible demise of, not demise of the county championship, but a reduction of matches. And we've been talking, haven't we, about the fact that, county championship, it's still relevant because it produces so many close finishes. Even against, the T20 or the 50-over format of the game, a lot of those matches don't produce close finishes. I don't think so anyway. No, obviously a few do. Whereas the county championship over 4 days, 3 days, 4 days, you can have a very, very close finish.
I think something that some say, and I'm personally just a huge fan of cricket of all formats,
Absolutely.
and that's just, and I don't exactly, I know it's just personal preference. But I think one of the things that people say about one-day cricket's close finishes is it's sort of, sometimes it feels a little formulaic in that you know what it's coming down to. There's less variation in terms of number of overs left, pitch conditions, all that sort of good stuff that mean that we love the red ball game. So yeah, we could well be in for a classic here, and Yorkshire are out in the middle with their opening pair, Lyth and Wharton, and the Gloucestershire fielders taking up their positions. There'll be 3 slips in place. They're going with a third man to start off their innings, as well as a fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off and point. Tom Price to bowl the first ball, and he's running in whilst Ian Blackwell still has his arm out, so he's going to have to start that all over again.
Yeah, he hadn't called play.
Right. Tom Price from the Kirkstall lane end to the left-handed Adam Lyth. Tom Price is in and bowls down the leg side, flicked away by Lyth. First ball down towards the boundary, but not over it. David Payne gets across from fine leg to field, and then the ball is short-hopped, as they say, James Bracey. So the ball's now rolled into the pitch one more time than it might have done. But Yorkshire are underway. First ball, 1 without loss. Need a further 240 to win.
Yes, Yorkshire underway. And actually, joking apart about the third man, started innings, I think it's absolutely right there should be a third man.
Tom Price in and bowls to Wharton, driven by Wharton, but straight to backward point. And there's no run. Ben Charlesworth fields there. So Tom Price, who was mentioned several times already, coming off the back of an 8-wicket haul in the second innings against Warwickshire, and in the first innings claimed figures of 2 for 51. He got the last wicket to fall, that of Stephen Patterson, and he got Adam Lyth as well for 44. Those were his 2 victims. Tom Price bowls to Wharton. That's a very nice looking shot, punched off the back foot, may well have the legs to go to the boundary. There's a desperate pursuit, but it will not be a successful one, and Wharton gets a boundary. Yorkshire are 5 without loss. The crowd already into this, and they're particularly pleased, I'm sure, to see Wharton play that shot, because he did get a 28-ball duck in the first innings.
He did. He's a good player, is Wharton, you know. He's not had the opportunities for obvious reasons. But he's, you know, let's hope from a Yorkshire perspective, he does well in this match, in this innings.
Well, it's a positive start. 5 for no wicket after 3 balls. Tom Price in bowls. Full bowled! Wharton's looked for the drive, and I don't know whether he's inside edged that. I think he may have done. Onto off stump, and it's uprooted. Yorkshire are 5 for 1. He played such a lovely shot to the previous ball, and it was, I mean, it was a shot which looked good, but it's resulted in his dismissal, and Yorkshire are 5 for 1.
Yeah, it looked a bit of a loose shot, didn't it? Not much feet movement there. I spoke too soon, didn't I? I'm sorry about that, James, but there we are. You're walking back, bowl for 4, the one boundary, and Yorkshire 5 for 1, and that's a start they did not want.
And I was just thinking, you know, after just 3 balls, how teams like these chases now, whether it's England or not, even in county cricket, you think of, and it wasn't just Gloucestershire. I mean, Gloucestershire had several chases of actually bigger totals than this last year, and yes, pitch conditions different, etc. But they weren't the only ones. You know, Northamptonshire chased down something extraordinary, like about 360 odd against Glamorgan last year, for example. And it's just, I suppose it's potentially where the white ball mindset helps the red ball. One of the instances where it does, in that teams aren't so scared by these chases anymore. But equally, if you do play your shots early against the new ball, even if you're chasing a relatively low total, as Tom Price now bowls to George Hill, his first delivery. Hill off the back foot, pushes towards backward point. There's no run. You know, there's still a reason why these totals aren't easy to chase.
Oh, absolutely. You know, wear and tear on the pitch. Although I stress this is still the 3rd day, not the 4th day. New ball. But yes, I think batsmen now are in the modern era are not so phased about, you know, chasing a biggish score.
Tom Price, last ball of this over, bowls to Hill, and that's a leave alone through to the keeper to end the first over. 5 for 1, and we're also on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, as well as our usual outlets, so welcome to those listeners. We will absolutely keep you up to date with what is happening elsewhere, particularly in that Warwickshire versus Hampshire game, where Hampshire have lost a 3rd wicket, 62 for 3 since I last updated you. Joe Weatherly out for 14, so 62 for 3, trailed by 210 runs there. Nick Gubbins and James Vince at the crease now for Hampshire. I can also tell you Kent have been bowled out for 492 in reply to Somerset's 202. That's a lead of 290. There was one correspondent earlier asking why Kent were safe,
yes,
even though
right.
in some of the live tables, Yorkshire are actually ahead of Kent. The reason was because that second innings of Kent hadn't ended yet. The bonus points hadn't been put up from that innings. Payne to bowl from the Howard stand end. He bowls to Lyth and bowls well wide of off stump, and the ball continues to shape away as it goes through to James Bracey. So the bonus points that Kent have picked up will be added, and Kent are safe. Just confirm that.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, the bonus points had to be added to the table, and as you say, hence Kent are safe from being relegated.
Yes, on Steve-O Day, as I believe it was christened, as Payne bowls to Lyth, and another outswinger to the left-hander from David Payne, which is watched through to James Bracey. Yeah, they've retired Darren Stevens' number at Kent. Nobody will wear the number 3 again.
That's quite amazing, isn't it? I mean, it's a great honour, that, in some ways, isn't it?
Payne is in and bowls, and once more Lyth shoulders arms as I look over towards square leg. Not sure whether there was a word from that direction or not, or whether he just fancied checking in with Ian Blackwell over there.
I just think it's his mannerism, really.
Yeah.
You know.
Square leg seems to be the choice rather than point for most players, doesn't it? You have
Yes.
the walk to square leg or the look to square leg rather than towards point. Payne bowls to Lyth, and once more he does not have to play a shot to that one. In case you are listening on Sports Extra, the Gloucestershire innings ended at 233. Ollie Price, Gloucestershire's young top order batter, 21 years of age, he made 68. His highest first class score was reached this morning. Payne bowls to Lyth, has to play a shot at that one and plays a nice looking one. It's a drive which is knocked down at mid-off by Miles Hammond, and the ball was kept close enough to Hammond that they decided in the end not to come through for a single. It was one of those ones where they always say never run on a misfield, but sometimes you can, but you're in danger of creating a bit of a mix-up like that.
I mean, I thought there was a run there in the end, actually, but there we are.
Safety first, and they got back into their ground. Payne in and bowls full. Lyth drives. He'll get runs for this out towards cover. There'll be 2 here, I would think. Hammond goes into the slide and then stumbles a little as he gets up to his feet, but it was always going to be 2. So Lyth on to 3. Yorkshire are 7 for 1 after 2 overs, and they need a further 234 more runs to win. I suppose in general, Gloucestershire's innings was wrapped up relatively quickly this morning by Yorkshire.
Yeah, I was just going to say that they've actually had a good morning in that respect. That's exactly what Yorkshire had to do, and they did it. But of course, losing the early wicket of James Wharton was not on the agenda. So they're 7 for 1.
Tom Price to start his second over. He bowls now to George Hill. Hill leaves that one alone, just on a good length outside the off stump, and through it goes to James Bracey. I think that's 30 wickets, 32 in fact, on the season for Tom Price. It's the old thing about live tables again. might even be 33 wickets now, at an average of under 18 and a half on the season for
that's
Tom
pretty
Price.
Good. Pretty good.
He's already catching the eye of several around the county game. And Hill is going to get off the mark here, opens the face and runs it down to third man for a single, where David Payne is able to do the fielding, and Yorkshire are 8 for 1. I heard there was some comment made by Keaton Jennings, who I suppose would know after the enormous number of runs he's scored this season. I think he said that in his estimation, Tom Price was the best bowler that he'd faced this season, which is, some praise.
That's some compliment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And
interesting.
I think also I heard something about Graham Onions saying something similar in high praise of Tom Price as well. Tom Price is in over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Lyth, who clips up to mid-on. Van Buren does the fielding, and there's no run. I seem to remember Onions was asked about Lancashire's bowling coach, of course, that Lancashire's Graham Onions still feels a bit odd, really, after all that time with Durham. But anyway, was asked something along the lines of who's a young bowler to watch out for, and Tom Price's name was mentioned.
Well, from what we've seen in this match, I would agree with that. And of course, he's taken the 1 wicket to fall so far in this Yorkshire innings. Been bowling James Wharton.
He's there now, bowls to Lyth. Lyth is beaten by beauty. I say beaten, he didn't push at it, so maybe he did play inside the line of that one. I'm not sure, but it was a beautiful ball anyway. That much I can say.
He was beaten.
Yeah, all right, there we go.
No question about that. He was beaten there. That would have been a calamity for Yorkshire if Lyth had gone out. But, anyway, 8 for 1, chasing 241 to win.
Yeah, nice little bit of away shape actually to the left-hander there from Tom Price, who's there now and bowls. Lyth works that one towards mid-wicket. He'll get 1 run for this, as it's fielded by Charlesworth there. So Lyth to 4, Yorkshire 9 for 1, 232 more required.
And of course, for most of the county championship matches this season, these 2 in now, although the Yorkshire have lost a wicket, these 2 have opened the innings. So obviously they know each other pretty well this season, and it's as if they're opening the innings again, isn't it? You know, after losing a very early wicket.
Yeah, so often that's the case with number 3s the world over now, isn't it? Tom Price bowls to Hill, and that's another perler of a ball from George Hill, which from Tom Price to George Hill, but that one's moved away from George Hill, and it looked as if that moved quite considerably. So he does tend to get some in-swing to the right-handed as Tom Price, but this one was the one which angled in, and then, yeah, I looked at the replay of that one. That has moved substantially off the pitch. That's gone like a fast leg break. As David Payne bowls to Lyth, clip towards forward square leg, and there is no run. Graham Orange has taken a break, and alongside myself, Ed Seaborn, it's Jonathan Doidge.
Hey up. Michael Hickman has tweeted, 241 to win. Are you feeling confident or hopeful? Whoops. It's already 5 for 1.
Payne to Hill. Then over the wicket, pardon me, to Lyth, and Lyth opens the face, pushes towards the slip cordon, and it's fielded there by Chris Dent from third slip. There's no run. Would only have been a single down to third man anyway, but he prevented that.
Although it's not terrible batting conditions out there, and the pitch is still looking placid, fairly grey cloud cover overhead. You'd rather, or Yorkshire would rather, that there were clear blue skies and sunshine again.
Payne bowls to Lyth. That's a pleasant drive, which has been stopped by Hammond at mid-off. Again, not totally cleanly, but this time it didn't even go anywhere near as far away from him as the last one, and so there was no thoughts at all about that single. So I suppose, in some ways, from a Gloucestershire point of view, there could be a bit of a silver lining to the cloud of having been bowled out so quickly this morning. Well, not so quickly, but quickly enough. From Yorkshire's point of view, I would guess, as Lyth works that one down towards fine leg. Gloucestershire certainly acting as though they felt it was more inside edged down to fine leg. And Lyth gets another run. Yorkshire on to 10, and Lyth is on to 5. And it's quite a dark cloud, which is obscuring the sun at the moment, but I don't think it's going to bring any rain. I think it's mostly missing us. Particular one. It seems to be if we can see it, then we're all right, and if we can't see it, then there's a possibility of some rain. Payne bowls to the right-handed Hill. Hill will offer no shot to that one. Through it goes to Bracey.
We've been talking about the Warwickshire match against Hampshire. Hampshire 66 for 4 now. Oh. So first and foremost need to avoid the follow-on and score 122 or more.
Here's Payne, bowls to Hill, guided away towards backward point, but with no addition to the score, and that's the end of over number 4. Yorkshire are 10 for 1.
Let's not forget that at Old Trafford, Lancashire made 512, Surrey are 181 for 8, trailed by 331. Look like there may be a question of them following on there. If they were to lose that match, and Lancashire were to win that match, that puts pressure on Hampshire's second placing. So Hampshire would then have something to play for. So, unusual though it may seem, Yorkshire supporters might also be cheering on Lancashire to win that match. So therefore bringing the doubt about Hampshire retaining second place into the equation, meaning that they've got something to play for against Warwickshire in these last 2 days, apart from the pride that they would naturally have anyway. Here's Tom Price round the wicket to Lyth, who, well, on another day would have flicked that comfortably away for a boundary, but he's found the man at square leg to that full length, possibly even full toss delivery.
Yeah. He's very much got away with that one, Tom Price. I don't know whether he was attempting the Yorker or not, but it's very rare to see him bowl a full toss.
So Lancashire are 15 points behind Hampshire. But if they take winning points there, that means Hampshire are going to need something out of the game against Warwickshire to retain second place. And obviously with the prize money and all of the rest of it, then that comes into play as well, as Lyth picks off Tom Price for a single here. Price with that 1 wicket to fall on so far. James Wharton bowled for 4 off 3 in his previous over. I was in the press room when that happened and didn't quite get a full gauge on what had gone. Did he get an inside edge on it?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I actually didn't get a look at a replay, but I think he did, yeah.
3 slips in place then. Ringfield plus third man and long leg edge here by George Hill, and that has dropped just short of third slip. Hearts in mouth time for the White Rose, but he's survived.
Yeah, and I think now the inevitable is happening. A couple of steps closer. Had they been a couple of steps closer for that, Chris Dent would have taken that catch, and it looked to be a pretty genuine edge as well, which is why I think they have to take that step forward. Maybe another just little indication there, actually, how the pitch has potentially slowed a touch.
Price in again, and Hill leaves one tightish to about 4th stump. And through to Bracey. So, yeah, I think it was a genuine edge. I think what saved George, as is often the case, is that he didn't go hard at the ball. Soft hands is the mantra from him. So 11 for 1, 2 to come in the 5th over. Gloucestershire still the favourites here, but 230 more runs for Yorkshire to make. 4th innings of the match. And they have some capable players still within their ranks, as George Hill will testify, with a couple of sizable first-class centuries to his name this season. That lady's delivery pushed into the offside, and another dot.
I think one of the things I like most about Tom Price's bowling is how incredibly straight his arm is when he releases. You talk about seam position and how you're going to achieve that. His arm is just absolutely bolt upright every ball on release.
In comes Price again. That's dropped into the offside by Hill. End of the over, 11 for 1.
One thing oh, sorry.
Just to say, playing hours today, by the way, are as yesterday. So 12:30 lunch, 3:10 for tea, or 32 overs. But the scheduled close of play, rather than being 17:32, is 17:30 today.
Yeah. One thing we hadn't talked too much about was the race to promotion in Division 2, as Payne starts a new over now, bowls to Lythe, who squirts that one down towards third man, but along the ground, and for a run, Yorkshire to 12 for 1, Lythe on to 7, where if my calculations are correct, which they weren't yesterday, Middlesex are basically on a race to 400. So if they can get to 400 and then go on to draw, I believe they will be safe regardless of what Glamorgan do. In comes Payne. Now bowls to Hill and no stroke. Bracey takes fairly low down behind the stumps. Middlesex at the moment are 227 for 4 in reply to Worcestershire's 225. Eskenazi and John Simpson, who made my 11 of the season in the county championship, is the not-out pair at the moment. In comes Payne, bowls, tighter to off-stump this time. Payne letting George Hill know that he felt it was potentially too close to leave, but he judged it well, and Bracey takes. It still is extremely odd to me to see a Middlesex scorecard with Milan on, and to have to tell yourself, no, it's not David. Peter Milan made 93. Payne bowls to Hill, that's much wider of off-stump. And again, Hill's not interested in playing. But Middlesex, 228 for 4, plenty of batting to come. They might just scupper Glamorgan, who declared on 533 for 9 and have reduced Sussex to 171 for 6 in reply. Tom Haynes playing a little bit of a lone hand at the moment, 77 not out. Payne bowls to Hill. Hill has to play at this one, goes up onto his toes, plays it down into the ground and up to mid-off. And there is no run. James Harris, 3 wickets there. Michael Hogan, another terrific servant to his county in his final first-class match. Be an incredible story if he could help Glamorgan to be promoted to round off his career. As Payne is in to Hill, who tries to guide that one down to third man, but has got probably a bit too much bat on that and has pushed it straight to backward point. So another over is done. Yorkshire are 12 for 1, needing 229 runs further to win. But Glamorgan at the moment are doing what they need to do, but they will be keeping a very watchful eye on proceedings at New Road.
Where will we be next? Well, you know where you're going to be next year. I don't, and various others around the county, because with obviously we're thinking about it in club terms and playing terms, but you also kind of, you look forward to the fixtures. Where are you going to be commentating next year? You don't know whether it's Division 1 or 2. Who are you going to be with? Would it be Nick Webb with Glamorgan? Would it be Handy with Middlesex? And just going back to the permutations at the moment, or I will do after this first delivery of over number 7. Tom Price bowling here to the left-handed Adam Lyth with 3 slips in place. He leaves this first one through to Bracey. But 185 for 8 Surrey against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Still a long way behind, avoiding being asked to follow on if indeed Lancashire decide to do that. And you'd think probably why not, last game of the season. I know it's tough on the bowlers and all the rest of it, but just one more time, lads, for us, and see if we can have, finish off the season with a win against the champions. While ever that's a possibility, then that makes it more of a possibility that there will be a contrived Warwickshire-Hampshire attempt at a result, does it not? Because Warwickshire want that to try and win, and Hampshire will want that to try and retain second place. Tom Price's latest delivery pushed back up the pitch by Adam Lyth, so it kind of becomes a little bit more nervy but exciting at the same time because of what Lancashire are doing in their match at Old Trafford, and because of what appears to be happening between Warwickshire and Hampshire. 86 for 4, incidentally, Hampshire at the moment in their first innings. In comes Tom Price, driven firmly by Lyth, but straight to short extra cover. There's no run.
But who do Hampshire want to be in Division 1 next season? Do they look at Warwickshire and think, well, you're bound to make a few big signings, or a few more big signings, I should say, because I've already got Ed Barnard from Worcestershire after the season that he's had. Do they look at them and think, yeah, all right, well, we're not setting anything up here. We'll take third place to condemn you to relegation.
Kev James loves a trip to Scarborough. He loves a trip up there. He's done 2 of them this year. In comes Tom Price, and Lyth pushes to Van Buren coming round at mid-on. There's no run. But he did spend probably the first 3 days of the 4-dayer moaning about the Scarborough cold, and then sort of warmed to it, really. And by the time it came to the one-day match, where Hampshire beat Yorkshire in the RL50, he was loving it. So Hampshire at the moment, just to keep tabs on what's going on there, James Vince 23 not out from as many deliveries, and Ben Brown 9 from as many deliveries for that 86 for 4. They've still got the likes of a Nyron Donald who was brutal in that RL50 game at Scarborough. Keith Barker, James Fuller, Brad Wheel, Mohammed Abbas. So still got plenty of depth in the batting there as Lyth pushes this latest full length, possibly even full toss delivery by Price to Van Buren. No run.
Yeah, Donald got runs in the fixture between Gloucestershire and Hampshire down at the Aegeus Bowl, and it was a bizarre situation where Hampshire had sent in, I didn't even speak, Abbas and Abbott, both as night watchmen one evening, which meant that James Fuller was at number 11. It was a last wicket partnership between Donald and Fuller that gave Hampshire enough runs that they defended them.
In comes Tom Price again, dropped into the offside by Lyth, who remained on 7 at the end of that 7th over. Yorkshire 12 for 1. They need a further 229 runs to win this one. John Logan says, morning JD, further to a comment you made last evening regarding Warwickshire declaring and bonus points, together with another correspondence email regarding relegation. Quite simply, when Warwickshire declared last night and gave up the opportunity to score further batting bonus points, this meant that Kent was safe from relegation, as Kent have accrued maximum bonus points in the current match with Somerset. Even if Kent lose to Somerset and Warwickshire claim 3 bowling bonus points and beat Hampshire, they can't catch Kent. However, the Bears were very clever in their declaration, as they know if they can beat Hampshire...
Payne in to Hill, looking for a quick single out towards extra covers. A bit of hesitation from Lyth, but ball in the end wasn't picked up cleanly by Miles Hammond, and even if it had been, it would have had to have effected a ridiculous cross-bodied sidearm throw to throw the stumps down. So another run added, 229 more needed.
So, however, the Bears were very clever in their declaration, as they know if they can beat Hampshire, even with no further bonus points, and Yorkshire lose to Gloucestershire, then Yorkshire would be relegated, as Warwickshire have won more games than Yorkshire.
228 even. Scoreboard moved on me. Lyth worked towards mid-wicket. This delivery from David Payne, and there's no run there.
Marcus in Cirencester also wants to clarify the position regarding Kent and relegation. They've acquired the maximum 8 bonus points against Somerset, giving them 142, which puts them above Yorkshire. The Crick Info table, other tables like the BBC are available, does not include Kent's 5 batting points because that innings has not yet been completed.
Payne bowls to Lyth, and that's quite close to off stump, but Lyth would say he knew where that one was going. But I think Gloucestershire were feeling as if they were rather close to their second wicket there. It came back and missed by an inch, maybe.
He goes on, even though Kent have obviously gained those points by hitting over 400 inside 110 overs.
Payne bowls to Lyth, who is beaten by that one. He took a hand off the bat there as well. Rehearses a shot, sort of a motion like a dog with its tail between its legs there, Adam Lyth. And he got a ball which maybe just lifted a little bit on him, as well as moved away from him, with the previous ball having angled in. So Payne settling into a decent rhythm here this over in particular. As he's in now, bowls to Lyth, who is in behind that one, defending out towards extra cover. There's no run.
Richard Voidbass has emailed in BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, at EdCricket6 or at Jonathan Doidge on Twitter if you want to get in touch. He says, County Championship integrity. Thanks us for the comms, and says subtitles have been hilarious on the stream.
Oh gosh, yes,
we'll get to the body of his email in a moment.
Payne in, well wide of off stump, no shot from Lyth. That's the end of another over. Payne has just conceded 5 runs in his 4 overs so far, and that, I think we'd have to say in terms of potential chances, was the closest he's come to a wicket so far. He's bowling well. Yorkshire 13 for 1, needing 228 more.
But getting pretty gloomy, I've got to say, out there. No floodlights on at this moment in time, as we're 12 minutes away from the lunch break, 12:30. So Richard Voidbass goes on. Anyway, just a question. How can the County Championship be a fair competition when Yorkshire have played the top 4 twice each and Warwickshire have not? Surely we need more 4-day games, not less. Well, of course, it would be fair and square all round if everybody played each other home and away, and that has not been the case. And of course, Surrey haven't played Hampshire twice.
Well, that's it, isn't it? That's the one that normally gets mentioned, but that's a really good point that I didn't know about, actually, in terms of who Yorkshire have played.
Tom Price coming in from the Kirkstall Lane end, short ball, a controlled pull shot through mid-wicket by George Hill. He's going to bring him up at least a couple, and in fact he'll get back for a well-taken 3. So 5 to him, 16 for 1 Yorkshire. They'll now need a further 225 to win this. Yeah, I mean, to make it a fair comp, you've got to play each other home and away. Simple as that, isn't it? Yeah,
it's tricky. I suppose the NFL has uneven scheduling, one of the most lucrative sporting competitions in the world. But yeah, it's not great. But of course, the argument then would be, well, you need to reduce rather than increase.
In comes Price, and Lyth drops that into the leg side. No run. Yeah, they did it in rugby league for years. Going back, you know, they'd play 22 games, 12 teams in the Super League, 11 home and away, and then they'd have 6 loop fixtures, and it's still sort of similar principle. A game on the road, magic weekend, and then it would go on positions of, you played sort of 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, so you got a share of, if you like, good teams and bad teams from last year's campaign, but they're not necessarily winning good ones and bad ones this time around, I suppose. Lyth drops that out into the offside, and there is no run. Not easy when revenue is needed. Yeah. To keep things going, to make it balanced.
By the way, sorry, just as it's come through on my computer. Hampshire have lost a 5th wicket. 92 for 5. Ben Brown out for 9. Former Gloucestershire bowler Liam Norwell, who's back fit for Warwickshire for this match. 9.5 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 21.
Here comes Price to Lythe, drives into the offside. It's a half stop by Graham Van Buren, but he's not going to prevent them getting a single. Lythe on to 8, Yorkshire 17 for 1. Yeah, he's impressed me on the odd occasion I've seen him bowl, Liam Norwell. 3 for 21 he's got in that match there. So they're in a spot of bother here, Hampshire. And as I say, first and foremost, they need to get past that follow-on mark. Warwickshire 272 for 4 from their 70 overs. A reminder yesterday.
He's a difference maker, Liam Norwell, for them, for certain. And of course, they did sign Mohammed Siraj for the final 3 games, but it turned out only to be, or the final 4 games, I think it was, and it only turned out to be just the couple.
Price in again, worked a leg this time by George Hill. And a bit of fun, I think, at the expense of the Gloucestershire fielder, who was...
It's Dom Goodman on as a substitute.
A Dom as opposed to Don.
Yes, that old one.
Charles Kitching, by the way, has mailed in from Spain. Morning, everyone. Thank you for the observations on the members' meeting earlier. Given that the ECB is understandably concerned over the growth of a worldwide T20 circus, why haven't they invited IPL franchises to join the 100? Surely one of their biggest fears must be the franchises setting up in competition to the 100 in the Northern Hemisphere, perhaps in the USA. So why not get them on board instead of in opposition? More to come, because Price is coming in here to bowl to Hill, who drives nicely through the offside. And that might just about have the legs to make it to the northeast stand boundary for 4. No, Van Buren has done well in chasing it down. Brings it in a couple of metres short. And they're going to get back for 3. George Hill on to 8 and Yorkshire to 20 for 1, needing a further 221 to win. So Charles goes on. Thanks also for last night's conversation with TKC, which I felt raised more questions than answers. He said it would appear that due to the controversial sacking of all support staff, his post-concussion rehabilitation was ignored, and if so, what an indictment. I fully understand his desire to leave and wish him all the very best at Somerset. Thanks, Charles, for your message. That interview went up on BBC West Yorkshire Sport, the BBC Radio Leeds Twitter feed last night. If you're interested in a listen to Tom Kohler-Cadwell, not only on the match situation here, but on his reasons for leaving Headingley and going off to Somerset next year. Now then, this could be a vital moment in the outcome of not only this match, but Yorkshire's season, because Zafar Gohar, who took 5 for 40 from 14 overs and 7 maidens in the Yorkshire first innings, is being unleashed by Graham Van Buren for the first time in Yorkshire's second. And much earlier here, 9 overs have been bowled. He's got a relatively hard new ball to bowl with, left arm around the wicket, and Ed will call the over.
Yeah, I think it was something like 5 for 17 he ended up with after his first couple of overs, as he bowls the first ball to George Hill, who leans forward in defence. Zafar will field. So Zafar Gohar can't quite complete the 500 run 50 wicket double. Zafar in, bowls, and well, Gloucestershire thought they had the wicket there, but I think it must just have come off the pad and down in front of first slip, but it was a strangled appeal for LBW. 2 slips in place and a short leg. Zafar on 43 wickets now for the season, and down the pitch comes Hill, and that's a superb shot. He's slapped it past mid-off along the ground and for 4 runs. Good use of the feet there, and he made sure that he didn't hit it in the air, so there was not too much risk involved. Got to the pitch of the ball.
Yep, George Hill's agent, Graham Orange, approved of that, and he does use his feet really well against the spin. He backs himself every time. He's said this on his interviews a few times.
They're clearly not just going to let Zafar dictate terms here. 24 for 1, 217 more needed. Zafar bowls to Hill. It's a slower delivery. and it's pushed into the covers, and there is no run. That's an experienced spinner's move. That is just seen use of the feet, and then you take pace off the ball rather than put it on.
What I would say about backing yourself in both George and TKC's case are that, you know, some days you back yourself and you come off, and some days it proves your undoing.
Hill flicks this one through mid-wicket this time. Might well think about a second run here, and yet they're going to go for it. It was right between square leg and mid-on, so 6 runs off the first 5 deliveries that Zafar Gohar has bowled. Yorkshire now 26 for 1.
There's a definite different feel to the applause today. It's not that there's more people in the stadium, but it just, these runs mean more, don't they? So it's just heightened a little bit.
Zafar bowls to Hill, who's forward in defence. That ends the over. So runs off it. There was that one half appeal from Gloucestershire during it to underline that there is still going to be some threat from Zafar Gohar throughout, you would think. But Yorkshire off to a decent start in playing him. Finished in the end, if I can get the right tab, with 493 runs. Just fell a few runs short of that milestone and would need 7 of these remaining 9 Yorkshire wickets if he were to get to 50 wickets, but he'll be close enough, and he's missed a couple of the games this season anyway, so it's been a magnificent year for him.
Tom Price continuing at the Kirkstall Lane end. Bowls straight and full to Adam Lyth, who drives to mid-on where Van Buren fields no run. Alfred Minns Pads has pointed out, and thanks for this, exciting finish, isn't it, he said. I'd argue that Lancashire beating Surrey makes it less likely that Hampshire will want to contrive a game, as they would still only require a draw. Why take the risk? Good point. And you see, this is the problem when you've got permutations and points tables and all the rest of it. It's very difficult to work it out while you're sitting here live on the spot, and which is why I'm usually reluctant to say anything like that. Beautiful shot here by Adam Lyth as Tom Price over pitches and gives him a little bit of width outside off stump, and another Lyth signature shot, that extra cover drive.
And a no ball as well, so 6 runs from that one delivery. He does bowl a few no-ease, does Tom Price. I think it was just the one in the first innings. In fact, that might still be. Yes, it's the only no ball in the match, so that was just the second.
A few noes. Like that. Lyth on to 12 with that boundary. And he's gone here, has he? No, just short of third slip then by the looks of things. Difficult to tell if that carried or not. There were questions about one of the dismissals yesterday, that of Jonathan Tattersall, as to whether that had carried or not. It's in the book now. And that was another similar sort of feel about it. At first, it looked like he might have taken it clean.
Yeah, I thought it had fallen short, personally, but
I need to get my eyes tested, that's what you're saying, isn't it?
Well, I think after a few of my calls this morning, I can join you. Perhaps we can get a group deal.
Yeah, like that. Graham needs it anyway, he's an umpire. 32 for 1 as he bowls a full ball here, Tom Price, and that's dropped into the offside by Lyth, and there is no run.
From Tom Price's point of view, though, joking aside, he's had 2 catches now fall short of third slip, and actually what Lyth did, looking at the replay there, which is one of the reasons why it didn't carry, is he just at the last moment realised the ball was getting big on him, took a hand off the bat to deaden the impact. If he hadn't done that, I suspect it would have carried, but Chris Dent's got to be thinking, how close do I need to be at third slip?
Price again, and Lyth leaving with lunch in mind, because this will be the last over, I'm sure. 12:29 on the clock, still 2 balls remaining for Adam Lyth to try and negotiate. And don't forget, of course, in the first innings he ended up being out on what turned out to be the last ball of the day, and he was pretty livid about that, I think, that they came off for the light just afterwards. So maybe there's an element of also point to prove out there for Adam Lyth in that respect as well. Not that he needed any more motivation than winning this match for his county, as Price is in and Lyth drops that into the mid-wicket region, and again no run. Checking in at Old Trafford, Lancashire 512, Surrey 185 for 8 there.
They're 209 all out.
Oh, my apologies.
According to
I need to refresh then a bit more.
According to this card anyway. They've been bowled out for 209.
Well done, you.
Tom Hartley, 3 wickets. Will Williams, 3 wickets as well. And the latest score I've got at Edgbaston, Hampshire, 104 for 5.
Price round the wicket to Lyth, who drives back down the pitch to the final ball of the session, and that will be 4 runs straight beneath our commentary position. Beautiful straight drive from Adam Lyth, who'll finish the session 16 not out. George Hill with him on 14 not out. A partnership so far worth 31 unbroken for the second wicket. Tom Price 1 for 25 from 6. And at lunch, Yorkshire then 36 for 1 from 11 overs, needing a further 205 runs to win this match one way or another, with 66 overs remaining on day 3. You feel that unless the weather intervenes, this is going to be done today.
Yeah, I think so. And from Yorkshire's point of view, I suppose perhaps one of the things that they would have been saying is looking back to that chase that they effected earlier on this season against Gloucestershire. David Malan led Yorkshire to that victory by 6 wickets. They ended up 213 for 4 in their final innings. So they know they've done it before against Gloucestershire. Different pitch, different circumstances, of course, but it still just add to that sense of confidence they might have in chasing this down. I suppose the only good thing about that last ball there was that Graham Van Buren could just run all the way into the pavilion, having pursued the ball right to the gap where the players go through the advertising boards and over for their lunch. But an early wicket for Gloucestershire. They would, I'm sure, as ever, you always want one more. You would especially have loved to have got Adam Lyth. They are creating chances out there, though. There have been a couple of edges short of third slip, and it is doing enough, I think, out there that Gloucestershire would still feel confident that they've got enough. But it's only just over 200 runs, and Yorkshire have only lost the 1 wicket, so things are set up rather well for the afternoon.
They are indeed. Yorkshire need 205 more runs to win, or Gloucestershire 9 wickets. Ed, Graham and myself will be back with you for ball-by-ball coverage when they return. Well, good afternoon and welcome back from Headingley, where the players are making their way back out to the middle with umpires Ian Blackwell and James Middlebrook for session 2 on day 3. Adam Lythe, patient before lunch and played a lovely shot to complete that morning session. Straight drive for 4, took him to 16. And George Hill not out on 14. That's 11 overs into Yorkshire's second innings. They're now 36 for 1. Needed 241 to win at the outset, so therefore a further 205 from this point on. There was the significant moment of the introduction of Zafar Gohar, or perhaps significant moment just before the lunch break. 1 over for 6, took 5 for 40 of course in the first innings. And he's going to be opening things up then from the Howard stand end. Short leg in place, slip, backward square leg, straight mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Extra cover, squarer cover, and a man backward of point. And Zafar then hands his sweater to James Middlebrook, who waves above our heads to the scorers. And here is Zafar left arm coming in to bowl to George Hill, who pushes forward. Bit of bat, bit of pad involved in that, out to extra cover, no run. Jonathan Doidge with you to start with this afternoon, along with Graham Orange. And we have Ed Seaborn of BBC Bristol as well with us throughout this match, of course. Hill pushing into the offside again. No run. We've been well fed today, G. Pork,
Yes.
potatoes, lots of greenery.
Absolutely.
Broccoli.
Yeah, can't complain.
Very nice. When we eventually found it out the back corridor.
Yes.
Zafar in, use of feet by Hill, lovely shot. Great start to the afternoon session by George Hill, and very keen against the spinners, as we said on the introduction of Zafar before the break. And a stride and a half down and bang, straight along the deck all the way to the Howard stand for 4.
Well, he certainly backs his ability, doesn't he, George Hill? And this is now looking a little bit more promising for Yorkshire, 40 for 1. And Hill has overtaken Adam Lythe. He's now on 18. George Hill, Adam Lythe on 16.
201 then to win. Now then it was so straight that it ended up on the discarded covers at the Howard stand end, the tarpaulin. And it's prompted a flick of the ball to umpire James Middlebrook. It's been dried on the sweater of Zafar. James Middlebrook still involved. Graham Van Buren, as the Gloucestershire skipper, also having his 2 penneth. And Zafar continues to rub it on his pants as well. It looks as though James Middlebrook has said, no, it's all right to carry on, just get it dried and get on with it. But it's obviously not going to help Zafar's grip on the ball if there's any significant amount of moisture on it. Seam might have got wet perhaps. Van Buren continues to shine and now flicks it back to Zafar then. 40 for 1 Yorkshire following that lovely stroke by George Hill. And here's Zafar round the wicket. Hill pushes out to extra cover. And there's no run. You can get in touch on at Jonathan Doidge or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. As Hill working this one to mid on this time. And they scamper through for 1, taking him on to 19. The score of 41 for 1. Good afternoon to you, Steve Briers, or could it be Briers? It's one of those names, isn't it, that gets pronounced differently depending on what you fancy. Richard Briers, actor, The Good Life.
The
or
Good Life.
Lee Briers, former St Helens, Warrington,
yeah.
Welsh Rugby League, Wales Rugby League player, not Welsh, I don't think, but Wales.
Yeah.
Same spelling, different pronunciation. So we'll hopefully got it right one way or the other, Steve, unless you call yourself Steve Briers, perhaps. Who knows?
Oh dear. I doubt it.
Adam Lythe, 16 not out. We'll come to Steve's email in a mo, because Zafar's just switched to bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Leg slip as well as short leg and slip. And Adam Lythe pushes forward. blocks that to complete the over. 200 more to win for Yorkshire at 41 for 1. And Steve says, thanks for another fantastic season of commentary. Just wanted to add my thoughts, he says, on the structure of the calendar. It's clear there's far too much cricket and the quality is not what it was as a result. I don't bother with the international cricket scene anymore. It doesn't interest me in the slightest. The introduction of the 100 feels like an absolute betrayal from the ECB. Why not throw the same money at the blast and get that on the BBC? Our sporting culture is not about franchises, and these so-called new fans will not be around for the long term. Ajit Singh Dale coming into the attack at the Kirkstall Lane end to start the afternoon session. Steve goes on, I believe that 10 championship games doesn't have to be a bad thing, but they need to be of high quality, which is why I believe the structure should be similar to football in that counties don't play when England do. A high quality 5-match test series per summer and 10 quality championship games in between. Dale in, strays down the leg side, nicely played by George Hill. He gets a little tickle on that. Fine for 4. 45 for 1, he's on to 23. So he goes on, yeah, a high quality 5 test match series per summer with 10 quality championship games in between. And why not play the One Day Cup 1 game a week for the first part of the season, with the Blast replacing it at its conclusion? Why this obsession with blocks? The second 11 championship should be expanded so that all counties play the full 17 games. Again, the standard would be higher because England players would be playing championship cricket. County cricket is the most important thing for many of us, and I'm glad the counties have some power in upcoming decisions. However, history shows us that they often prioritise short-term financial gain over what's best for cricket. That's Steve Tyke in exile in Devon, he says. Good to hear from you. Thanks for your comments, as Dale's latest delivery is dropped into the offside by Hill for a dot.
I think he makes some excellent points there, and for me the quality word there, the main word is quality. I mean,
yeah, and I also think that I've thought about this myself, the One Day Cup, why can't you just play a championship game and then a One Day Cup match at the end of that week? And do you have to start the championship on the same day every week? I know we don't quite do that, but there's a bit of variation in the season, but we'll often get a block of Monday starts or Tuesday starts, whatever it might be. Here again is Dale, and that is worked wide of mid-on by George Hill, who went for 1. There's still a little bit of the jitters about the running at times. They were thinking about a second, thinking about it. No. So he's on to 23, 45 for 1. 196 more needed.
Do you know, I wouldn't mind the county championship going down to 10 games per county if the quality was increased, and that could be guaranteed, because I don't suppose you can guarantee that. If there was some way you could do it. I also mentioned to you off air about this review. Does it mention second 11 cricket? And that was mentioned in the message there. A break off here.
Because Dale's coming in, right arm over, bowling to Lyth across the face of him and left.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think second 11 cricket should be looked at, and there doesn't seem to be much structure about it at the moment. And it seems fairly ad hoc in terms of the matches played. If that could be improved, you know, and that would filter through, of course, to the first 11s, and that would be a good thing. But he's made some excellent points there. But as I say, the main word for me there is quality.
Dale again. It's again once more across the face of Adam Lyth with an easy leave for him. And he'll welcome a few of those to get himself back in and used to the light, used to the pace of the pitch out there and the pace of the bowling. It's a little bit brighter overhead than it was towards the back end of that morning session when we had a fairly sizable black cloud right over the top of the ground. A fair bit of blue sky in between some fairly fluffy cotton wool clouds at this moment in time. And no floodlights on for those listening and not watching. Ground, no sunshine on it at this moment in time. Dale, again, very similar delivery to Adam Lyth, who leaves one slanted across him. It's the end of the 13th over of Yorkshire's second innings, 46 for 1. Lyth on 16, Hill 24. Yorkshire needing a further 195 runs to win, but have a quick check back in elsewhere, and I will press refresh before I say anything, having made a bit of a Horlicks of that one earlier. And still showing at lunch at Canterbury, at Edgbaston, at Old Trafford, and also at Northampton. And in fact, only one other game in play right this moment in time is in Division 2, where Durham are 155 for 7, trailing Nottinghamshire by an enormous 507 runs. So Ajit, not Ajit Dale, Zafar Gohar is going to continue, unless Ajit Dale's switched ends and he's going to bowl left arm spin. Here is Zafar. George Hill using his feet here, but not playing that one convincingly. Slicing it away towards the top edge of the bat, out to backward point. No run.
Yes, he's taking the positive approach here, George Hill, but he's got to get it right.
As we welcome listeners once again from 5 Sports Extra, with Zafar Gohar in again from the Howard stand end, and George Hill playing this more convincingly, backward of point. No run. George Hill on 24, Adam Lyth on 16. Yorkshire have advanced from 36 for 1 to 46 for 1 in the 2 overs and 2 balls we've had here at Headingley since lunch. Lovely straight drive by George Hill off the previous over by Zafar Gohar, who's just fumbled one that Hill pushed back to him. Still a short leg in place and a slip. There's a deep, not deep, there's a backward square leg and a backward point. A square cover, extra cover, mid on and mid offset, a little bit deeper than normal. George Hill has a cut at this one and has got a top edge over the top of first slip and will get lucky on this occasion. 4 runs, but it wasn't particularly convincing. He's on to 28. Yorkshire, well, they've lost the 1 wicket, but they've made it to their first half century. 50 for 1 after 13.4.
Yes, a stroke of a slice of luck there for George Hill. He gets 4 runs for it as he continues to be very positive.
Gohar in and stretching at this one, George. One that missed off stump and went past the outside edge.
That certainly turned that one.
Yep, could be an interesting little period this. As we said, George backs himself against spin, and Zafar clearly backing himself against George. So which way is it going to go? George Hill winning this particular little argument by getting over the top and pushing it out into the offside. Last ball of Zafar's 3rd over. He's gone for 15 here, which is an indicator that Yorkshire are taking him on. But of course, he did go for a few early on in his first in the first innings, and then finished up with 5 for 40.
Yeah, absolutely. So he won't be too concerned at the moment. But less than 200 to win now for Yorkshire, 191 to be precise. And you know, as long as these two can just keep accumulating, then Yorkshire will feel that you know, they can reach this target. Long way to go yet, though.
Here's Ajit Dale, 1 over for 5 thus far at the Kirkstall Lane end. Lovely drive, Adam Lyth, super stuff from him. And that will reach the boundary for 4. It's slowing up on its way there, but it always looked likely to be enough through extra cover. It just plays that shot so well. And regular listeners will know it's one of those that I love watching. It's just a beautiful cricket shot.
It certainly is, absolutely. And, you know, one thing, you know, regarding this 4th innings is that the pitch seems to be holding up. Of course, it's the 3rd day today. It's not the 4th day, 3rd day. But, of course, Gohar's getting a bit of turn, as he did in the first innings. But I think, you know, you get full value for your shots out there. And that was a lovely drive for 4 by Adam Lyth.
Dale again over the wicket, wider of off stump, and when you look at that delivery, that was right there for him to really get his hands to it and drive it through the covers for 4 more, but he's kind of clothed it back towards mid-off in the end. More obvious 4 ball really, but he didn't take full toll. Adam Lyth remains on 20, 54 for 1.
Yeah, still an attacking field, as you would expect, of course, because you know, Gloucestershire need to take these wickets. And they're attacking these Yorkshire batsmen.
Dale coming in, 3 slips waiting for opportunities, but not with this delivery, which was straight. Adam Lyth safely negotiates it. Of course, Lyth in the Yorkshire first innings made 44 from 88 deliveries, and considered, by all accounts, considered himself very unlucky, and was pretty disappointed that he was out in fairly gloomy conditions, and then the umpires decided that that was enough for the day without any further ball being bowled. He's got his second chance here. Dale coming round the wicket to him, just trying to tuck him up a little bit. He pushes that out into the offside, where it's fielded by Miles Hammond. No run. Conveniently, Miles has a number 88 on his back here. It's one of the Gloucestershire fielders in the woolly sweaters, no numbers on. Some have gone for the more modern approach and do have indicators behind, as it were.
Yes, Dale is getting a bit of pace now. He's a strong boy, this bowler.
Here he is again. Tries to tighten things up once more with Adam Lyth, who's right across, covering about 4 stumps and shoulders arms. Elsewhere at Edgbaston, Hampshire, Yorkshire supporters will be delighted to know are within 150 runs of Warwickshire at 126 for 5. So they've avoided the possibility of being asked to follow on. Surrey, meanwhile, are doing that against Lancashire. 209 all out. They're 4 without loss second time around. Still a very meaty 299 runs behind. As Ajit Dale is in, round the wicket again, wide of off stump. Adam Lyth leaves. 15 overs complete in Yorkshire's second innings. 54 for 1. Yorkshire now needing a further 187 more runs to win. Still feels at this moment in time like that is a long way off. But I think if you're looking for positives, Yorkshire supporters, then there's always a potential for a good ball, Graham, but this pitch still looks to be, no major evils in it at all.
Yeah, that's the point I was making, absolutely. And, they can play their shots with confidence. And, this could still be a tight finish, this game.
George Hill on 28, back on strike. And Zafar Gohar, left arm round the wicket from the Howard stand end. Headingley in the shade at the moment. And we do have another fairly sizable grey tinged cloud overhead, as that was a dot first up. Zafar in again. George Hill steps back and cuts firmly, and he's got it away through extra cover, and we'll get 4 runs out towards the Western Terrace side of the ground. Very well executed shot, and that takes this second wicket partnership past the 50 mark. 53 from 89 balls, 32 of them now to George Hill, 19 of them to Adam Lyth, who has 20 on the board to his name.
Yes, he took full advantage of that short ball from the bowler. Gohar, Zafar Gohar.
George, of course, made 12 first time around from 17 deliveries. So up in the ante here as he plays this latest one to short leg along the deck. No run. Played just about 20 minutes of this afternoon session so far. And Yorkshire adding 22 runs. It feels like they're taking the positive approach to trying to rub off this score. And why wouldn't you? 183 though is still required for them to do so with the 9 wickets they have standing. Here's Zafar again, floats one up. George Hill solidly behind it. Dot ball. We know George can play the long game. 151 at Northampton earlier in the season, 130 odd as well since then, and more contributions besides that. Here's Zafar once more. George Hill playing out to extra cover. There's been 1 or 2 moments as well where randomly, having looked set, he's given it away in recent times, and he'll want to, I'm sure, learn from that. as he drops that out into the offside point. And there is no run. He's on 32 then. As I say, the partnership worth 53. 16 gone. Yorkshire 58 for 183 more needed.
Yeah, although they're taking the positive, sort of actions, it's still attritional, isn't it? Which it's the beauty about county cricket, like the 4-day game. Well, that might not go to 4 days in this particular game, but yeah, it's I just find it so fascinating. Because as I say, Gloucestershire have got to take, if they're going to win this match, obviously got to take another 9 wickets. So they've got to be fairly attacking, but that'll leave quite a few spaces for the Yorkshire batsmen to take advantage of.
Hampshire 137 for 5 at Edgbaston. As Dale is in, and that's cracked square on the offside by Adam Lyth. Executed it well in the sense that he timed it pretty well, but unfortunately for him, he didn't execute the placement that well because he hit it straight to point. Otherwise, that would have been a boundary. They've set the man back at deep backward square. Adam Lyth is a very, very good puller of the ball. Another one of those shots that you love to see. And maybe they're going to test him out here. It's a fairly lengthy boundary out to the east side of the ground, by the standards of some we see at Headingley. But Dale throws one up wide of off stump and can't tempt Adam Lyth into a false flashing sort of a drive. Still those 3 slips in place.
Yes, it's Dale's action is all in the shoulders, isn't it? And is sort of just producing quite a bit of pace now, generating quite a bit of pace.
Black sweatband on his left wrist. This comes into bowl right arm over the wicket from very wide on the crease. Round the wicket, my apologies, from very wide on the crease, and it's wide of Adam Lyth's off stump. And he leaves well alone. Lyth has been out there for a total of 63 minutes of batting time either side of lunch. Faced 51 deliveries for his 23 boundaries. George Hill 5 boundaries himself. Has looked fluent. 32 off 46. And he's been out there 3 minutes fewer because of course James Wharton opened. Now there's a little bit of sunshine poking through for the first time in this afternoon session. Dale in again, once more round the wicket, once more too wide to tempt Adam Lyth.
Yes, the light is pretty decent now. I mean, of course, it was a glorious day yesterday. Sunshine all the way through, just about. And I think the smattering of members that are engrossed in this are saying that the crowd is probably a little bit bigger than we think, because a lot of members came this morning at 9:30 to go into the long room to have their views taken into account regarding the strategic review by the ECB.
Dale round the wicket, angled in towards Lyth, who's solidly behind it, no run. And also probably a free cup of tea, was it?
I didn't get one.
Oh, you didn't get a free cup of tea? I'd be complaining.
I tell you what I did get. I've just got, in the last 10 minutes, they said that each member would get an email for their views. I've already got it.
Have you?
Yeah, that was pretty quick.
Have you replied saying, I didn't get a free cup of tea?
We got one at the EGM at the start of the season. Anyway.
Just tea or biscuits as well?
No, we got biscuits as well then. Yeah, we did.
Oh, lovely. Here's, oh, that's a beautiful shot. Absolutely superb shot by Adam Lyth. Dale over pitching. He's been trying to tempt Adam Lyth outside off stump, and he just tightened things up a little bit more, which then did tempt Adam Lyth to go right through with that shot. And having left well in that over, he's absolutely nailed that cover drive and picks up 4. 24 to him, 62 for 1. 179 more needed to win.
Dare I say it, these two looking really good, Nick, don't they?
No, don't say it.
Okay, I won't say it then. But a good start from Yorkshire. Well, say a good start. They were 5 for 1, but these two, Lyth and Hill, have done very well to hit the score into 62 for 1.
Oh, you've not been out there and done it yourself. Those are the shots that really are really impressive, where you see the quality of a player who just leans on the ball, times it superbly, didn't go through by any stretch of the imagination with that shot, and it's still zinging its way to the cover boundary. Dot ball to start with from Zaffer there to George Hill.
Yeah, it was a timing, wasn't it? Have you not played a shot like that, JD?
Can't remember that many. If I'd have played a shot that went in the same direction, I would have hit it. But it's just the way he just leans on that. It's just
timing.
Beautiful to watch. That's what you pay your money to come and see, isn't it? That sort of quality. As they drop out a sweeper here, square on the offside, he'd be the better part of 10 yards in from the boundary. Still short leg and slip in place, and a short extra cover has been brought in as well. Catching position maybe about 15 yards from the bat. George Hill steps back to this delivery, which looks like it rushes onto him a little bit and maybe doesn't bounce quite as much as he thought. He's managed to negotiate it, but there was a hand on head from Zaffer, and you can understand why.
Yeah, they thought they were in business there, Gloucestershire.
62 for 1. Hill on 32. Waits, and Zaffer's in again. This time he uses his feet once more. Has driven it firmly up to mid-off, but he's set deeper than normal by a few yards, and that enables them to get through for 1.
Yep, again, the positive action. It doesn't seem, if he plays a bad shot, as it were, he's not fazed by it. That's very impressive for a young man. But it's still a bit of gardening by Adam Lyth, so the umpire holds his arm out to make sure that the ball doesn't come through. And have to wait till Lyth is now ready, which he almost is. He's just looking on the leg side there, but he now takes his stance.
Leg slip, orthodox slip, short leg in place. Zaffer left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Lyth, who pushes the ball back to him. Got a sweeper out at mid-wicket. The man 45 behind square has been moved wider and more into a saving 2 than 1 type position. As Zaffer's in again, and Lyth has a little peck at this and flicks it leg side-ish, where mid-wicket does the fielding. 1 to come in the over.
Is that a batting term, a peck?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is now.
It is now. Yep.
Part of the Doidgy batting dictionary. Here's Zaffer again, and Adam Lyth tries to work this backward of square, but foot poked out at short leg means that there's no run in the end. 63 for 1 at the end of the 18th, 178 more needed to win. Still takes a lot of getting that, and I'm sure that the majority of White Rose supporters will be thinking at this stage, you've got yourselves in here, partnership is 58, cash in while you can, do not give this away.
Absolutely.
Because as we've seen at parts of this match, wickets have fallen in clumps, as one of our correspondents mentioned earlier. It's not that easy to start. Dale from the Kirkstall Lane end. 3 overs for 13 so far. Bowling to George Hill. Fades one down the leg side first up. Good tumbling stop by James Bracey. He'll do this over, and then we'll bring in Ed Seaborn.
Yeah, it's engrossing cricket, this. Absolutely engrossing. You can't take your eyes off it.
Surrey 9 without loss in their second innings, following on against Lancashire. 294 behind, and at Edgbaston, teeth in. Hampshire 155 for 5, 117 behind against Warwickshire, who declared, of course, on 272 for 4 late yesterday. Dale in here, lovely shot. George Hill takes one hand off it. Maybe the bounce was a little less even than he'd first anticipated, but I think he made the adjustment very well there. And he's got it away through extra cover for 3 runs in the end. It's been reeled in about a yard short of the scoreboard area on the northeast side of the ground. So again, the shot of a player who's got used to the pace of this pitch, really. Maybe, as I say, didn't quite bounce as he'd first anticipated, but that was a good adjustment by George Hill. 36 for him now. 66 for 1, 175 more runs if Yorkshire are to win this, or 9 more wickets for Gloucestershire to do the same.
Yes, we keep ticking the runs off if you're a Yorkshire supporter.
Here's Dale. Tucks Adam Lythe up, but he negotiates that straight delivery that was just short of length. Nicely enough. Bright sunshine at the moment. Best part of the day so far. And there is a fair old break right overhead in the cloud. So these two batsmen will be happy with that. Less so the Gloucestershire bowlers, although Zafar won't mind the dry conditions to bowl in, I'm sure. Ajit Singh Dale, halfway through his 4th over, has gone for 16 now. Comes in past umpire Blackwell, straight. Similar delivery to the ball before, but this time Lythe has a bit more of a sighter about it and is able to just flick that square on the leg side for an easy single.
Yes, plenty of space there for a single for the left-handed Lythe. And there's 2 balls to go in this over. And George Hill will face on 36.
Dale switching to bowl over the wicket to the right-handed George Hill. Stands tall. In comes Dale. It's a good length delivery. Turned to mid-wicket. No run. Bit of movement round the edges. Somebody returns from the bar in the long room out there in the east stand. Smattering of spectators out there. Definitely very much coat order, even though it is sunny. Feels warm in the commentary box here, but that's the greenhouse effect from some pretty sizable panes of glass in front of us. But it certainly looks like it doesn't feel that way outside. It might pop out actually during this next little spell off, and see if I can top up the tan. Here's Dale bowling to Hill. There's an appeal for LBW to a ball that looks like it's going down. Perhaps Ian Blackwell shared the view, or maybe there was even bat involved. Either way, not out. End of the 19th, Yorkshire 67 for 1, Lythe 25, Hill 36. And that means that Yorkshire now require a further 174 more runs if they're to win this match. Gloucestershire needing 9 wickets. Hampshire 155 for 5, I think, is still the score at Edgbaston. Let's just check in on that once again. Yeah, 155 for 5, and Surrey 11 without loss. Second time around. Graham back with you shortly. First of all, though, it's the return of Ed.
Thank you very much. Yeah, not a huge amount happening really at the moment for Gloucestershire, not even for Zafar Gohar, who is going to have to be the one, you felt, to do the bulk of the damage if Gloucestershire were to win this match, as Lythe faces up to him, takes a couple of steps down the pitch, but then checks his shot, just pushes the ball out in front of him. So at the moment, Zafar, he's wicketless, and they've scored at a pretty decent rate against him as well. Zafar in and bowls. Again, Lythe is just skipping down the pitch, but he's getting himself well outside the line anyway, so he's not going to be out doing that, but Zafar managed to defeat him a little in the flight that time.
Yes, he's got 1 or 2 to grip and turn. There's plenty of time yet for him. He's only in his sixth over. Sixth over.
Zafar to Lythe. Lythe works with the turn, fielded at short leg.
As a spinner, he's just getting into his rhythm, isn't he, really? You know, joking apart, I mean, you know, only in his 6th over.
Yeah, true. I guess also, though, as Zafar moves in now, bowls, and Lythe is beaten by that one. Gloucestershire are going up for it. James Bracey was off, but Zafar, crucially, hadn't gone up for it. And if Zafar doesn't go up, it's a fairly safe bet that it's not out. But there was turn and bounce there for Zafar Gohar. So
yeah, I think it was outside the off stump playing a shot, wasn't he?
Bit of encouragement, at least, from Gloucestershire's point of view there. Something to get a little energised about. But still, just the 1 wicket. These runs are ticking down. Zafar wide of the crease this time. Lythe calm as you like. Almost if a defensive shot can be flowing, that one was.
It was.
It's into the leg side.
And as we've been saying, it's still a good pitch, isn't it? So if Yorkshire are bowled out, they've got not many excuses, really.
Zaffer bowls, wide delivery, which is driven by Lyth through the covers. They'll get 2 for this. I suspect that's all they will get, as the ball's picked up one-handed by Graham Van Buren from mid-off. And so it is 69 for 1 at the end of 20 overs. Zaffer 6 overs for 22. But I think we talked about this potential for this to be a new ball pitch, and therefore the worry is now, who's going to take these wickets if it's not going to be Zaffer?
Yeah, because they look fairly comfortable against the seamers, don't they?
At this point.
At this point they do,
yeah.
has to be said. And of course, you know, they took the early wicket of Wharton with the new ball to reduce Yorkshire to 5 for 1. But they've gone on to 69 for 1.
I don't think they bowled badly at all with the new ball, really. I wouldn't have said so. Dale bowls. That one comes back in towards George Hill, pushes out towards backward point. There is no run. Payne certainly kept it tight, 4 overs for 5. Tom Price actually did end up a tad expensive, but did also take the 1 wicket to fall.
Yeah,
so
I think you've got to praise, as it were, the Yorkshire batsmen. You know, that they've batted well, haven't they?
Yeah, I think so.
It's nothing against the Gloucestershire bowlers. You know, these two, Lyth and Hill, have batted well.
I'm often accused of giving the opposition too much credit, but I'm finding it difficult not to do so in this particular instance for the most part. Dale bowls to Hill. That's a very good looking forward defence from George Hill. Goes out into the covers and there's no run. I think there's no question that Dale hasn't had quite the same potency as he did in the first innings, but that's not necessarily his fault. It's difficult to get a read on things, really. I mean, things seemed to change as the morning session went on. Things certainly changed from the morning session to the evening session the day before as well. Dale is in, and that's an in-swinger, and it's out. LBW. Ajit Dale has struck, and it's a second wicket. George Hill stands there, is staring at the floor. He's not looking at umpire Blackwell, who gave him his marching orders. That one really did seem to hoop in, unlike some of the others. And it certainly was full. There was no question it was going over the top. I think that the only questions were potential inside edge. I didn't think it had done too much on first look, but George Hill has gone. Ian Blackwell's opinion is the only one that matters, and yeah, I think if he's not nicked that looks pretty out to me.
We've looked at the replay, and yes, to me that's out. And the ball did come in. It certainly swung in, and that's a very good delivery by Dale. We've just been saying that, you know, the seamers have been, you know, fairly impotent, but not that time.
No, and it might almost have been a temptation to remove Dale from the attack, because he has often bowled spells of just 4 overs, but gave him the extra one, and he's produced the wicket. And I suppose it, you know, for all I've been saying about not that much happening out there, what the players have said, and Jack Taylor in particular last night thinking of, is that there is still a ball out there with your name on it potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And I don't know whether that was a bit of reverse from Dale, whether we've just got through that period between the new ball and maybe it's already started to reverse. I say there's a 21st over, it's quite early, but I've seen it this season before.
Yeah, it certainly swung in, didn't it? Quite appreciably, really. And to me, that was hitting middle and off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Middle and off, not even halfway up, actually.
Oh, no. I mean, height was never a factor there. Now I've got Tom Kohler-Cadmore in his last innings for Yorkshire.
In comes Dale then to bowl to Kohler-Cadmore, who's looking for a single as he pushes out into the covers. Cover's quite deep. Might just about have made it if they'd gone through for it, but they decided not to.
No, I think it's the right decision not to go for a run there. And of course, Kohler-Cadmore is you know, he likes to get on with it. So this is going to be very, very interesting what happens here.
Yeah.
because if he does, if it's all ifs and buts, isn't it? But if he does get away, you know, from Gloucestershire, this could be interesting.
If he's there at 10-3,
yeah,
then I reckon there's every chance that Yorkshire have come close to wrapping it up. Dale bowls to Kohler Cadmore, pushed into the covers. This time a delivery with a bit of bounce there, seemingly. Kohler Cadmore did well to ride it, and he's just rehearsing a shot where he gets even taller there and gets even further on top of it, might be able to score some runs from it.
It's the old conundrum, I don't know what you think, Ed, is, you know, if you're an attacking batsman, as it were, do you still play that way no matter what the situation is, or do you bat to the situation? It is a conundrum, isn't it?
Well, it is, but it's also, I think if I were an attacking player, I would actually look at this situation and think that's exactly what was required from me. Dale bowls to Kohler Cadmore, who's looking to defend there and misses it. There was a brief inquiry about caught behind, but Dale's bowled by far his best over there. I think he looks much more comfortable when he's bowling over the wicket to when he's bowling around.
Yes.
And
yes.
I think I see why he was bowling round, but I just think his action looks so much better. I think when he, I don't know, it's just my perception, which could be wrong, but when he bowls from round the wicket, I don't think he accelerates through the crease the same way.
You're probably right. And of course, he's been bowling round the wicket to left-handed Adam Lyth, and Lyth has played him pretty well.
He has, yeah.
Yeah.
I also think it potentially it negates some of Dale's natural movement, which is into the right-hander.
Yeah.
And if he bowls round the wicket to Lyth, I don't think he's quite managed to get that away swing because it's all on the angle going into the left-hander.
That's right.
But anyway, he's got the wicket that over. Hill LBW to Dale for 36, and it is Zafar Gohar continuing to bowl to Adam Lyth, and Lyth keeps him out. First ball picked up at slip. Also,
as an umpire, when a quickish bowler reverts to bowling round the wicket, you've got to be aware that he doesn't go in the protected area as well.
Zafar bowls to Lyth, who drives and skews it up towards mid-on, and then looks disgruntled that he actually didn't come through for the single. I think Zafar left that, not necessarily realising how deep Hammond was at mid-on. But anyway, Lyth doesn't get a run for it. Zafar bowls to Lyth, worked away out towards deep mid-wicket. This will be a run for Lyth, on to 28, 70 for 2. Talked about these two as the prize wickets potentially as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. That's no disrespect to the others, but in terms of experience, Lyth, in terms of danger, Kohler Cadmore, this is the pair they wanted at the crease, possibly a little earlier than they got them, but now feels as if it's going to be the key point in this chase.
Yes, and don't forget there's the added point that this is Kohler Cadmore's last innings for Yorkshire, so he'll want to go out with a good score.
Extra determination.
Yeah.
I can tell you that at Edgbaston, Hampshire are 170 for 6. They've lost the wicket of Anirin Donald for 36. James Vince is still there, though, 60 not out from 66 deliveries. Hampshire trail by 103. Keith Barker to the crease. Here is Zafar bowling to Kohler Cadmore, who plays with immaculate defence right back up the pitch. Well, he's not showing any signs of doing anything too crazy at the moment.
No.
Long off and long on. Well, actually, I mean, technically it's a deep mid off and deep mid on, but they're both pretty deep. 3/4 of the way back. Zafar bowls to Kohler Cadmore, who defends out up the surface. Ball just emerged from behind Kohler Cadmore as I looked at it for a moment. I wondered if he had played and missed, but the ball just peeped out from behind him, as it were, or in front of him, I suppose I should say.
But going back to the Warwickshire-Hampshire match, I mean, it could be that Hampshire could well declare.
In comes Zafar bowls. Kohler Cadmore comes down the pitch, hits this one in the air, down towards long on, and it has gone over long on, and that is 6 for Kohler Cadmore. You felt it had to come at some point. It took him all of, well, 5 deliveries to have a look at it, and then his 6th, he goes for 6 and gets it. 76 for 2, and 165 more required by Yorkshire.
Yes, dare I say it, that was a typical Kola Cadmore shot, and finally it was 6. Of course, he got out to Zafar Gohar in the first innings, didn't he?
He's not even looked at that. He's pulled the no-look 6.
Yeah.
A la the Spice Man,
Yes.
Andre Fletcher was one of the first I saw doing that. He's not looked at that as he's hit that for 6. That's naughty.
But I think it was in the slot, wasn't it?
It was.
It was in the slot.
Well, he used his feet. He measured the flight
Yeah,
perfectly, picked it, and he knew before he'd hit it, it was going for 6. Dale in and bowls to Lyth. Short arm pull out towards deep forward square leg, and there'll be another single there. 77 for 2. Lyth on to 29.
It's not a bad way to get off the mark, a 6.
A no-look 6 over long on. No, you're right. He was out to Zafar in the first innings, and he was out to the first ball that Zafar came on to
absolutely
in the morning, yesterday morning.
Yes.
Short ball, which was pulled high up in the air and taken by Van Buren at mid-wicket. So Dale to Kola Cadmore on 6. Dale bowls to Kola Cadmore, work towards mid-wicket. There's no mid-wicket in place, and so it's another single. And again, the applause, there's just that much more meaning to it from the members and spectators every run, and they like that from Kola Cadmore. They like the calm working of the single as well as the hitting of the boundaries.
Yes.
78 for 2.
Because it appears he's in control. Mind you, if he's a 6 like that, you're in control. But there are more gaps now because, you know, Gloucestershire still have to have an attacking field. If they're going to win this match, they're going to have to take, get Yorkshire all out.
Did you ever hit a 6 without looking at the ball?
No.
Lyth facing. Dale bowls full, inviting the drive, and Lyth obliges by driving it past extra cover for another boundary. Van Buren will only jog after it to pick it up. And it seems so far as if every time Dale has gone searching for that Lyth drive, he's only found the middle of his bat.
But it's the point you made, he's bowling round the wicket, isn't he? And it doesn't seem comfortable, does he?
It just...
But, you know, bowling to the left-hander round the wicket.
It just floated up there a bit, that delivery. The first drive, which I think was a contender for shot of the match through extra cover that Lyth hit off Dale, I don't actually think Dale did that much wrong with that one. It wasn't a half volley. That one was getting towards half volley length. 82 for 2. 159 more required. Dale bowls to Lyth, who drives sumptuously again, but this time finds extra cover.
I mean, I just watched the bowler then in his follow-through. He's nowhere near the protected area. So whether that is a natural thing or it's a conscious attempt not to go in the protected area, so therefore he's not bowling as well round the wicket to a left-hander, I don't know.
Yeah, he is bowling from quite wide of the crease. Whether he is looking to angle it into the left-hander in the same way as he likes to angle it in to the right-hander, I don't know. In comes Dale. He's there. He bowls. Lyth gets a delivery on off stump, which is quite full, and Lyth stoutly defends out into the covers.
That's a better delivery.
Yeah.
On a length. And it wasn't quite as wide on the crease there.
Yeah, and I think the point is, I think, if he's going to do this, I don't think there's much point in bowling wide of off stump if you're bowling from this angle. You may as well come from over the wicket, have your natural movement and move it away from Lyth. So I think he's got to be targeting the stumps if he's bowling from this angle. And he's got a deep square leg to help him do that. He bowls another wideish delivery, which is driven by Lyth without a great deal of timing. Thought about a single up to Van Buren at mid-off, but they decided against it. So that is the end of that over. Be surprised if Dale has another one because he's bowled 6 overs now. 1 maiden, 1 for 23. 2 men out so far. Wharton, who dragged a drive on to, off the bowling, I should say, of Tom Price for 4, and Hill, LBW Dale, 36. Lyth providing the bedrock for this innings, 33 not out. He's played some nice shots, but he's not really looked to attack. He's just played each ball on its merit.
That's cricket, isn't it? But his concentration levels are very high, aren't they? You can just tell, can't you?
Zafar making some adjustments to his field. Long off is very much in place now. Sort of had, well, actually, having said that, he's now going to take a few steps in off the boundary, but there's long on as well as Kola Cadmore faces Zafar and defends away out towards extra cover. There is a deep forward square leg out on the leg side boundary. There's no offside sweeper, so Kola Cadmore might fancy that scything extra cover drive again, which he played a couple of times in the first innings. He goes down the ground and goes down to long off and is caught. Eventually, he's been caught on the boundary. It looks as if it's Ollie Price who's taken that catch down there in the distance, and it was one of those ones where he caught it two-handed above his head, realised he was going to go over the boundary rope, and just for safety as much as anything else, because I think he was pretty much in control of his movement, but just to be on the safe side, released the ball, threw it back into the field of play, and then caught it at the second attempt, and that is an enormous wicket for Gloucestershire. Kola Cadmore, I think he was looking to go straighter than that, straight at the bowler's head, but he just sliced it a bit and got underneath it.
Watching the
that's a forward defensive. He certainly didn't do that.
No, that was a ball before.
No. Anyway,
but I mean, for Kola Cadmore, they put the fielders out, and he, you know, is found one of them.
I think I've got the wrong Price brother, which I think is the first time I've done that. It's Tom Price. Well, I was a bit surprised because I thought Ollie was fielding it slip, but as he was running in, he actually did look like Ollie. But no, it was definitely Tom.
Right.
Who took that catch, so apologies, Price family. But it is a very, very long way away, and it's also in shadow, and the rest of the ground's in bright sunshine. Yes. We're not watching the stream, we're watching the cricket.
We are. And
always ought to stress that.
And that was right in front of the Howard stand, and we're way across on the other side.
Anyway, enough excuses.
Yep.
It's caught Tom Price, bowled Zafar Gohar, who gets his first wicket, and Kola Cadmore gone for 7. Gloucestershire would have been hoping when they got that wicket of George Hill that this pattern of wickets falling in clumps was going to continue. And they've got another pretty quick one after that Hill wicket. Kola Cadmore out for 7. He got pretty close to the pitch of it, but obviously not quite close enough. And so I think the shot that probably ought to have been aimed there, if he was going aggressive, was the one that I'd thought of potentially over extra, or over extra cover even.
Okay.
And if you slice it, at least you've got a bit more margin for error. Whereas to take on a deep mid-off like that was, well, he wasn't looking, I don't think, to hit it as wide as he did.
No, absolutely not.
Because you know, both long, I can't keep saying this, both deep mid-off and deep mid-on. We've got to get these things right. Were quite wide, so there was quite a gap between them if he could have hit it straighter.
Yes.
But he didn't, and you're always going to incur some risk when you look to go over the top. So Johnny Tattersall is out there in the middle, another one of Zafar Gohar's 5 victims in the first innings, and Zafar bowls to Tattersall, who covers up and blocks that one away. Crease will come out from behind the stumps to field.
Yes, well, Yorkshire will be hoping for a captain's innings from Johnny Tattersall here.
He batted very well in the first innings. Zafar in, flicked away. Tattersall will get off the mark, and he'll get at least a couple of runs here. There's a sprint on for the fielder from deep forward square leg. Manages to dive and stop it. It's David Payne again, and the trousers have come completely down this time. He manages to pull them up, and he's getting I'd imagine a few words and the odd, potentially sarcastic wolf whistle from the crowd out in the youth stand after his trousers fall down. And they've come through for 3. It's a shot that Tattersall likes to play, that one. I certainly saw a fair few of those in his 2 innings on loan for Gloucestershire last season, and a few in the first innings as well. So 3 runs, 85 for 3. And In comes Zaffa once more and bowls to Lyth. Flicked away, past leg slip by Lyth. I think about 2 runs here, but they will decide against it. Dale's throw goes into the bowler's end, and whether Graham Van Buren would have been able to get there to back up if Zaffa hadn't managed to stop that, I'm not quite sure. But anyway, no harm done, and it's another single to Lyth. He's on to 34. 86 for 3. The scoreboard will catch up eventually.
I mean, he's the key now, isn't he, for Yorkshire, Lyth. The opening batter is still there.
Yeah. 155 more needed to win. Zaffa bowls to Tattersall. It's too short. It's pulled away by Tattersall. Out through, straight mid-wicket for 4. So Zaffa, a rare long hop there, has to be said. Did any of those in the first innings? Actually, probably the one dragged down he bowled, he got a wicket with, so maybe he was trying it again, but not to Tattersall. He was too quickly on that, and 4 runs the result. So 90 for 3. I think the scoreboard's having a few issues potentially at the moment. I think it will be 90 for 3.
It is.
And so it is 151 runs needed to win by Yorkshire.
Yeah, that was a poor delivery. He got the treatment it deserved. 4 runs by Tattersall, and that's, as I say, that's what the ball deserved. And so he'll feel good about that, Tattersall, and he'll be hoping to support his opening batsman, Adam Lyth, here. We always say these are crucial. It's a crucial time, but I really do think this is.
Yeah,
I do.
Kind of said it with Kohler, Cadmore and Lyth, but it's still crucial because of the fact Kohler Cadmore's out.
Yeah.
So change of bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end. David Payne is back into the attack. Bowled 4 overs for just the 5 runs with the new ball, and it was his 4th over, I think, where he actually looked most likely to take his wickets, but they took him off because they wanted to give Zaffa an over before the lunch break, which I think was the right move.
Well, I'm sure it was.
And so he's on to bowl now from the Kirkstall Lane end. Bowls to Lyth, and Lyth gets well forward, keeps that one out, and it's fielded by Hammond at mid-on, who's giving the ball a rub with the sleeve tucked over the hand, as they often do nowadays.
Yes.
As if that gives them a better chance to polish that ball up. Haven't quite outlawed it yet. Polishing on the sort of lycra type material.
They've outlawed putting saliva on the ball.
Payne in, bowls full, and Lyth gets down on that one well, reaches down, times it pretty well actually to Hammond at mid-on, and there's no run. Just the 2 slips for David Payne. Ollie Price standing pretty close at second slip. He's not quite in the territory of wearing a helmet, but he's a lot closer than Jack Taylor is at first. Payne there now, bowls full, driven by Lyth, wide of mid-off. Van Buren's going to have a shy at the stumps. No, he's not. Would have been a fairly needless shot at the stumps because Lyth was home, so Van Buren decided just to hold on to the ball. 91 for 3, so 150 runs required by Yorkshire, 7 wickets by Gloucestershire.
Yeah, a little landmark there, 150 required by Yorkshire.
Elsewhere, Somerset are 46 for 5 against Kent, trailing by 244 runs. That looks as if it's going to be an absolute slaughtering. With Kent affirming their Division 1 status in some style. Payne round the wicket, bowls to Tattersall, who tries to clip round his front pad, but I think it's just angled too much and gone down the leg side. I suspect that's what umpire Blackwell's decided.
He was doing too much, wasn't it? Yeah, it just didn't quite look right, did it?
No. I mean, he beat him, did Payne,
yes,
but it just did not look as if it had quite straightened enough yet. I mean, it struck him in front of middle and leg, and Payne is bowling left arm round, so wide of the crease. Payne bowls to Tattersall. It's another good delivery, which Tattersall has an involuntary play at, I think. I think he looked to leave that one and just left the bat hanging there a bit. And it's gone to second slip. You'd have taken it if it had gone wide of second slip, for sure. Down to third man for a run.
No, he tried to lead that, I'm sure he did.
For Kent with the ball, Matt Quinn has bowled 11 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 14. It's quite decent figures.
Absolutely.
Full delivery from Payne to Tattersall, driven into the ground, stopped by Payne, and there's no run, but a good start that from David Payne to his new spell. Yorkshire 91 for 3. Nathan Gilchrist took 6 wickets against his former county in the first innings, and I saw some excitement on social media about the fact that Nathan Gilchrist had scored 14, which is his highest score of the summer, and I've managed to miss this. I knew that Kyle Abbott had a kind of run of something like 5 consecutive ducks going at one point, but apparently Nathan Gilchrist had 6 ducks in a row going, and he's got 14 in Kent's innings of 492. That one looks as if it's probably going to be over today, and Somerset can get back on the motorway and it'll be the end of their season, but they've done what they needed to do as far as survival is concerned. Here comes Zafar bowling to Lythe. Lythe very softly caresses that one out into the covers. Bracey field from behind the stumps.
Yeah, he's bowling left arm over the wicket to left-handed Adam Lythe.
Zafar is there now, bowls. Ooh, he's got a bit tucked up there as Lythe. I think he was hoping to find that gap which exists between backward point and mid-off. It's tempting to try to play against the turn like that, and I think because it was a bit further back of a length, Lythe thought that he could get onto the back foot and force it away, but it just kept turning and boring into his body.
Well, I think he misjudged the length, actually. I think he did.
Zafar bowls to Lythe, who this time is well onto the back foot, and just with a high elbow defending up to Van Buren at mid-off. There's no run. Hampshire still 6 down, 181 for 6 now. Vince 70 not out, Barker 1 not out.
So they're not declared?
No, they haven't declared, no. Trail by 91 runs now, Hampshire. Still some dangerous customers to come. Well, one in particular dangerous customer to come in James Fuller, who hasn't batted yet. Zafar bowls now to Lythe, who tucks that one to short leg. Charlesworth is under the helmet there, and there is no run. As far as the promotion race is concerned, Glamorgan still haven't managed to finish off Sussex first time around, as that's a full ball from Zafar, and Lythe leans forward and keeps it out, and Zafar will field off his own bowling. Sussex 253 for 9 in reply to Glamorgan's 533 for 9 declared, but the more worrying fact for Glamorgan is that Middlesex are 307 for 4. Zafar bowls, that's a very floaty, wide delivery, and Adam Lythe says thank you very much. He's driven that away to the cover boundary for 4. That one did rather seem to sit there and ask to be hit, and that is what Lythe has done. So he is on to 39, and Yorkshire to 95 for 3, so it is 146 runs required to win. So by my calculations, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Middlesex need to get to 400 and a draw, and I think they will be all right regardless of what Glamorgan do. So 307 for 4, they're looking odds on to get there.
Stepping into those murky waters of trying to think of point systems while you're on air and go through permutations, and as you've already heard today, I always get those mixed up.
Anyway, I should have said in the appropriate terms, the return of Jonathan Doidge.
Yep, and David Payne bowling left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Jonathan Tattersall, who plays it out square on the offside. And there is no run. Eventful little spell then since I've been off with the loss of those 2 wickets. George Hill, who was downstairs at the time and managed to get a quick look at the replay, appeared really to miss a fairly straight one.
Yeah, So it was full and striking him on off stump.
Yep, now then, this could be one here as well. David Payne appealing for LBW as Johnny Tattersall bent double, and one that hits him very low on the pad by the looks of things. Was there inside edge on it? Was it missing leg?
I think David Payne's had the reason and then gave a little nod.
It was David Payne bowling left arm round the wicket. Yeah, the missing leg, wasn't it? No question about that. I think second time when you look with the angle across. Johnny Tat struck him on the front pad. Probably would have missed a couple of stumps by the time it got to that distance. Head not looking quite as convinced.
I'll look at it again.
Payne in again, and Tattersall drops it out into the offside. And again, no run. He's on 7. Partnership in its infancy is worth 13. 95 for 3, 146 runs more to win, and with
I think he's just hit it. I think it's. I don't even know that it struck him on the pad.
Oh, really?
I think it's just slowing it down. I think it struck him on the very bottom corner of his bat.
Well done, you. Payne in. Tattersall cuts at this one into the Headingley turf, out towards point, no run. Rosemary Hoppit, good afternoon to you. She says, future fixtures, dear Jonathan and colleagues, isn't it time the ECB simply acknowledged the error of foisting the 100 on us and ditched it so that we can all stop this never-ending merry-go-round circulating round the elephant in the room? Remove the 100 and you can then plan untrammelled by this vanity project. She says, not my description, that of a well-informed spectator at the Oval last week as Payne has bowled him. Jonathan Tattersall has lost his off stump, and Yorkshire are in serious trouble of losing this match now. 95 for 4. Payne strikes, and Payne at the heart of the White Rose at this moment in time. 7 off 11 for Jonathan Tattersall. Yorkshire 95 for 4.
Well, Payne, it has to be said, he looked as if in this spell, probably the most dangerous looking in the match. And I know it's not very long yet, this spell, but he was looking very much as if he was going to be amongst the wickets. He just from the half chances that he was creating, it felt as if Payne had every chance of striking since he's come back on. And actually, even in his first spell, 4 overs for 5, I felt he bowled pretty well, but Tattersall's he's pushed at that, and he's seemingly late on it, and he's been clean bowled as well. There's no inside edge or flick of the pad. It's a good ball on off stump. I don't know that it's bounced masses, but it's just the fact that Tattersall played down the wrong line that's done him. And an excellent wicket for Payne. And the more wickets that fall, the more pressure there is on Adam Lyth.
Yeah, he's basically got to come up with something special here, hasn't he? And hope that, just cling on to the hope that some of his teammates can bat round him. He is the man. He's in on 39. He's faced 83 balls. And as far as this match goes on this surface this week, you can't be much more in than that. So he'll know as well. He'll accept that responsibility. Harry Duke has first class half century to his name, and several other useful contributions, and Yorkshire will be hoping, as they've brought him back into the side here in a batting role at number 6, that he can contribute this time. Couldn't contribute so many in the first innings. And he's facing David Payne here, final ball of the over, and flicks that one backward of square leg, and will get off the mark immediately. Yorkshire 96 for the loss of 4 at the end of the 27th.
It's quite some effort to have bowled 6 overs, conceded 7 runs, and having not bowled a maiden. 6 overs, 1 for 7, but the move to go round the wicket from David Payne has paid dividends as well. It's something that he likes to do, as a lot of left-armers do, I think, when they think they're getting reverse rather than conventional swing. It just seems to aid the action for it. So I guess he feels as if that's already what's going to provide him with the wickets, and I think it certainly did provide Dale with the wicket of George Hill, as that ball did seem to come back from our angle anyway. It seemed to come back a bit. Whether it did quite as much as it looked like to us, I don't know, but it was a good bit of bowling. Yorkshire have just missed a couple of straight ones, and then Kola Cadmore with that launch down the ground and an excellently judged catch by Tom Price to catch it, flick it back and take it at the second attempt. Tom Price then is going to come on and bowl from the Howard stand end, and he's worked away by Harry Duke out towards forward square leg. Dom Goodman is out on the field again there at forward square leg. So I'm going to assume it's most likely to be Dale who's gone off, and I think it is. Can't see Dale out there at the moment. 3 slips in. Covers open for Harry Duke. Tom Price bowls to Duke, and Duke looks for that gap in the covers, but looks as if that one's come off more towards the bottom of the bat. It goes up towards point, and there's no run. Actually, Dale is down there at third man. It was out of my sight until I craned my neck, so I think actually it's Zafar who's not on the field at the moment. Maybe he's just taking a breather. Hopefully there's nothing else untoward. He has been dealing with an elbow injury, which he picked up during the Royal London campaign and then missed the Somerset match because of that. Tom Price bowls now to Duke. Just sticks that one into the pitch a bit more. Tom Price, still a fairly full delivery, and Duke was able to negotiate it successfully out towards Charlesworth again at backward point, and there is no run.
Simon Taylor says cracking catch from TP there. Tom Price's catch to dismiss TKC. Come on, Gloucestershire.
We're just going on initials for everyone now. HD on strike. Things are in pretty high definition with the sun very much out again. It's bright out there, and Duke defends into the surface. Tom Price fields off his own bowling, and umpire Middlebrooks just going down for a look at the landing area of Tom Price. Adam Lyth being at the non-striker's end as well. He will have had a word, I suspect, in James Middlebrooks' ear about that. It looked as if he had done in the first innings, just to put that in his mind.
It's 222, and number 22 is on strike here.
Here's Price then, off his slightly angled run, comes in and bowls, and gets that one to just come back a fraction to Harry Duke, who defends it to point, but it's another no ball. So 98 for 4 will be the Yorkshire total. So the second no ball that Tom Price has bowled in this innings. 143 runs then required by Yorkshire. Price turns in the shadow of the Howard stand. Accelerates now, in past umpire Middlebrook, bowls. Duke looks to drive, has not really timed that bat face, shuts a bit on him, and it goes back towards the bowler. Gloucestershire fielders have missed the no ball signal, so we're about to walk around for the change of overs, but not yet. I've seen an article on the BBC Sport website by Alex Hode. Zach Crawley, England and Kent opener ends worst summer with positive mindset. Tom Price is in, comes back a fraction again towards Harry Duke, but he's played that one nicely right back to the bowler, and the end of the over. Yorkshire 98 for 4, and he says, it's finally clicked. I have to back myself. I decided towards the end of the summer I was not going to be tentative anymore, and says that his light bulb moment came in the final test at the Oval, where he made the 69 to help England to the victory and the series victory against South Africa.
I love a good mindset, as you know.
Yes.
My favourite sporting expression. So 143 more runs to win. Yorkshire seem a long way away from that at this moment in time. 6 wickets in the second innings with which to attempt to get them. Adam Lyth is the biggest of those by a country mile, and he's facing here David Payne, who's bowling left arm over the wicket. He shoulders arms to that one. Dan Redford says a system that enables a county, e.g. Yorkshire, to supply at least 5 players to the England setup, yet may result in the county getting relegated, partly because of their enforced absence due to central contracts stroke national call-ups, is a grossly unfair system.
And what about counties who produce players who go off and sign for other counties?
Payne in again. That's down the leg side. They're appealing for a strangle because Lyth has a flick at it. Braces makes a good take, but not out, says umpire Blackwell. Robert Crossley says, I've long thought points should be awarded when players are lost to England duty, but then I follow Yorkshire, so I would think that.
Yeah, well, there are many things which are unfair about the system, I suppose. It was something that Gloucestershire had to deal with last year, losing David Payne for a couple of matches and then he didn't actually play.
As this latest delivery by Payne is pushed into the offside by Lyth to cover, no run.
I think that's, you know, and Yorkshire supporters have had to deal with that with Harry Brook for a lot of the summer as well. It's incredibly frustrating when a player goes off for England duty and then doesn't play, but what can you do?
Nout,
exactly.
I think, is the...
Or complain. By all means, complain.
Payne coming in again, left arm over once more to Lyth, who's solidly behind it.
Because it is annoying, but yeah, I don't know how that would work, but I fully understand why it's been raised. Put it that way.
David Atkins says, with Kent nailed on for victory and things not looking great at Headingley, he is hoping Hampshire do us a big favour, with his fingers crossed. I think there'll be a few more in agreement with that, David. As Payne comes in, Lyth back and across, dropping out into the offside. And again, no run. Roger Jones says, not looking good for Yorkshire. Can we say that this is a period of transition and therefore relegation is not a huge surprise? Or do we have to look at the management and say that player recruitment and team management has been poor? That's for you to decide, I guess.
For me?
No, for Roger. And those who have an opinion as Yorkshire supporters. Ringfield on the offside, 2 slips in place. In fact, Ringfield period with a long leg. Payne still over the wicket to Lyth. Puff of dust as he drops that into the pitch beside him for the end of the 29th over. He's on 39. Harry Duke on 1 from his first delivery. 98 for 4, 143 more needed. When you're making those thoughts, oh, we've got an update from BBC Radio Leeds in a moment or two. I think that was just a nod that they're coming across shortly.
A warning.
Warning, yes.
Warning shot.
But yeah, I suppose the one thing you'd have to say from the management perspective, or the coaching perspective, is that Otis Gibson, he's trying to impose his own ways, if you like, on the squad and trying to bring in the players that he wants to coach. Here we go with an update. Yeah, it was tissues all around when he left the field earlier in the day after his final spell for the White Rose with the ball, in which, well, it wasn't his most successful in terms of wickets, 1 for 33 from 17 overs, but still to the end Pato was nagging away and going at less than 2 and over. Those Gloucestershire wickets, they were bowled out eventually for 233 this morning. Went as follows: 2 apiece for Ben Code, Matthew Fisher, Dominic Bess and George Hill, plus that one for Stephen Patterson. The last wicket to have fallen, Matthew Fisher, direct hit, run out to dismiss Ajit Dale for 5. Ollie Price, the predominance of Gloucestershire's runs, 68 of them. this morning. Well, not all this morning, but 68 of them he finished with this morning. Yorkshire, well, they needed 241 runs to win this match at the outset of their second innings. They lost James Wharton early, bowled by Tom Price for just the 4. George Hill since got himself in, but faced 56 deliveries in the end before being LBW to Ajit Dale for 36. Looked like he just missed a straight one. Tom Kohler-Cadmore then Parish taking on Zafar Gohar for the second time in the match. Tried to hit him over the top over long off and was caught. Very good catch on the edge by Tom Price. Just inside the rope. He went for 7, and since then Jonathan Tattersall not long ago lost his off stump to David Payne, Gloucestershire's left armour, and was bowled for just 7. Much here, Richard, rests on the shoulders of Adam Lyth, Yorkshire's opening batter, who's still out there. He's got 39 from over 80 deliveries. He's been out there for more than 2 hours of batting time. He is in, and they really do need him to play an absolute blinder here to help get him across the line. He's been joined more recently by Harry Duke, who's not out on 1. They're 98 for 4. They still need a further 143 runs to win this match. It still feels like it's a long way away, although batting conditions out there apparently don't look so bad right at this moment in time. Back with you, Mr. Seaborn.
Thank you. Yeah, I haven't missed too much whilst the update was going. No runs scored. Price trying to challenge that forward defence of Harry Duke repeatedly. He's in once more. Does the same with possibly the loudest grunt I've heard even by Tom Price standards. Duke was able to keep that one out and play it back to the bowler. I can't remember, was it here or was it the last match? This is the way we're having this discussion. They all melt into one, especially when there's only 2 days in between them. Talking about which tennis player you think of when you hear a grunt like that. Which player comes to mind? Tom Price there now bowls to Duke, and Duke pushes to mid-on, no run. Who would you say? If you were, I don't know, maybe you're not a tennis fan. You were asked to kind of put a tennis player's name to that grunt.
Monica, I think. I always think of Monica Seles.
No, you see that.
Or Jimmy Connors. They were.
Yeah, there you go. So Graham's gone for Jimmy Connors.
Ilan Nastasi, did he do that as well?
Here comes Tom Price bowls now, looking to flick leg side as Duke doesn't get. And might have got some bat on it actually. No, he didn't. I didn't think he did, but I couldn't see the pre-signal from umpire Middlebrook, so I thought Duke was about to get a run there, but he didn't. It's a leg by, and 99 for 4. Duke will keep the strike, though, so 142 more runs required to win.
Given Ed's age, we probably need to explain who Jimmy Connors and Ilan Nastasi were.
No, I know. But I would have, you know, just probably shows you just the time that you grew up, doesn't it? Because I would go for Sharapova. Not that Tom Price's grunt sounds like Sharapova, but when you think about a grunt, I suppose you could say, I mean, actually, no, I have said that about Van Buren's grunt when he bowls before. I think Van Buren's grunt sounds very like Rafa Nadal's, but I'm not sure that we'll hear that in this match. At least if Van Buren is bowling, then Gloucestershire have probably got, with all due respect to Graham Van Buren, who has picked up some wickets this season, they've probably got a bit of a problem.
Harry, and fortunately for he and for Yorkshire, so too does umpire Ian Blackwell.
I don't know whether he looked round there, Duke, but he did that thing that a lot of nervous batters do, which is then carve out the crease mark again extremely sharply. But actually, no, he's shaken his head immediately there, as Harry Duke, anyway.
Well, that's all right then. If the batter shakes his head, he's not out. As he shoulders arms to this next one.
You'd get anybody out, would you? I think he's also able to his thigh pad as well, but not kind of anything about right pad.
He walked presumably.
That has gone a distance off the pitch as well. I mean, that's behaved again like a fast spinner's delivery. It's just taken off coming back into Harry Duke, beat him on the inside edge and possibly did just flick the thigh pad.
A drive here from Harry Duke to a ball pitched right up there by David. He's got 177 over 3 deliveries now. Jordan Geldy says, surely the wrongful dismissal of a number of coaches has been a huge contributing factor to the decline in performances. Hopefully we stay up and we can use that to build over the winter. Sun gone in for the moment as Payne's in and bowling to Duke, who's over the top again. There is no run. 99 for 4, 142 more runs to win. Let's just have a quick peek back as well at what's going on. Warwickshire, Payne is in and bowling to Duke. Right behind that, pushing forward. And again, no run. Hampshire 198 for 6, so they're doing what Hampshire do. They've got a deep batting lineup, and even if they get into trouble, they find ways of getting out of it. 202 for 6 in fact now, so just 70 runs behind Warwickshire's declared total of 272 for 4. Meanwhile, Surrey faring rather better second time around at Oxford, 253 times. Duke drops the final, delivers over into the covers, and Miles Hammond does the fielding end of the over. 99 for 4, so Surrey 230 behind. It's still possible, of course, that they could run through those 10 wickets before they even get to parity, and even if they don't, then they shouldn't have a huge amount to knock off unless things have got so placid over there that Surrey are able to bat for a long time in this their second innings.
Yeah, which they're certainly more than capable of doing, but yeah, I suppose the thing is, what do they have all the motivation that they would need to do it, really? I mean, Lancashire, I think, have potentially got more of a, I don't know, potentially something to prove, I guess, after points deductions, after losing a couple of finals this year. I think they've probably got more reason, you would have thought, than Surrey to really want to win that game. Doesn't always work out that way, of course. Change of bowling from the Howard stand end. Tom Price's spell was not a particularly long one. Maybe get a change of ends in a couple of overs' time. Zafar Gohar has returned and bowled towards David Payne at backward point, and there is no run. So Zafar wasn't off the field actually for that long. Be freshening up, or I don't quite know how bad that elbow injury is. It didn't seem to suggest against Warwickshire that it was causing him too much of an issue, as Lyther's padded up to that one, and the ball ricochets off and to Charlesworth at short leg, but the ball would have had to have turned square in order to be LBW. Zafar is there now and bowls, and Lyther's got a bit turned around by that one, and the ball dropped out right behind him, but not particularly near to the stumps. We're in a brief moment of alarm for Lythe as he looked around for the ball and couldn't see it. Middlesex in Division 2, meanwhile, 341 now for 4, so doing what's required at the moment. Eskenazi 75 not out, Simpson 80 not out, so yet more runs for John Simpson. Zafar bowls to Lythe, and Lythe turns that one to Charlesworth at short leg again. There's no run.
Northampton bowled out for 163, by the way, precisely 100 behind Essex at the end of their first innings at Northampton. And Somerset 72 for 7 in their second innings, staring down the barrel against Kent.
It's a forward defence from Lythe. More gasps from Gloucestershire, but there seems to be too much wrong to it from this angle. Ben Allison took 5 wickets for Essex. Just churn out those seamers, don't they?
Good player, that young lad. I tell you, played well here the other week. Yeah, it definitely looks one for the future.
Yeah, he had one match on loan for Gloucestershire actually in 2019. Lythe works that one towards a fairly deep set mid-on for a single, which brings up Yorkshire's 100 for 4. They require 141 more runs to win, 40 to Lythe and 1 to Duke. And after a few more words from Jonathan Doidge, it will be Graham Orange.
Yep, light okay at the moment, no floodlights on. bit of blue sky around, but there is another thickish dark cloud right overhead at this moment in time. Adam Lyth, 40 runs on the board from 95 deliveries, 131 minutes at the crease. He's hit 6-4. Some of those have been absolute peaches as well through the covers. And there we go. A bit more clay pigeon shooting going on around the ground. 141 needed for Yorkshire to win this, or 6 wickets for Gloucestershire to do so. David Payne is over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Lyth. He slides one down the leg side first up. Welcome back, G.
Yeah, a real struggle for Yorkshire now, isn't it? But at least Lyth, the opening batsman, still there on 40.
Yeah, working hard.
He is.
40 odd first time around, 44 from 88. So he's faced more deliveries this time for slightly fewer as Payne's in. Beautiful shot. Super shot by Adam Lyth, over pitching David Payne, and he held his shape really well there, did Adam Lyth, and again didn't try and overhit it. He got over the top of it, and it's a straight drive for 4 runs. He's matched his first innings efforts then with 44, and Yorkshire 104 for 4.
Yeah, glorious straight drive for 4 there by Adam Lyth. I thought it'd be a bit more attacking field here, you know, for Gloucestershire.
There's Payne to Lyth, chops down on a ball that maybe didn't bounce quite as much as he thought, and he's got it away out to the sweeper, who's square on the leg side. Picks up a single. 105 for 4, 136 more needed. Yeah, they've just, it's probably slightly more attacking than not, but they've got long leg third man, and they had the sweeper on the boundary square there to Adam Lyth.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more
Attacking.
ring field,
Yeah.
and 3 slips in place for Harry Duke.
Yeah.
Changing roll right to George. In fact, no, my apologies, that was a Jeet Dale. 36. George Hill was LBW2. David Payne, of course, bowling Jonathan Tattersall for 7. So these Yorkshire second innings wickets shared out at the moment. 24 Gloucestershire bowlers. In again is Payne. And Harry Duke right over the top of that.
Yes, it's we're watching every ball here, as we always do. And Adam Lyth, his concentration is very commendable. And as long as he's there, Yorkshire will feel they've got a chance.
Yeah, big wicket in the context of the match and potentially the season. And there's another wicket this time. David Payne has got Harry Duke to play on. He was late in trying to leave that ball. He's cannoned it onto middle stump, which is poleaxed. And Yorkshire's chances of winning this match may soon be 2. 105 for 5. Duke bowled for 1. And they need 136 more runs to win this match. Adam Lyth has removed his helmet and gloves and just rubs his hand over his face, looking pensive, and well he might. He's out there on 45, but he needs somebody to stay with him.
Absolutely, and I think Harry Duke was caught at about 3 or 4 mines there. In the end, he played an absolutely nothing shot. He tried to withdraw his bat, but it just took the inside edge, or maybe even off the face of the bat, and took his middle stump, which was lying on the ground. It's been put back into place now, but a great sight for Gloucestershire players and their supporters. And are they on the way to winning this match now? 105 for 5 Yorkshire, and in big trouble. The Gloucestershire players are in a huddle now, and the umpires are conferring. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing. The light's perfectly all right. In fact, the floodlights are not on. You probably heard there that the incoming batsman is Dom Bess, and Yorkshire will be hoping that someone as JD said, someone can just hang around with Adam Lythe, give him some support, and get that total down to less than 3 figures. But it's a long way to go now.
Yep. Dominic Bess then, as Graham says, making his way out to the middle. Yeah, I mean, those sentiments about needing someone to stay with Adam Lythe, as I said, as you echoed, that is one thing. Harry Duke did stay with him. In fact, just looking at that, he was out there for 28 minutes for his one run. In fact, the official clock says 25 minutes in actual fact for his one run from 23 deliveries. So it will need somebody to stay with Adam Lythe, but also obviously make some contribution.
Absolutely.
And maybe, Harry Duke's found that difficult, hasn't it, to get going. Said it's difficult to get going in this match. When people get through that early period, then they can score runs. Adam Lythe faced 98 balls for his 45. George Hill faced 56 for his 36. Nobody else has really yet been able to stick around. James Wharton faced 3. Tom Kohler-Cowmore 9. Jonathan Tattersall 11. Harry Duke, of all those who've been and gone, faced the predominance 23. But still wasn't able to keep going and make that into an innings as Lythe pushes the first delivery out into the offside. Gohar fielding in his follow-through. He's coming over the wicket here to the left-hander. 3 men around the bat. That pressure being ramped up on Lythe, who steps back and pulls this latest wayward Gohar delivery down to long leg. They get a single. That will bring Dominic Bess onto strike, who was in the Yorkshire first innings. Caught behind, wasn't he, by James Bracey off Ajit Dale for just the 4.
Yes, as you rightly say, it can't all be on Lythe, can it? The others have got to contribute. But the main thing is that they stay with him.
.135 needed then. Just the 5 wickets remaining. Dom Bess on strike, short leg in place and a slip. 45 backward of square and point. As Bess plays one into the ground, first slip fields it, almost loses his balance, the Yorkshire batter. He, of course, tried the sweep, didn't he, in the first innings, Dom Bess. They've got a man positioned out there to cover that boundary. Comes down, uses his feet nicely here, and flicks it away in front of short leg through mid-wicket, where the sweeper's round to field. So Bess off the mark, second time, 107 for 5.
I mean, we know that Bess is capable of scoring runs, and, we've got 2 former England players at the crease for Yorkshire, haven't we, in Lythe and Bess?
It's the former on strike, who's pushing forward. Gohar across with a bit of help from short leg to retrieve the ball. Last ball of the 34th. Oodles of time for Yorkshire to get the total. Still got all tomorrow if they want it, but they've only got the 5 wickets remaining. And Lythe turns that to short leg, final ball of the over then. He's still there. 46 now from 102. Bess 1 from 2. There is that possibility that Adam Lythe might also, pressure-wise, knowing that it's on him here, largely on him anyway, that he might freeze out there and withdraw, not feel like he can play as many shots.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. Yeah, absolutely. Because he knows that Yorkshire can't afford to lose many more wickets now. As I say, 134 more runs to win. If you just get that below the 3-figure mark, psychologically, that could do, wonders for Yorkshire, really. But it's very, very important that Lythe stays there.
Here's Payne bowling to Bess, who pushes forward, opens the face, runs it beyond third slip. There was a little bit of a hand involved there, down to third man. They get a single. Bess on to 2, 108 for 5.
Yes, and it'd be somewhat ironic if Gloucestershire, well, they are going down. We know they're relegated. If they end up winning their last 2 matches, they're the only 2 matches they've won all season in the county championship. But it'd be somewhat ironic, wouldn't it?
It would. 2 for 13 for Payne into his 10th over. He's bowling over the wicket to Lythe, who bat and pad together, pushes into the offside. A quick check back in again. Those other 2 particularly vital fixtures down at Edgbaston. Hampshire now. My laptop will scroll to the right position. 210 for 210 for 6. So 62 runs behind Warwickshire's first innings score as Lythe runs one down backward of point there to a ball short of length from David Payne. We'll pick up another single, 47 to him, 109 for 5. And then at Old Trafford, Surrey 87 without loss in their second innings following on, and they are still 216 runs behind that 512 set by Lancashire first time. John Logan has emailed in and speaks about other teams' results. Payne round the wicket to the right-handed Bess. Tell you what, that was shaping in towards the right-hander and held its line, and from our commentary position you wouldn't have been surprised to see everybody go up there because the ball definitely deviated. But Bess, any blushes spared because he didn't get a nick. So John says relying on other teams' results is never ideal as there are so many factors involved. Yorkshire need to try and get over the line in this game. TKC's approach and method of dismissal was definitely not what was required. Payne in, and Bess smothering that one round about off stump. He goes on regarding Hampshire and your comment on batting to ensure finishing second. The other issue with that is that if Hampshire reach 350 in 110 overs and claim 4 batting bonus points, they'll finish second regardless of what Lancashire do, and Hampshire could then crumble in their second innings with nothing else at stake other than pride. Fair point. They're a fair way off 350 at the moment. Not to say they can't get it. Payne is in and bowling to Bess, who plays that quite nicely up to mid-on where Van Buren fields. End of the 35th over of Yorkshire's second innings. They're 109 for 5, needing a further 132 to win.
Yep, as the sun comes out again, and lots of ifs and buts regarding the table, what's going on elsewhere, as well as here at Headingley. What odds, you're a betting man, JD, what odds would you give me on Steve Patterson walking out at number 11, hitting the winning runs?
At this moment in time, probably 3 figures.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Okay. Yeah.
No, it'd be less than that, wouldn't it? It'd definitely be less than that if you were laying that.
If you, yeah.
You'd probably be about 16 to 1. Something like that. Those miserly bookmakers. 13 to 2. Zafar in over the wicket to the left-handed Lythe, who drops that down by his toes. And there is no run.
If that happened, he'd be chaired off the field, wouldn't he?
Zafar in again. Lythe pushing into the onside. No run. IMG have just published their recommendations for the future of rugby league today. I've had a quick glance at them, but not yet managed to fully digest them. But you do sort of start to think to yourself, maybe IMG should be publishing recommendations on the future of the domestic cricket scene as Lythe pushes forward. There's a slight yelp there. That ball was aerial for a moment, but safe. The man from Whitby, who's got 3 more years, of course, after this, Adam Lythe. I'm sure he won't want to spend any of those in Division 2 as he flicks this one up to mid-on, where Miles Hammond loses his shades off the top of his cap in trying to field. They've got through for 1, Lythe on to 48, 110 for 5, 131 more needed to win. Yes,
I still think, JD, this could be a close finish, you know. It could be a close finish. And we were saying before that the beauty of 4-day cricket. County Championship.
Yeah. Zaffer switching to round the wicket to the right-handed Dominic Bess. Right over the top of that and smothering any attempt at spin by the left armour, who's kept the same field to the right-hander, although now offers him a single with a ball to go by dispatching cover out into the deep. In comes Zaffer, and Bess duly obliges by cutting that one away backward of point. He might come back for a second here in actual fact, and does. So a single offered but 2 taken. Dom Bess doubles his score and now has 4, and Yorkshire have moved on to 112 for 5, 129 more needed to win.
Yes, Zafar Gohar's his figures are 12 overs, no maidens, 1 for 47. Although, of course, Gloucestershire are in a decent position, I think they might have wanted a little bit more from the spinner. Would you think so, JD? Especially what he achieved in the first innings.
Yep. Yorkshire have been positive against him this time and only lost that 1 wicket of Tom Kohler-Cavmore to him for the second time in the match. I won't say they've always looked comfortable, but they'd feel that marginally shy of 4 and over. They've got the better of him, but no good proclaiming that and then losing all your wickets to the seamers. And that's what's been going on elsewhere. 4 wickets taken by seam in this Yorkshire second innings. And David Payne has 2 of them, and he's bowling here, a left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Adam Lyth, who drops it into the pitch in front of him, no run.
Yeah, I mean, Payne has taken 2 for 14 in, 10.1 overs now. So that's pretty impressive. He's kept the pressure on the Yorkshire batters, taken 2 wickets, and he's showing what a quality bowler he is. Obviously, that little bit of variation being left arm, to the left hand, the left arm over the wicket.
Here comes Payne again. Lyth just offering to flick that to leg, and it's straight back at Payne, and then punches his bat on it just a little bit too early. When you're in the middle of a bad trot, that probably ends up being a leading edge back to somebody. Working very hard here for his team's cause. 110 deliveries faced for his 48 not out. 7 fours. Payne coming in again past umpire Blackwell. Lyth flicks off his legs and will pick up 1 down to fine leg. 49 to him and 113 for 5.
My word, Adam Lyth has batted really well for Yorkshire. He's seen 5 partners come and go, but he's the one constant in this innings for Yorkshire, and they'll be hoping that it continues in this way.
Yeah, Dom Bess back on strike then. Been out there for just the 13 minutes since that dismissal of Harry Duke, who played on, trying to leave 1 from David Payne. His middle stump out of the ground. Payne in to Bess. Just about might have shaved leg stump that, but Dominic Bess watched it well, took it under the eye line and gave it a little flick. Very fine leg down to the Howard stand for 4.
Yes, all runs gratefully received. And yep, he goes on to 8. Doubled his score with Lyth on 49 on the cusp of a half century. As the clock moves around to 3 o'clock and the sun is beating down now, it's another glorious afternoon here at Headingley.
Yeah, still a fair bit of cloud overhead, but it's found a gap at the moment, as did Dom Bess with that shot, and he's waiting again as Payne comes in round the wicket. Ball short of length. Bess is strong through point, and he's just showed it again there by getting up on his tiptoes, top of the bounce, plays it down to third man and picks up another 1. They're almost at the halfway stage with half their wickets already lost here, the Tykes. Gloucestershire pressing for a second successive victory to finish their season. Too little, too late in respect of First Division cricket for next year. Yorkshire still clinging on to that at this moment in time. Lyth on 49. Drives firmly back at Payne, who's down, and gets some hands on it to prevent him getting a single to complete the 37th over. 118 for 5.
Yes, I think Payne in his follow-through actually tried to deflect it onto the stumps to facilitate a possible run out of the non-striker. But yeah, Bess on 9, Lyth on 49. And there's a discussion with the Gloucestershire players now as to possible tactics that they need to employ. But it looks as if it's still going to be Zafar Gohar to continue his left-arm spin from the Howard stand end. And Dom Bess is on strike, so he'll be bowling left-arm round.
Hampshire 216 for 6 down at Edgbaston, so just 56 runs behind Warwickshire now. Not to say that they can't chisel out some sort of result. There'll still be probably, 40 overs or so to go in the day's play there, plus tomorrow. Meanwhile, Zafar, Howard stand end, left arm round the wicket, bowling to Bess, who gets this one away wide of slip and will pick up a single. It takes him into double figures. Yorkshire to 119 for 5. The other match of particular interest in the First Division has seen Surrey lose their first wicket, 98 for 1. Still trailing Lancashire by 205 following on. 3 men round the bat again for Adam Lyth. Short leg slip plus leg slip. Gohar going back over the wicket. Lyth flicks to straight mid-wicket. Can't get that away. Needs to keep his concentration here, Adam Lyth. Saw him do that brilliantly against Warwickshire in difficult conditions here early in the season when he made a big 100. Here comes Zafar again. This ball spits, and Adam Lyth has had his concentration broken by a ball that kicks off a little patch just outside off stump, and he couldn't manage to safely negotiate that one. He's gone one short of a half century. Caught at first slip off the bowling of Zafar Gohar, who now has 2 for 48. And with Adam Lyth gone, well, have Yorkshire's chances gone as far as winning this match is concerned? They're 6 down for 119 and still need a mammoth 122 to win. Lyth gone, 49 off 114 deliveries. Unfortunate.
Yes, he seems to get a good delivery there. I'm just looking at the replay now, and it certainly bounced on him. And we were talking about this yesterday with Ed regarding a spinner's armoury, not just turning the ball, but a bit of bounce, and that I'm sure that did for Adam Lyth, and that's I'm going to say a mortal blow for Yorkshire. It's a massive blow, isn't it? Gone for 49, the opening batter. And Gloucestershire will now think that they're on their way to victory. And it's Jordan Thompson coming out to bat now. Join Dom Bess. But it's another reset now for Yorkshire. I just thought if they could have just got to the point where it was less than 3 figures wanted to win the match, then psychologically, that would have done Yorkshire the power of good, but it hasn't. They haven't got there. And all is not lost yet. We know what cricket is. It's a funny old game, isn't it? Funny old game.
Oh, football, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Saint. Yeah, so Adam Lyth caught Ollie Price. Didn't think I mentioned his name when he took the catch there at slip off the bowling of Zafar Gohar for 49 off 114. 7 fours involved. And he batted very well, but just there was a ball there with his name on it, wasn't it? A little bit of he spat out of the rough there outside his off stump, and it's the same sort of rough that Jordan Thompson, who's just patted his first ball back, will have to deal with. Now then, the man that makes things happen. He's not been able to do that much in the second half of the season with the bat in red ball cricket. If they need a Tomo going day, Yorkshire, and this is very much it. 2 to come in the over. Zaffa over the wicket. Thompson back and across, dropping into the offside. And there's no run. Nervous laughter around the ground. Balcony beneath our feet. Spectators in the northeast stand transfixed on what's going on out there, willing their respective teams on as Thompson misses one down the leg side. Last ball of the over. 38 bowled in this Yorkshire second innings. Still 39 overs remaining in the day. Don't think one way or another we're going to get quite that far. 119 for 6 Yorkshire.
Yeah, and as we've been saying, Adam Lyth have been dismissed there. It's a big blow for Yorkshire. And we have a change of bowling here.
Looks like Ajit Dale coming back on
Yeah.
at the Kirkstall lane end.
Yeah, and bowling to Dom Bess, who's on 10. And Singh Dale has, in this innings, 6 overs, no maidens. Oh, 6 overs, 1 maiden. Sorry, 1 for 23.
So do you go at this not wanting to die wondering, or do you go at this playing every ball on its merits, or do you just take a softly approach and try and ensure that the Gloucestershire bowlers have got to bowl plenty and you're just going to wear them down and run round an odd single?
Yeah.
There's a few different potential approaches. Not sure I can see the latter, or the last one, but Ajit Dale, loosener down the leg side. Don Best misses out. Really done with clipping that away for 4.
I just think play proper cricket and just play each ball on its merits. You know, this 122. I know it's a long way away, but they're not chasing 300. It's 122. Let's see how close they can get.
Dale to Bess, who does clip this one off his legs. He's going to pick up a couple backward of square. Hands on head from Ajit Dale, and you can understand why, because it was straight. And if Bess missed, then he'd have been fancying an appeal. He's got 1 for 25 so far into his 7th over.
Yes, I don't understand why bowlers do that. They do it all the time, don't they? In any form of cricket, as if hand on head, because the ball was hitting middle, but the batsman hit it. So what's the problem?
There speaks somebody who's not slogged, sweated and toiled away with the ball in his hand.
Yeah.
He stood behind the stumps, waiting for it, waiting for things to happen. Here's Dale down the leg side, and Bess misses out, no run.
They go, oh, middle stump, and well, no, he's hit it.
Yeah, but when you've delivered the ball and you're used to bowling from the same angle, and you know as you're fading away off the pitch that whereabouts it's going to hit, you feel if he misses this, he's either gone LBW or he's bowled, and you just get used to that. So I think there's it's the excitement of the game, isn't it?
Oh, really?
Here's Dale, driven by Bess and fumbled by Graham Van Buren, coming round from mid-off, meaning they're going to get through for a single. Bess on to 13. 122 for 6. Dominic Bess. Highest score this season of 89. He has had first-class century. He's put in some good knocks for Yorkshire over the years, some of them here at Headingley. Highest recent score, if you like. Got to go back to July when he made 67 against Hampshire at Scarborough. And also making 43 last week down at the Oval. So no forlorn hope, but he needs to play well himself and it's going to need some support. Jordan Thompson has a flash at one wide of off stump. That holds its line as it's on its way in towards him. Ajit Dale switching there to bowl round the wicket.
Yeah,
It was close.
not the best of shots there from Jordan Thompson.
One to come in the over. We'll make the change, bring Ed back in the box. Yorkshire past the halfway stage, needing 119 more to win, but just these 4 second innings wickets in hand. Jordan Thompson strikes it well over the top of one that's pitched up wide of off stump, and he's got it through point. Square drive for 4 runs. He's off the mark then, 126 for 6. Yorkshire needing a further 115 to win, or Gloucestershire needing 4 further wickets. I'll take a breather. Ed is back.
Yeah, so 6 overs left until the tea break, and then 32 more overs in today's play, weather permitting, of course, with the forecast getting a little more dodgy as the evening goes on, although exactly when it's going to hit, I think there's a bit of uncertainty about. I mean, one I'm looking at the moment suggests it might not come till 6, although we could still be playing at 6, but we'll still be due plenty more cricket here. Zafar Gohar continuing and bowling to Best, turned away for another run out towards deep mid-wicket, and 127 for 6 is the score.
Yeah, if we're still playing at 6 o'clock, then we're near the end of the match, aren't we? Either way.
Yeah.
And, you know, if Yorkshire say a 9 down or just 20 runs from victory or whatever, and we have to come back tomorrow, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you just know the likelihood of that happening.
Yeah.
It's pretty high, isn't it? It's just what happens. Thompson goes back this time, defends back to the bowler.
Yeah, I mean, unless Yorkshire have been bowled out another 3 hours or whatever, which is always a possibility. But yeah, I mean, all the forecasts show that we're due some rain later this afternoon.
Zafar Gohar to Thompson. Thompson again plays back, and Zafar, in exaggerated fashion almost, will stoop down and pick the ball up. That ball that he bowled to Adam Lyth was absolutely unplayable.
It was.
You can't play that out of the foot marks.
What?
As again Thompson goes back, this time to quite a full delivery, stabs it down into the ground. The skill actually of bowling that, though, mustn't be underestimated, and I know
Correct.
nobody up here certainly did, but you landing it on that spot and the revs that he put on that ball, you could see it on the replay. So again, Thompson plays off the back foot, and immediately after the ball impacts his bat, he strolls off towards square leg and back into position.
Yes, especially to a left-hander. Of course, Adam Lyth is a left-hander, and but it certainly spat up.
Oh, yeah.
And it was good enough to take the edge.
It was almost a bouncer, effectively, at the height
Yeah.
that it got.
Yeah.
Thompson clips this one out towards deep backward square, and he will get another single here. So 2 runs from that over. Yorkshire 128 for 7. Need 113 more runs to win. Just get that total down below 100, and you know,
You never know, do
well,
you?
you don't.
You
This
know,
is
the beauty about cricket. You know, a cricket match is not over until it's over. I mean, look at the Test match here at Headingley with Stokes and Leach. Who would have thought that when Leach walked to the wicket that England stood even a remote chance, really? You know.
Yeah. I'm not sure what it is out on the road outside. Whether it's a electricity thing. Dale bowls to Thompson, driven away through extra cover. This will be at least a couple of runs here. Van Buren's in hot pursuit. Will manage to cut the ball off. They're going to come back for a 3rd run, though, on the arm. That's well run by both Bess and Thompson, setting off immediately for that first one, pushing hard and get 3, 131 for 6, 110 more needed to win. There's that electricity cover that
I think it's a telephone.
Oh, is it telephone?
I think it is. Yeah. You took a picture, didn't you?
I did. I can
Yeah.
I can see if I can see what it is from the picture if I have a look again. I wasn't still not exactly sure what it is. Some sort of cupboard containing something or other.
I think it's sort of BT. I think it's a telephone sort of exchange or what.
Dale bowls back of a length to Bess, rises up well, keeps it down, and it'll go to mid-off for no run. It says Stokes 135, Leach 1.
Yeah, well, on the other side of the ground, or quite near, it's got Botham score and Bob Willis on one of those.
Okay,
yeah.
right.
Yeah,
I didn't see that one, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I like that very much.
It's great, isn't it? Be there forever, so the Australians can see that when they walk past the supporters.
Here is Dale. He's there now. Bowls full, driven, past mid-off by Dom Bess. It's not timed that one to perfection. Van Buren will get there. Might be thinking about 3 again here. Van Buren goes into the slide and picks the ball up and sends the throw in to Dale. And they settle for just the 2 this time, but a couple of nice flowing shots. One apiece for Bess and Thompson. 133 for 6.
Good shot, and it just goes to show there are still runs in this track.
Yeah. Dale has produced 1 or 2 deliveries even in his brief return, which have moved a bit. You do get the feeling he is still in the game, but if he pitches just a bit too full, he is being driven. So he bowls short down the leg side. Gloucestershire think they've got another strangle here. Dale is wheeling away backwards in appeal, and Bracey also is out towards where a backward square leg would be. They quite liked that one, but
they're going up for everything, aren't they?
Ian Blackwell has not moved at all.
No.
And
whatever
explanation I think is now being delivered to Dale, but
if it's this,
well, if it's flicked anything, it looks like it's probably flicked the hip, doesn't it?
I think so. It's the hip. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just got the impression there was something that wasn't, even though they tried to make it look as if they were convinced. I just got the impression that there was a little bit of acting going on there rather than sincerity.
It didn't look quite right, did it?
Yeah. Could have been another strangle down the leg side. It was exactly that way in the first innings. Bess will get runs here, though, as he punches that one through the covers. They'll come back for 2, with Charlesworth sending the throw in. Bess on to 18, 135 for 6. So 7 runs off this over. And already total is creeping down in terms of runs required towards that 100 mark.
I mean, if Gloucestershire do win, looks like they probably will. It was that stand yesterday that really made the difference.
Yeah. In comes Dale. There now bowls and is driven hard down the ground by Bess. The ball's ricocheted off the boot of Dale out towards wide mid-off. And Payne manages to get to the ball quickly enough from mid-off. Has done well there, actually, because I thought that was going to be 2. And decided to turn down the second run. So single, 136 for 6, 105 needed. But another pleasant-looking drive off Dale.
And it mustn't be forgotten that at one stage, Gloucestershire in the second innings was 74 for 5.
Yeah.
If they'd lost another couple of wickets, then I think it'd have been. Oh, I'm just looking at the replay. Sorry for the delay there. The reason why I'm looking is because you thought that he'd probably broken his ankle there.
Yeah, I don't understand this. You see fast bowlers do this more and more.
But there wasn't a flinch. He got up and it wasn't even limping.
I don't know what they put in these boots or what they make them out of nowadays, but you see that happen all the time. I'm pretty sure if I tried that...
Absolutely.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be crying off to hospital. And he stopped that with his left boot as he kind of fell to the floor.
Yeah.
But it's an effective boot because it saved 3. Zafar to start his 15th over. Bess just plays this one quietly into the covers for no run. There's no question that there is the batting to get there for Yorkshire, even now, even though they've lost Lythe. It felt like a crucial moment. Bess drives wide of mid-off. Tumbling effort from Tom Price there, but they'll get another single. Bess to 20, 137 for 6.
Yes, absolutely. And, they've got to believe that, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, from their point of view, they've got to be playing as if their futures depend on it. Zaffert bowls to Thompson. Nice delivery, a little bit of turn, but well played by Thompson in defence. Hampshire are 230 for 7 at Edgbaston. James Vince out for 98. Court Davies bowled Briggs. Keith Barker is 22 not out, and James Fuller's joined him in the middle. Zaffert with a flighted delivery, which is dropped absolutely right at Jordan Thompson's feet. He's looking to play Zaffert off the back foot. Thompson, so as another left-hander, he's having to deal with these foot marks and trying his best to cover any extra bounce there might be out of them as he drives. Some more loose-looking shot. That one, he's driven it past leg stump and down towards the 45 position, and they'll get a single. 139 for 6, but that's the danger of trying to drive with the ball turning sharply into you out of those foot marks. You got just the right amount of edge on it.
Yeah, but it wasn't convincing, was it?
Yeah. If he edged that a bit thinner, then he would have been bowled. Zaffert to Bess, little over pitch, driven towards mid-off, quick single here, and this is the second time Hammond's done that today. His sunglasses have gone flying off, but he's also somehow sort of half picked the ball up and half thrown it.
Yes.
And the ball's gone almost nowhere. He's done both those things twice today. Anyway, they got the run, and Yorkshire 139 for 6. 102 more runs needed. There are 3 overs remaining until the tea break, and it looks as if Gloucestershire are making a change from the Kirkstall Lane end. Ajit Dale's reintroduction into the attack is a brief one, and it's time for some more of Tom Price.
It's been very impressive from this end, from this Kirkstall Lane end. 1 for 27 of his 8 overs, 2 maidens.
David Payne has been the standout so far for me for the Gloucestershire bowlers. I mean, that spell that he bowled when he took his couple of wickets, that of Tattersall and Duke, I think that's, you kind of count the blast in this in a way. He took 18 wickets at under 14 with an economy of 7.6 in the blast, David Payne. So he had a terrific T20 blast campaign, but that's certainly the best he's bowled in the championship for me in a spell. Down the pitch comes Bess to Tom Price, first ball, and works that one away to the onside, fielded by Hammond at mid-wicket.
Interesting that he did come down the wicket too, didn't he?
Yeah. It seems as if they've really decided that's the way to attack Tom Price.
Although, to be fair, he realised he wasn't quite there and played a nice defensive shot.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? And it's one of the things here. There's a lot of talk about how Ben Stokes was batting at the start of the summer. Tom Price in and bowls and work towards Hammond again. This is a tighter single. This time his shot at the stumps actually makes it towards the stumps, doesn't hit them. He only had one stump to aim at. It was an athletic effort actually to get as close to them as he did. Payne backing up. They get a single. I think that Thompson would have been home anyway.
I think he was.
And the sunglasses disappeared off Hammond's head again. That would really annoy me. I would have to get rid of them.
Yeah, I would.
If that kept happening. It'd just be too annoying.
Either get rid of them or put them on, as it were.
But there you go. I don't have Miles Hammond's sense of style.
No, right. Okay. I'm stumped for an answer there.
140 for 6, best 22. Tom Price round the wicket to Thompson. Bit of wobble on that one. Thompson plays it with relative comfort and drives into the ground. Back to the bowler. And there is no run. Somerset are on the brink of defeat against Kent. They are 133 for 9. With, well, Sajid Khan's having a bit of fun by the looks of things. He's 34 not out from 17 balls with 5 fours and 2 sixes. So he's going down swinging. Tom Price round the wicket to Thompson. Good leave, I think.
It was a good leave.
It gave him the hurry up, that's for sure. It was a slightly kind of flinchy leave, that, from Jordan Thompson.
Do you say when it's that really close. It's almost kissing the off stump. Do you say, well, it's a good lead,
Wow.
or do you say it was a misjudgment?
It's all on how close it is, really, isn't it?
Yeah, but as I say, if it's just about kissing the off stump, is that a good lead? It probably isn't, is it?
No. Tom Price is in, bowls straighter, and it's worked round his front pad by Thompson out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run to be had there either. Surrey 124 for 2 following on against Lancashire. So Lancashire got a couple of breakthroughs in that second innings. Burns out for 61 and Ryan Patel for 36. Essex 23 for 1 in their second innings against Northamptonshire. That's a lead of 123. Tom Price in now, bowls. Thompson, almost with a little bit of a hop, defends that one into the leg side. And Charlesworth again called into action to field. The end of a good over from Tom Price, just the 1 run from it. 140 for 6, 101 more runs required to win.
Yes, and just a couple of overs to go before tea. So we actually want to get into the sanctuary of the dressing room, as it were, with no more losses. 140 for 6, so... and it would be nice actually for them to go into the dressing room when there's less than 100 to win.
Yeah, that is true.
It's 101 at the moment, so if they get a couple of, well, at least a couple of runs off this over, well, the last 2 overs.
Yeah, it's just something extra that you can say in the dressing room. Zaffer bowls, that's skidded through on Dom Bess. It's a good bit of bowling, but also Bess watched it and played it late back to the bowler. In Division 2, Middlesex now 376 for 5. They seem to be getting to that 400 mark rather easily, as that's turned away slightly uppishly by Bess, but it was well short of Zafar Gohar. It was past his outstretched right hand on the bounce. It goes up to mid-on, but a few of these leading edges creeping in.
Yeah, it's causing problems now for the Yorkshire batters.
Just get the feeling maybe at some point we might. I mean, James Bracey actually got out caught and bowled like that. As that's a good-looking shot from Dom Bess this time off the back foot, just to play quite a late cut, albeit in front of square, but he's picked out cover point. There is no run. Sussex 83 without loss following on against Glamorgan. Zaffer bowls to Bess for defence. Zaffer will do the tidying up, but Middlesex looking favourites now, really. I mean, fancy even if they sort of fell short of that 400, they'd lead by 161. So that's worked wide of mid-on by Bess. It's a nice bit of batting for a quick single. So it's bang on 100 to win for Yorkshire. Bess to 23.
Yes, it's not impossible, is it?
No. You'd feel mightily aggrieved if you're Gloucestershire and you don't win from here, but...
You would, yeah.
It can certainly happen. Zafar Gohart to Thompson. That's a quick delivery. Thompson jabs down on it just about and manages to keep the gate shut. So fielded at mid-on, and there's 1 over remaining until the tea break. 100 to win, and well, I suppose it's not quite set up perfectly for the neutral now, but if these two bat for another, another 15 overs or so,
yeah,
then
absolutely
it flips potentially the other way.
Do you know what? I've really enjoyed this. It's fascinating, isn't it?
It is.
If you can't enjoy this, then you can't enjoy cricket, can you? You know, it's... And again, we're talking about, county championship, 4-day cricket. It's got a lot going for it, Ed, hasn't it?
It has. Well, I think so. And it's worth keeping on banging the drum for.
I think so, yeah.
It still struck me again looking at that Yorkshire card a moment ago, just all 4 innings, these scores where if you can get past sort of 15, you seem to be able to make something, but so much difficulty from so many players in getting started the scorecards do look rather odd for all 4 innings. Tom Price bowls, just drifting onto the pads. A very optimistic appeal for LBW is turned down by umpire Blackwell.
Yeah, I suppose one conclusion you could come to in this match, look at the 4 innings which you have done, is that the batting has not been great, has it? I'm sort of putting that very simply and encapsulating it. But, you know, yes, there's been some good bowling, but you've got to look at some of the batting, haven't you, on both sides?
Yeah, I think it's the fact that there's clearly enough out there for the bowlers that you can get out to just a good ball, as Bess off the back foot will punch to cover. There is no run. So, therefore, you would think you can't really afford to lose wickets by doing something yourself which causes you to lose the
Correct.
wicket.
Well, a case, absolutely right. The case in point, both dismissals by Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Yeah. And he scored some runs in the first innings before he got out.
Sure.
In 46. It hasn't seemed a pitch for the most part where you can always play your shots with freedom.
No,
but you know,
no.
I don't know. I still don't know exactly where I stand on it, because you look at Jack Taylor's innings, 67 off 78, and had Kohler-Cadmore just gone on sort of 20 runs longer,
but he didn't. That's the point.
No, I know. Here is Tom Price, he bowls, and Bess has played a beautiful shot which goes out to the cover boundary for 4. So Yorkshire will go into the tea break needing under 100 runs to win. It's 96 as it stands. There are still 3 balls remaining until that tea break, and that was a classy shot from Dom Bess. Played it right underneath his eyes and guided it through the covers, but with power, and for 4.
I mean, I would say that's one of the shots of the day.
Yeah.
That was a beautiful shot. He's got to 27 in, it seems, no time, actually.
Yeah. 34 deliveries, come pretty quickly. Price bowls to Bess, opens the face, guides that one past backward point. There's going to be 4 more over the square. Not too much wrong with the deliveries from Tom Price. Bess is just letting them come to him and picking the gaps on the offside for back-to-back boundaries.
I mean, I take everybody's point about, you know, your name could be on one of these deliveries, but it's still a decent track. You know, I think it's still a decent track, and that's why I say that the batting overall on both sides hasn't been great.
This has certainly given Tom Price something to think about for his final 2 deliveries of the session. 92 runs required. Tom Price bowls to Bess, inside edge, and they will grab a single out towards backward square leg, just rolls past umpire Middlebrook there. But the 150 up now for Yorkshire. The crowd will begin to warm to their work in the cold evening if these two can continue like this. Taking a look at the balls per 50. This is the quickest 50 of the innings so far. 77 balls this 50's come in. The previous was 111 and the first was 83. But Bess has not taken really any unnecessary risks. Last ball of the session then, Tom Price bowls to Jordan Thompson, who flicks that one down to fine leg. Gasps of anguish, but I'm not sure that would have been hitting leg stump anyway, even if he'd missed it. So that turned out to be a very good over for Yorkshire to finish the session off. And 151 for 6 is the score. So what was that? Was that 10, I think, off that last over, and 10 off the last 4 deliveries of it, albeit one of them was via the inside edge, but Yorkshire will take them, and they only need, as the score disappears from the board, 90 to win.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying that if they went in wanting, say, 98 or 99 to win, that they would have accepted that, but to get it down to 90 now, going in for tea, they'll certainly take that. And as I say, I could be totally wrong, but I think this could be a really good finish. Yeah. In many ways, I hope it is. You know, I want, at the end of the day, we all want cricket to be the winner, don't we? We do, you know? And I think these two have batted pretty well, especially Dom Bess. And so we'll see now. One more session to go today, with Yorkshire needing 90 to win.
Yeah, and potentially one more session in the match. We'll see what happens with the weather later on. But Yorkshire 1-5-1 for 6, and a partnership between Bess and Thompson that was beginning to establish itself. 32 it was on before the break, and we'll see what they can do. We feel they'll need to score potentially quite a few of these 90, but there's still batting ability left. Fisher, Code, Patterson, you know, it doesn't feel quite as if you know, if Gloucestershire were to take one wicket, that the rest would just suddenly fall.
No, and what, 32 overs left in the day, 90 to win, Gloucestershire to take 4 wickets. You know, it's still possible that we may have to come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, anyway, we shall see. Join us for the final session of day 3 of this match in around about 15 minutes' time. Yorkshire need 90 runs to win. Gloucestershire need 4 wickets to win. We'll speak to you shortly.
umpires Ian Blackwell and James Middlebrook. Graham Van Buren leading out Gloucestershire.
Here we are then, back again for possibly the final time of this year. I say that in a wholly cricketing sense because Gloucestershire need just a further 4 wickets to win this match. Yorkshire 90 runs to win it, so you would think if this goes the full extent of the scheduled playing time remaining today, there will be a result either way. However, it has got a fair bit darker during the last 20 minutes at tea. Floodlights not yet on, but you can't see too many breaks in the cloud away to our right. I think from what I saw on the weather forecast this morning that it was not a strong but a northerly breeze coming down from a northerly direction, so that'll be shifting things pretty much from behind our commentary position across the ground, and it does look like it's loitering quite a bit. Ed Seaborn, myself, Jonathan Doidge and Graham Orange with you for what remains of this match, which sees Yorkshire 151 for 6 then returning from tea after 45 overs of their second innings. As I say, they need 90 to win. Gloucestershire need 4 wickets. Don Bess is 32 not out. Jordan Thompson not out on 10. And just to open up with the scores elsewhere as well, Hampshire have got the deficit down to 29 runs and still have 3 first innings wickets standing at Edgbaston. So at the moment they're further away from a result by some margin than there is here, but they do still have a further day to go. Surrey have lost the 3rd wicket as well, 127 for 3 at Old Trafford, still 176 behind, and Zafar is going to start the evening session from the Howard Stand end.
Indeed he is. Bowling to Thompson. Thompson drives off the back foot. Zafar will field. Floodlights just coming on now as well. The umpires did go out and take a light reading, I think, straight away, so clearly the light's okay for now. Zafar to Thompson, leans forward and guides towards backward point. There is no run. Zafar 2 for 54 from 16 overs. Hasn't been quite as potent this time around as he was towards the end of the first innings. Just the odd loose delivery, which we didn't see that time around. On the money here though, but Thompson keeps him out. Charlesworth springs out from short leg to field. But the good news from Gloucestershire's point of view is that their seamers have filled some of the gap, as it were. Zafar bowls quicker, flicked by Thompson for at least a run. They'll push hard for the second, but they won't get it, and it's Josh Shaw out on the field, fielding deep backward square. Thompson on to 11, 152 for 6, so 89 runs required. Payne 2 for 20 from his 11, bowled fantastically this afternoon. Tom Price 1 for 38, got a bit of treatment from Don Bess towards the end of that. Well, I say towards the end of that session, actually in the final few deliveries even of that session. Dale 1 for 38. Zafar bowls to Bess, drives firmly towards extra cover. Dent is prowling that region as he does so often, and there's no run. Ollie Price doing some extraordinary dancing at slip as that's cut by Bess. Bit short, bit wide, but Zafar will get away with out conceding more than a single as cover slides across. Bess 33, Yorkshire 153 for 6. Yorkshire need 88 more runs to win. He was doing a sort of a, I don't know if Ollie Price does any Morris dancing, but judging by that performance, he'd be pretty good at it. Raising one leg up and to the side and then the other.
Yeah, reminds me of the school float where I had to dress up as a Morris dancer many years ago because I had cricket whites. There you go, stick a straw butter on some bells on you, lad. Get on float.
I can't remember if you actually do that in Morris dancing anyway. It feels as if you should, but I'll probably get somebody writing in now and saying there's no move like that at all.
Morris dancing expert. Yeah. Meanwhile, 88 needed by Yorkshire, 4 wickets needed by Gloucestershire. Don Bess 33. Jordan Thompson for the first time since June has made it into double figures in a red ball innings. That can only be a positive, and Yorkshire supporters We'll be hoping for more from both this pair. It's going to be Tom Price to open the evening session under the floodlights now from the Kirkstall lane end with a ball that ducks in towards Bess. Wraps him on the pad. There is an appeal, but not wholly confident. And a measure of where Gloucestershire are at here, given that they only need the 4 wickets, is that they're being very defensive now. Well, they've got a ring field, but only the one slip in place. Long leg, third man, sweeper out on, or just in from the deep square leg boundary on the western terrace side of the ground. Price turns and comes in again. Best plays outside that ball. So not a wholly confident start from the Yorkshire batter against the Gloucestershire bowler. Yorkshire lad says, can I just say how lovely Hampshire is as a county. Lovely people, great cricket team, wonderful town in Basingstoke. Nearly out of our hands.
Basingstoke.
Basingstoke.
All places to pick.
153 for 6, best weights, and Price bowls and nicely pushed this time to extra cover. Van Buren round from mid-off to slide and field. Best moves on to 34 with that single.
Actually, I'm not sure. I've never been there.
No, nor have I. I remember seeing the signs for it driving from, I think it was the Aegeus Bowl, yeah, up to London earlier in the summer, one evening after finishing a 4-dayer down there. Or it could have been from Goodwood Races. No, it must have been from the Aegeus Bowl. Meanwhile, back at the cricket here, Price round the wicket to the left-handed Thompson, who's dropping out into the offside. Miles Hammond fielding from point. No run. Forever Dormo says, looking grim at present, Doige. TKC's average in first-class cricket, 33, is lower than his talent suggests it should be. He says maybe that's because he doesn't treat every ball on its merits. If he'd been 60 not out, seeing the ball as big as a melon, okay, slogging to long on. Well, it was long off, wasn't it, actually, but we all make mistakes, I think, Forever Dormo. As that comes in round the wicket, and Thompson drives quite firmly back to the bowler, no run. Lily's convinced that today is Jordan Thompson's day. And he's being quite chipper about things. Dan Redford says, with the fear of sounding heretical by some, the ECB's high performance review actually makes attempts to address the issue of how to reward or compensate a county club when they produce talent suitable for the national team. As Thompson facing up once again to Price, drops one out into the offside square. End of the over, 47 now bowled. Yorkshire 154 for 6, needing 87. Gloucestershire still needing 4 wickets. DT, who of course has been in the box on numerous occasions alongside this season, is back there in Thailand and says, come on Yorkshire. Do they play cricket in Thailand? And Philip Taylor says, unfortunately, with regard to this lack of player situation in the England call-up, says, unfortunately, the very same system applies to Surrey, who are champions of Division 1.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah. It's all about timings and that sort of thing, isn't it? You know, different players going off at different times for different counties, but yeah, we'll never have a completely holy sacrosanct championship in those terms, as Best tried his best to flay that first ball of the new Zafar Gohar away, necessary word in there, through the covers and missed it. Next delivery is full and defended out into the covers by Bess for no run. Floodlights really taking considerable effect already in this evening session. Zafar bowls, another leading edge from Bess. He's got a few of those, but this time it didn't go in the air for very long at all. Zafar looks upward to the leaden, murky heavens. At the moment, these leading edges are not quite finding the mark for his liking, as that's cut away by Bess, and a good piece of fielding by former Yorkshire cricketer Josh Shaw at backward point. and there is no run. I think I've
How dare he field it at
seen
this stage? Surely he'd let that through.
I don't think I've seen much of Josh Shaw out on the field over the previous few days, but I've seen a fair bit of Dom Goodman, but Shaw out there at the moment. As that's turned straight to leg slip. Thompson hangs about for a bit, but he's gone. And Zafar Gohar gets his third wicket, and I bang on about it so much, but I love a leg slip, especially in that situation where you've got the ball turning sharply into the left-hander. And although Zafar wouldn't have meant the ball to go along that line exactly, Thompson has flicked at it, and it's gone straight into the waiting hands of Jack Taylor at leg slip. And that's a crucial wicket for Gloucestershire, needless to say. Jordan Thompson out for 11. The partnership between him and Dom Bess is broken, and Yorkshire still requiring 86 runs to win, 155 for 7.
Yeah, another start there, 11 off 28. So he's seen a fair bit of it, but they've only been out there for, what, 2 overs and 5 balls since the tea break, and hasn't managed to get back in, having gone off 10 not out. And Matthew Fisher, who always shapes as if he can play, and of course got, whatever it was, 16 not out, I think, in the first innings. But doesn't always come off with the runs he promises. He's going to need to come off with probably more than he promises here. If Yorkshire are to rub off 86 more to win this, and Gloucestershire not quite on the brink just yet, but turning the screw.
Yeah, if they can get Dom Bess in fairly short order, I think they'll feel that there's just too much to do. Bess has got to be the one to take this pretty close now. He's played well for his 35, but now he's running out of company a little. There are 2 slips and a short leg for Matthew Fisher. Zafar bowls to Fisher, who watches that one through to Bracey. And that is the end of the over. Zafar Gohar has struck, not necessarily exactly potentially what he was bowling for, but it's just what happens if you get a bit almost too much turn, or if you just start it a bit too straight. You can bring that leg slip into play, and you see so many wickets fall like that. I mean, whenever England visit the subcontinent, it feels as if they lose, 6 or 7 wickets caught at leg slip, because it's just instinct, and you just flick at it, and into the bread basket it went. But as you say, you could see that Fisher, he played a couple of really good-looking shots for his 16 in the first innings. I think that the question would be, how is he going to bat? Is he really going to try and dig in and play for Bess, or does he think, well, I actually need to be scoring here, and my runs are important, so I'm going to play a few more shots?
Tom Price at the Kirkstall Lane end, 1 for 39 off 11 to his name. Short ball and pulled by Bess, down to long leg for 1. We're going to find out a bit more about Matthew Fisher's thoughts on how he's going to play. 36 to Bess, 156 for 7, 85 needed to win. Russ Adamson, Tim Atkinson both think that it's all sorted for Pato to hit the winning runs here. David Collicutt says fingers and toes crossed here in Los Angeles. Hopefully Yorkshire can find someone to help Dom Bess get us home. A long way off, isn't it? 156 for 7, 85 to win your last 3 wickets.
I thought you meant Los Angeles is a long way off.
That too. Price in, bowling to Fisher, firmly, solidly over the top of that.
I bet they wouldn't be playing cricket under grey skies with floodlights in 12-degree weather in Los Angeles. Why aren't we out there playing?
In terms of approach, to totally ignore what you're saying and go back to what you were asking, perhaps. Again, just looking back at the balls faced by the Yorkshire players. Here's Price coming in. Fisher gets into a little bit of a pickle, trying to drop that in the leg side, but he survives it okay. So Yorkshire's 3 run scorers of any note here. Adam Lyth, 49, 114 balls. George Hill, 36, 56 balls. Don Best 36 and still going off 46. Nobody else has faced more than Jordan Thompson's 28, and he, by facing that many, got a little bit of a start with his 11. Price in, another big appeal for LBW to one that looks like it's going down leg and cannons off. Maybe the boot, lower part of the pad of Matthew Fisher, backward of square leg, suggesting the same. Not out, says Ian Blackwell. And, you know, players coming in, they've all looked to be keeping things ticking, with the exception of Harry Duke, who made 1 from 23 for a strike rate of 4.34. Everybody else, or the majority, won a ball or thereabouts. Just 1 or 2 have stayed there longer with that strike rate lowering. Fisher turns it to leg, no run. So it's got that feeling of ball with your name on it. Go out there and try and keep it ticking rather than just hanging around.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, there may be somebody comes in lower down the order who doesn't have quite as many shots, who has to just stay around and hope that somebody else can find their shots.
You're not thinking of anybody in particular, are you?
I'm not thinking of anybody in particular when I say that, Ed. Price in. Fisher covering that one and pushing to mid on. End of the 49th, 156 for 7. Still 85 for Yorkshire to win. 3 wickets for Gloucestershire to win. So I think the way that Matthew Fisher played in the first innings, probably if he approaches it the same way, and just hopes he can keep things moving on, keep rotating the strike, keeping Don Bess interested, and obviously they'll be just gradually rubbing things off. He's faced 6 so far without scoring.
Yeah. Bit of deliberation here about what sort of a field they're going to have for Don Best, because that wicket of Thompson potentially, they might feel, gives them more license to attack Don Best now, knowing or hoping, I suppose, that he's going to have to feel as if he has to go on the defensive a little bit more. Zafar bowls now to Bess. Bess is onto the front foot, and Dent picks the ball up at extra cover. There's a deep cover and a deep forward square. Those are the only 2 fielders out. Mid-off and mid-on are a little deeper than they might be. Bess cuts that one out towards deep point. They're running the first one hard, but Tom Price in quickly off the boundary, sends a good throw in. Got a good arm from the outfield like most seamers do. And 157 now for 7. With Best to 37, Gloucestershire will bring Tom Price in, bring a second slip in, as well as the short leg. Deep square stays out. Zafar bowls to Fisher, who very watchfully and softly comes forward and defends up the pitch. I think we might, at least for the moment, be through some of the gloom. It's got a little bit brighter in the last few moments. Fisher leans forward and the ball dribbles to short leg, and there is no run. I wonder, would Zafar prefer Fisher to be defending or attacking, or maybe he doesn't care? Zafar bowls to Fisher, who cuts. Played that one late, but watchfully. Not for a run, though. Tom Price, having come up from the boundary, was able to do the fielding, and now drops back to allow the single. Last ball of the over. Zafar in now and bowls. Fisher, again, keeping that one out. So Zafar fields. It's the end of the 50th over of this Yorkshire second innings, which are both the first innings of this match, I should say, were both completed in the 58th over. Gloucestershire's second innings in the 77th. Is there something in that? I don't know. 77 overs for this innings. Well, I wonder where would that get Yorkshire to? Roundabout victory.
7 runs short.
Yeah, I was going to say pretty close, wouldn't it?
What have we got here? Somebody from the Gloucestershire backroom staff.
Tom Price's elbow. I noticed that when I was interviewing him recently. He's got carpet burns on his elbow, and I assume as he was stopping one of those deliveries earlier on in that Zaffa over, that the plaster's just come off, so I think that's all that was. Of course, now they have to wait for Chris Powell to get out from in front of the sight screen, because that's exactly where he's got to go.
So Don Bess on strike, facing Tom Price here. And gets one to jag on him. Again, it feels like it's going down leg, and there's a stifled appeal. Umpire Blackwell not interested on this occasion.
Thought that one might have been a bit closer than some of the others, but yeah, he's angling the ball in so much, Tom Price, that he's going to have to start it even straighter than that. You'd feel to get the decision out of Ian Blackwell. The feeling about Ian Blackwell in the past was that he was rather trigger happy, so perhaps in yesteryear, not saying for definite, perhaps he might have given that, but not now.
Here's Price. Bess gets the thickish inside contact, diverts it wide of mid-on, and will therefore get one. 38 to him, 158 for 7, and 83 for Yorkshire, or 3 wickets for Gloucestershire. Elsewhere, Hampshire are just 5 runs behind Warwickshire now, and still have 3 first innings wickets in hand. 267 for 7. And at Old Trafford, Surrey 140 for 3. Still trail Lancashire by 163 runs in their second innings. Following on, Price in, nicely played by Fisher, who will get off the mark at his 11th attempt here, down to long leg for 1.
That plane's just come from Verona. You needed to know that, didn't you?
No,
I did.
I think
I'm thinking of sunnier climes already. That's the thing.
I think is that your anorak that just dropped on the floor over there? Halfway through this 51st over then. Bess back on strike on 38. Ball shapes in quite significantly towards him from Tom Price, and he drives it out to mid-off, no run. Sarah Osmond, good afternoon to you. She says, ha ha ha. I'm in Basingstoke, not sure I'd have picked that down as somewhere wonderful, and certainly wouldn't have expected to hear it mentioned while watching Yorkshire play.
Okay, there we go then.
In comes Price again. It's angled down to third man by Don Bess, who's scurrying back for 2 and does well to get back for 2. Good support from Matthew Fisher. 161 now for 7 Yorkshire. 80 more required. They're 2/3 of the way there. They've lost 7 of their 10 wickets. Price again. Shirt hanging out, number 53 on his back, right arm over. Bess gets leg side of this ball that's shaping in on him again, but it does shape in so much that the shot he was intending to play can't quite get it away through the covers. Drags it into the pitch. But end of the over, 161 for 7. You can get in touch, as Sarah did, on @Jonathan Doidge, or also on @EdCricket6 for my BBC Bristol colleague, or indeed on BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. Last chances for doing that this season, you would think, unless the weather intervenes, and we are back tomorrow. 26 overs scheduled for play today. Barry Ferguson says, "Dear Jonathan, thanks to the many you have received for your work during the current but nearly finished cricket season. Been a bit grim for Yorkshire supporters, but there's always another season. Not been able to get to the matches. The commentary has been much appreciated. Thank you, Barry."
Zaffa to Fisher. Fisher leans forward and strikes that one to point. There is no run.
Edward Harland says, apologies, Ed.
Oh no, sorry, no.
I'll try and get through this.
Zaffa in and bowls. Fisher leans forward in defence again. Dent will pick up at extra cover.
He says, many thanks for the entertaining commentaries from you throughout the season. All season I've watched so much I should be getting bed sores by now. How does this sound? More in a moment.
Zaffer round the wicket again, bowls to Fisher. Delivery angling in towards the stumps, but it's kept out by Fisher.
Root, Bairstow, Brook, Milan, Rashid, all playing for a second division club. P.S. Tell Graham he missed an excellent talk today by the previous owner of the Tan Hill pub.
Zaffer bowls, leave alone from Matthew Fisher, certainly showing that he's happy to judge the turn from Zaffer Gohar and potentially the bounce as well. Zaffer moves in now, bowls again, and forward goes Fisher, and just sends it to the onside of the pitch. Zaffer will field, and again we have this movement out of Tom Price to the deep cover boundary, trying to give Fisher a single. Looks as though Jack Taylor's going to move from second slip into silly point for the last delivery. Maybe not silly point, actually, like silly mid-off. Zaffer moves in, bowls to Fisher. Fisher looks for the single, and he's going to get it because Dent fielding at extra cover. A fair way to go, played it right out towards point, and so Fisher will keep the strike. He's got 262 for 7 is Yorkshire's total, so there's another 10 ticked off if you're doing it that way. 79 runs required to win.
Edward goes on. PPS, just for me, indictment, in inverted commas, has a silent C, i.e. pronounced indictment, which, if that's referring to my earlier use of indictment during this match, which it probably is, Edward, thank you for that. You clearly didn't pick up on my use of the word indictment in an ironic sense. Remember the Only Fools and Horses scene where Del Boy and Rodney talk about the indictment, the indictment of a failing system? No.
No, I'm afraid not, actually.
First ball of the over is a dot wide of off stump. What was that thing you wrote? The indictment? No, it was the indictment of a failing system.
Ah.
The use of the word Basingstoke also reminds me of Only Fools and Horses, because somewhere in an episode somebody says Basingstoke.
Just like that?
Yeah, Basingstoke. Après-moi, la deluge. Here's Price wide of off stump, and it's a no ball, indicates Ian Blackwell. That'll help Yorkshire.
Yeah, it's, was that the third or fourth now for Tom Price, the third? So 6 given away in no balls. At the moment doesn't look as if it will be critical, but you never know. It's a frustrating spell this for Tom Price. He's getting the in movement, but when they're missing it, it's going down the leg side.
6 no balls in the innings. 164 for 7 after those 2 were added. 77 more needed as Matthew Fisher, number 7 on his back, pushes back to the bowler, just gives his pad a tap as if he didn't play that precisely with the bat where his brain would have wanted it to go.
Yeah, I mean it's not bowling badly, Tom Price, but you wonder about getting David Payne back on potentially.
Price in again. Bit of room for Fisher to push through, no more than that through extra cover. He's going to pick up a couple for this one. Van Buren, who's got through a few steps this Yorkshire second innings, has done the fielding, and Fisher takes him on for the third and has to dive in. Now, I'll tell you what, he's down bent double, and you would not want Matthew Fisher to have got injured yet again in diving in for a run that, well, arguably, he didn't need to take. No. Certainly took a risk in doing it. He's got through.
You don't see them very often, those direct hits from the outfield, but I think if Van Buren had produced the wonder throw that had hit direct, I think Fisher would have been found short. Not a great third run. I mean, any time you turn for a run and the outfielder's got the ball in his hands, that's usually dangerous, even with a long boundary.
Yeah, Matthew Fisher inspecting his bat. Maybe he's got a stress fracture of the pads this time, as that's pushed into the offside by Dominic Bess. He'll pick up a single out to the sweeper. Nicely played. And Fish back on strike. He's on to 5 with that 3 just a couple of deliveries ago. 168 for 7. Requirement down to 73, but still a lot. Floodlights on. Light is okay for now. But, plenty of grey cloud overhead. Then comes Price again over the wicket. Short ball. Matthew Fisher, tall figure, right over that. Beautifully played backward defensive stroke.
I think that delivery again, another indication of how some of the bounce seems to have gone out of this surface. And there was the talk from James Bracey after day 1 about hammering the pitch, but I don't think he'll have any rewards in doing that now. And Gloucestershire have got their rewards in this innings from bowling very full. So I just think it's an indication of how the pitch maybe has changed.
Price in again. Fisher, watchful, drops into the leg side to complete over number 53 with a dot. 168 for 7. 73 runs Yorkshire. 3 wickets Gloucestershire to win this match. By the way, James Vince made 98. He was the last man out in that. The last man out to date in the Hampshire response to Warwickshire's 272 for 4 declared yesterday. They've made 280 for 7 now, so lead by 8 runs. James Fuller has 15, but more significantly, Keith Barker not out 57.
Yeah, it's extraordinary how Keith Barker just seems to come up with these runs in those situations every time. And actually, to be honest, Fuller's been pretty similar, not just in the Championship either, in T20 cricket as well. Certainly done it to Gloucestershire a couple of times over the last couple of seasons. As Zafar starts new over, Best flicks that one firmly, and Charlesworth gets in the way of that one. There's a chat with Dom Best there. That saved a run as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. Now, Gloucestershire have never won a T20 match at the Ageas Bowl. Never. Zafar bowls, pushed forward, or pushing forwards I should say, was Best. Ball squirts out towards square leg and there is no run. They haven't been in the same group for every year, but it's just one of those statistics. You just think, how? With the randomness of T20, how have Gloucestershire never won a match there? But Middlesex, I suppose, a little more understandably given Middlesex's form for the most part of the T20 blast, but Middlesex have never won a match against Gloucestershire away, either at Cheltenham or at Bristol. It's still hard to see how these things happen. But anyway, James Fuller was instrumental in keeping that record intact for Hampshire a couple of times this year and last year. Zafar bowls. Best this time does get it past short leg, will come through for a well-judged single. And 169 for 7 with Bess on to 42 and in danger, if you look at it this way, in danger of becoming the first half-centurion of the match for Yorkshire. I can say it. You'll get blamed if you say it. Zafar bowls to Fisher. Fisher gets this again past the dive of Charlesworth at short leg, and they'll come through for another single. And we have already reached the stages of every run now being applauded, which is great.
That's Surrey, by the way, 142 for 4 now, still trailing Lancashire's first innings score by 161 runs, and that is following on, of course. So things, points still in the melting pot.
Zafar and Van Buren having another chat now, I think. Okay, it looks as if Zafar's going to come over the wicket to bowl to Dom Best, so can't bowl down the leg side or he'll be wided. Deep cover comes up, and Dent moves from cover over to mid-wicket. So what's Best going to do here? Is he content to kick this last ball of the over away, or is he going to try and play a shot at it? No, he's going to kick it away. I think from the way that Fisher's playing, there's really no need for him to do anything else. Oh, it wasn't the last ball of the over. Apologies for that. It was done in by the screen to my left rather than the giant scoreboard to my right. This is the last ball of the over. Zaffa bowls to Bess, bowls it straighter. Bess plays it back towards the bowler. I don't think it was really a leading edge, but Bess looks a little cross that potentially he didn't manage to find a single there. Walked off with the bat held in the middle of it. 170 for 7, and there's 71 runs needed by Yorkshire, and just a few overs tick by now without a wicket. Wickets have tended to fall in clusters. Still a long way to go, but Yorkshire have just settled things, I think, in these last few overs, which is why Gloucestershire are going to make the bowling change that I kind of felt had to come. It's going to be David Payne to replace Tom Price from the Kirkstall Lane end, and he's going, by the looks of things, to continue with this left arm round angle, which brought him his success earlier on. And I think Jonathan Deutsch will describe this over, and I will make way for Graham Orange.
Yep, update to come very shortly as well for BBC Radio Leeds. Stand by your beds for that. Matthew Fisher on strike. David Payne, a threat. 2 for 20 off 11 overs. And these next few minutes, maybe half an hour, if we're out there that long with his ball in hand, could make or break here. Fisher drops it into the offside. First ball, it was short of length. Floodlights on in full. Shadowing out there on the field. There's been no recent debate between umpires about the light. They took a reading, as Ed suggested, a bit earlier. But it is grey overhead.
Yeah, the light's not great. It's probably the worst it's been all day.
Payne round the wicket to Fisher, who does play at this one, just wide of off stump, plays inside the line. Dot ball, 71 more Yorkshire runs needed, 3 more Gloucestershire wickets, as it were, 3 more Yorkshire wickets for Gloucestershire.
Yep, they're creeping towards this total.
Hampshire leading by 22 against Warwickshire, with still 3 first innings wickets standing. 71 now to Keith Barker, who looks like he's gone ballistic in the last couple of overs. Short ball guided by Fisher down to third man for another single. 70 now needed. He is on to 7.
Yes, just a text from Nick Craven of Weatherbiz. That's a company based at Wellingborough in Northamptonshire, and they provide many services to the horse racing industry, and Nick loves his cricket. In fact, he's listening to us. So thanks for the message, Nick, and I'll see you at Wetherby at the end of October.
Here comes Payne round the wicket. Bess pushes out square on the offside, and there's no run.
Charlie Hall Chase Day.
Charlie Hall Chase Day. Hopefully I'll be there as well.
Yep.
Can't remember what's in the diary for that day. It'll be the 29th of October, won't it?
Well, Nick's coming on the 28th. Is that the Friday?
Yep.
All right, well, I'll still be there.
Bess 42. 171 for 7. In comes Payne, and Bess over the top of it. Just a little nudge into the offside. There's a shy at the stumps, which misses at the non-striking end. Safely home. 43 to Dominic Bess. Down to under 70 now. Well, yeah, he's just moved on to 43 now, as you say that, Richard, and Matthew Fisher with him is on 7. It's an 8th wicket partnership that's so far yielded 17 runs for Yorkshire. They're 172 for 7, needing 69 more runs to win this match and ensure their safety, but that is now 8 because Matthew Fisher has just guided that delivery from left armer David Payne straight to first slip and has gone for 7. 172 for 8 with just Ben Code. And in his final match for Yorkshire, Stephen Patterson to come at 10 and 11 respectively. Bess undoubtedly batting well here. 61 balls he's faced for his 43. He's been out there for almost an hour and a half of batting time. Matthew Fisher, as you might imagine, is distraught at the moment. 7 he got from 28 deliveries. And Adam Lythe, well, he was the big wicket, wasn't he, earlier on when you were with us? He made 49 in the end, and he was unlucky, really. He got a delivery that spat out of the rough from Zafar Gohar, and he couldn't quite get over the top of it and nudged it to Ollie Price at slip. That was the back of him. Jordan Thompson has gone since for 11, and now Matthew Fisher. It's a perilous position for Yorkshire. They may not necessarily need winning points, but they'd still like to do that to ensure their first division survival. And it's getting very, very, very tense out there in the middle. Warwickshire are playing at the moment against Hampshire. Warwickshire below Yorkshire in the table. Permutations are a bit difficult to come up with when we don't quite know what's going to eventuate in that game, Richard. So it's difficult to say. But at the moment, there's a 16-point gap between them. Yorkshire just need to make sure that at the end of this match, they have more than Warwickshire. And it is Ben Code coming out to join Dominic Bess. Will he run out of partners here?
Yeah, that's a big blow for Yorkshire, losing Matt Fisher. Just guided the ball to slip. Matt Taylor took the catch, and he was out for 7. And it's looking very ominous now for Yorkshire. As you rightly say, Ben Code has come out to join Dom Bess out in the middle. And 172 for 8. Still 69 more runs to win. So these last 2 wickets have got to yield that for Yorkshire to win. Obviously Gloucestershire really are in the driving seat. As I said before, the light isn't great. I'm sure the umpires will be taking readings on this, but it's going to be Zafar Gohar to bowl from the Howard stand end with his left-arm spin to Dom Bess,
who pads away the first delivery of the over. Pretty gloomy. Still 21 overs and 5 balls left in the day's play. Just 2 wickets now for Gloucestershire to finish the season with 2 wins, successive wins to their name. Finish the season with more wins than Yorkshire. But obviously them going down as well. Bess kicks another one away. He's back with Zafar again. Rolling left arm over, wide on the crease, pitching it outside leg stump. That is why Dom Bess is able to just stick his front foot down the track and use the pad. Can't be giving out LBW. Sorry? Outside leg stump again, and pads off. What are you laughing at?
Well, yeah, quite right.
Well, shouldn't be giving out LBW, yeah, okay.
I've got a little story for you in a minute on that one.
Oh, no.
No, you'll enjoy it, you'll enjoy it. Now he's coming round the wicket. He'll be padding these away now.
I thought there'd been an amendment to the rules after 55 overs and 2 deliveries or something today. So he's coming round the wicket, as Graham says. Slip in place. That short leg is being taken out and just brought into a 1 saving position in the offside. So they're just saying you've got to hit it over us or through us here to Dom Bess if you want to make runs. It's a tight ring with the slip. The only real out shots are through mid-wicket, and there's a sweeper, deep backward square leg. Zafar then with that different angle, but slides one down Bess's leg side. There's just 1 to come in the over. How's Dom Bess going to play this? Ben Code can obviously play. He got 60 odd here against Essex the other week. How much trust would he put in his number 10? What's been the conversation out there? Is he going to try and take it on himself? Deep backward square has been brought up on the 1 as well. Bess comes down the pitch and hits Zafar over the top. Lost that. It's gone all the way for 6 down to the Taverner's stand. Super shot from Dom Bess that takes him from 43 to 49 at a stroke. 178 for 8. It still exposes Ben Code to facing David Payne here. And Yorkshire down to needing 63 to win this.
Yes, I was umpiring the Yorkshire Schools under-14 final at Castleford about 3 weeks ago. And the teams were GSAL, Grammar School at Leeds, and Richmond School. And a young leg spinner came on at my end, 14-year-old leg spinner, right-handed batsman. And after a while, he bowled well, and he pitched a ball outside the leg stump and turned it and would have hit Midland leg. And they all went up. And I said, not out, pitched outside leg. And he said, that pitched outside leg, didn't he? As he walked, I said, yes, it did, that's why I didn't give it out. He says, well, some umpires would have given that, you know. This is a 14-year-old. It was so funny.
Payne round the wicket, left arm, bowling to Code, who pushes firmly to Van Buren. Shortish there at mid-off in all sorts of ways. He does the fielding. No run.
Well, Code's on strike, and I can tell you now, about 5 years ago, I gave him out LBW in a Yorkshire Premier League match.
Now then, a little bit of a flick at one with no foot movement from Ben Code. Wide of off stump. Potential danger there. Survives this one.
Well, you know, Bess is still there in 49 again. We keep saying, if someone can just stay. We said that with Lythe when he was in. Can someone now stay with Bess?
Payne coming in again round the wicket, wide on the crease. That's tightened the angle up this time, and Ben Code pushing inside the line at it.
That looks a good delivery.
Yeah. Michael Hickman says bye-bye Yorkshire, the game is up. And Rob says, would I be right in saying that if Warwickshire beat Hampshire and Yorkshire lose here, both teams would finish on the same points? Payne in, and Code pushing back to him. Again, no run. Well, they'd pick up 16 for the win, wouldn't they? They've already got the bonus points on the board, so yes, they would finish level on points, and therefore Yorkshire would get relegated because Warwickshire have had more wins.
More wins, yeah, absolutely.
Payne coming in again. Code has a big shy at one wide of off stump. Unfortunately does not get a nick. He's trying to hit it somewhere over the northeast stand scoreboard. Warwickshire probably not a lot nearer to winning their match though than Yorkshire are theirs at this moment in time, unless there is something contrived there. Hampshire 29 runs in front with 2 first innings wickets standing, but they've only got what they've got today plus tomorrow to finish that match.
But they've got to get in front of them, bowl Hampshire out very cheaply.
And then man dispatched out to deep backward square leg, and that's the shot that Ben Code loves to play. David Payne just feeding him really with a half volley wide of off stump, and Ben Code is a number 10. He may be limited of stroke play, but that is one he certainly has in the locker, and he's picked up 4 runs, 182 for 8. 59 more to win for Yorkshire and 2 wickets for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, absolutely. What a cracking shot that was. Where there's life, there's hope. That's what Yorkshire supporters will be thinking. But obviously Gloucestershire are in the strong favourites now, obviously. The question now, the immediate question is, can Don Bess get his half centuries on 49? And he'll be facing now.
Yep, Zaff are going to continue. Dennis Barnett says, Basingstoke, good afternoon, Jonathan and colleagues. This Hampshire town has a lovely cricket ground, rejoicing in the name of May's Bounty. It's been used as a county cricket ground from time to time. Yep, remember seeing that on the fixture list, although never having been there, I've got to say, Dennis, myself. In 2009, Hampshire entertained Yorkshire there, and I was able to go for one of the days. The pavilion offered a choice of half a dozen real ales, and as part of the extensive offers of food, a hog roast, as Bess plays the first Gohar delivery into the covers, and there is no run. A marvellous ground, and Yorkshire won. Pity Hampshire don't need to use it more often. Here's Gohar round the wicket. Bess pushing into the offside again. Finds the field. And once more there's no run. They've set up here with a slip. Backward point. 45 backward of square on the leg side. Sweeper, a deep backward square. Straight mid wicket. Long off, long on. Extra cover. Who's coming round to field here. And a sweeper out in the offside. And that little push into the offside brings up Dominic Bess's 50, and a very well-earned half-century it has been too. 70 deliveries, I should say, 97 minutes. It has included 3 fours, and Bess, who has got a first-class 100 to his name, has now made it a 12th first-class half-century, and this, if he goes on and he receives some support, would probably be just about his greatest knock, wouldn't it? 58 though needed from he and possibly a couple of others. Ben Code, the first of them, he's just prodding that one backward of point.
Yes, he hit 1-6 as well.
Apologies, of course he did, over the Taverner stand. Gohar around the wicket. Code steps away to leg, opens up the offside and cuts it once again backward of point. Gohar in once more. Code this time chops down on one that looks like it's shooting through. Heads to the sky for Zafar Gohar. He obviously felt he was going to sneak one through there. Just got a little bit brighter with a bit of a break in the cloud to the western side of the ground. It's the end of that over. 58 now bowled. 19 remaining in the day. Unless that light ends play, or there is some rain like yesterday, this is going to finish one way or another. 2 wickets or 58 runs in 19 overs. And it's going to be David Payne to continue.
Yes, I think back to yesterday when Gloucestershire was 74 for 5 in their second innings, and they recovered, and now they're on the brink of victory, you'd think.
Payne then coming in round the wicket to bowl here to Bess. Short ball pulled. There is a man out in the deep who's going to keep them to 1. Changing the field with Ben Code coming back on strike, so that deep backward square has been brought up on the one in front of square. They've strengthened the cordon and added a 3rd slip. 3rd man still in place. Point, just one man in a sort of extra cover position really, and Payne angling in towards the off stump. It does not look confident, does it, from Ben Code? He's been beaten by a couple that have probably just missed off stump by a coat of varnish. Don Bess is having a wander down to have a word in the shell like. Got an email in, a tweet in from Neil Allen, says we only need 240, a tie will do. 8 points for a tie. Code drives again through the offside, that favoured shot. David Payne's going to feed him there, then he'll smack him through that area all the rest of the evening. But it's not that simple, is it? We've seen him come close to getting a nick or been bowled a couple of times already. David Payne 3 for 31. Ben Code, though, has doubled his score with that 4.
Yeah, glorious shot.
188 for 8. 2 wickets needed for Gloucestershire to win this match. 53 runs for Yorkshire to win this match. 52 runs for Yorkshire to tie this match. And Payne in again.
He's playing him missing a few times, isn't he?
Yeah, Ben Code. One of the features of Ben Code's play is that, yeah, although he can get the ball away when you give him a bit of room outside off stump, tends not to be a huge amount of foot movement. He can sometimes walk down and whack one over the top. But you wouldn't say that he'd use his feet as well as Harry Brook, for example. As that is nicely pushed out backward of point by Ben Code. Third man coming round to do the fielding. But again, just that bit of width for him to work with, and he's absolutely fine. Likes to be leg side of the ball. Single takes him on to 9, 189 for 8, and 52 more runs for Yorkshire to win.
Yeah, they just keep ticking these runs off. Bess is back to face, who's on 51. And this has been a tremendous innings by the Yorkshire off spinner.
Payne round the wicket again. Bess just flicks the ball backward of square leg and strolls through with good support from Code to keep the strike at the end of that 59th over. He's on to 52, and it's 190 for the loss of 8 wickets. Yorkshire have at least past what they mustered in the first innings at 183. But that'll be scant consolation if it means second division cricket next year. 51 more runs to win the match. Gloucester still pressing for 2 more wickets. 23 overs, no maidens. 3 for 68, Zafar Gohar. John Logan's emailed in. Hi JD, very tense finish, which is doing nothing for my nerves. 241 is the target to win, but it's worth mentioning from Yorkshire's perspective 240 would do, as we've already heard, yep. Bess waits. Gohar coming round the wicket. Bess steps away and cuts firmly into the offside. There is a sweeper out there at the Western Terrace side of the ground, and they can't get back for a second. It's one of those where, had he not hit it as hard, they might well have got back for a second. But he gave it plenty, and it was quick moving in the field out there by Goodman. I wonder I didn't recognise him. He's been on and off running 12th man duties. So Code back on strike. They brought in 2 slips and a short leg as he pushes forward to Gohar into the offside, no run.
Yes, it is getting tense out there, isn't it? You can almost feel or touch the atmosphere.
Gohar in again. Code slightly edgy, drops that through where Gully might have been. Dot ball. David Newton says he's watching this performance by Yorkshire whilst Willie, Rashid, Milan, Brook do wonders for England in Lahore, with Bairstow and Root resting and balance order combat. Rather frustrating. Yorkshire spectators are the losers, he says, as this latest delivery. Look at Ben Code's feet position there. Step right across outside leg to open up the offside and misses. Hampshire have lost a 9th wicket. They lead by 37 at Edgbaston. As Code is trapped here, LBW. Zafar just pushing one through that little bit quicker. He stepped away to leg again, same as he did the ball before, and this time he has perished, and Yorkshire on the brink of defeat at 191 for 9, still needing a, well, what would be a sensational last wicket partnership of 50 to win this match. Gloucestershire, very hot favourites now, needing just 1 wicket. Ben Code, disconsolate, made 9 from 17 deliveries, including a couple of boundaries that he drove pleasantly through the covers. And, well, this is the match. Can the former captain, the Yorkshire stalwart, stick around here, score a few, and support Don Bess in getting Yorkshire across the line? He's a hero to all these people who are standing and applauding him in to the Headingley Stadium for the final time here. A bit of flexing at the knees and flexing at the waist, and a couple of practice shots for Pato. One last hurrah could it be for the man from East Yorkshire. He's already had that guard of honour when he came in first time around, and he's being clapped on again by the Gloucestershire fielders, which is lovely to see. But he wants to be clapped off by the Yorkshire spectators as a hero for one last time. And this is a huge ask.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Of course it is. Absolutely. I just saw a replay of that, and actually Ben Code actually walked before the umpire put his finger up. He knew he was pinned right in front. So Gohan, that was his 4th wicket. He took, was it 5 in the first innings, JD? So 9 in the match so far for Zafar Gohar, and he's played a very important role for Gloucestershire in this match. And
we'll make a change in the com box. A pretty quick one at that, because Gloucestershire on the brink of the win, really, with just the 1 wicket required. And it's going to be Zafar bowling to Stephen Patterson, and Ed's back in the chair.
Thank you. Well, yeah, you don't often see somebody walk for an LBW, but that's what Code did there. Zafar bowling to Patterson. Patterson's forward, defending into the leg side. And listen to that applause just for the defensive shot. So now, I guess Dom Bess can pretty much go on the attack. And with only 50 to get, it only takes a few blows and this starts to get nervy again. And I think I said to Graham, I forget when it was, it might have been at lunch or something like that. Even if Yorkshire basically do what they did in the first innings, which is what they've done, and they've only got a couple of wickets left, you're still not feeling comfortable as a Gloucestershire supporter with about 50 odd needed and 2 wickets in hand. But yeah, needless to say, I think Gloucestershire will need the whole of the winter to pick themselves up from this if they can't get this final wicket.
It does happen, doesn't it? That's cricket. That's why we love it. So Bess, 53 not out on strike. David Payne, ball in hand at this Kirkstall Lane end. Light is okay at the moment. Floodlights are on, but there's a bit of brightness from the western side of the ground. Payne round the wicket. Bess pushing at 1. Now then, there you go. An immediate posing of intent, if you like, as far as this last partnership goes, because Bess pushed an easy single out to point and turned it down. He's going to take this on his own. Stephen Patterson has 2,699 first-class runs to his name in 185 matches. He does have a high score of 63 not out.
He's got 612 more runs than Dom Bess,
who is on strike, and has scooped one up in the air and plays a lovely, lovely adaptation that has just bounced short of the rope at the Howard stand end, and will pick him up 4 runs. But good improvisation from him. Nobody anywhere near that down there. And so with that in mind, Graham Van Buren has taken one of his slips out and placed him in pretty much the precise spot where Bess played that, maybe a few yards to the right as we look at it.
It's a thoroughly effective shot. Get rid of one of the catchers, pick up 4 runs.
So the Gloucestershire fielders, with the exception of Slip, are all over LS6, and some of them probably in LS16. As Bess pushes forward again, and immediately he's running, because he's just that sort of shot that you'd run to. Plays it out to point. They're all saying take the 1. They will of course encroach probably after this next delivery. So a bit of cat and mouse going on. 57 to Bess with that boundary. 46 needed by Yorkshire. 1 wicket for Gloucestershire. Just a slight adjustment to mid-wicket. Out there in the deep. And Payne coming round the wicket past umpire Blackwell. Straightens it up. Bess pushes back. There's a hand on it by Payne. In fact, he gathers it and then indicates, as assumed, that they want the fielders to come in. Try and keep Don Bess at that end and see if they can work on Stephen Patterson. Pato walking a better part of 20 metres down the pitch to have a word with Bess.
Discussion, I guess, being if you think it's in your half, smack it for 4. I mean, but I think that's what he's got to do, though, really. You can't get too cute and start trying to fiddle singles, because you could potentially bring the slip cordon into play by doing that, for example. So I think that you've just got to be in the frame of mind to score, and who knows, if you just maybe even actually mistime it, you might get the single by beating the infield.
Lengthy pause between these deliveries because 2 slips had been put back in place, but they've taken one out again now, and they're bringing him in to block up a single at mid-wicket. Very much a ring now. Here's Payne. Bess runs it out between point and gully, and there's a bit of a fumble, and they're going to come back for a second, in fact. So not even exposing Stephen Patterson to one delivery at the end of the over.
Yeah, that's curious, isn't it? I mean, you would have thought that Zaffer would be basically as much of a threat as Payne, but maybe that's what Patterson was saying. I prefer to face the spinner than I would the seamer.
Maybe he was just saying, do you know how old I am? Don't take any quick singles. Payne in. Short ball, Bess. It's just like a slow bouncer almost, and he plays a bit too soon and over the top of it. So it was a dot to finish the over. Just about a wide, but not given by Blackwell. 44 needed to win by Yorkshire. 1 wicket to win for Gloucestershire. 16 overs remaining in the day. Shall we just have a quick check-in before you get into this over, Ed, with regard to Edgbaston, where Hampshire have been bowled out by Warwickshire for 311. That's a 39-run lead, and they're at the innings break down there. Not sure how many overs are remaining in the day. Let's see if we can take a closer look at that. Minimum 24 according to Cricinfo site, but that may be doctored because of the innings break, you would assume. And meanwhile, Surrey are 8 down now, second time around. What a collapse that's been. So they look like they're going to be beaten by Lancashire. 150 runs behind, following on, and just 2 wickets remaining. What a damp squib of a championship celebration that is.
It's extraordinary. They were 89 without loss, 107 for 1. They've lost 5 wickets for 9 runs. Zafar Gohar to Patterson. Patterson is struck on the pad. There's a big appeal, which is not answered in the affirmative by umpire James Middlebrook, who then signals that, in his opinion, the ball was going down the leg side. Zafar just pushing that one on with the arm. It's the same way he got Ben Code. Just playing for a bit of turn that isn't there. Ball's just a bit too quick. Zafar bowls a slower delivery this time. Patterson leans forward, defends. 4 close catches in. 2 slips, short leg, silly mid-off. All hunting. Miles Hammond warming his hands up at silly mid-off. Zafar bowls to Patterson. Patterson plays with bat and pad quite close together and misses. James Bracey takes behind the stumps. I think he's actually rather enjoying this, Stephen Patterson. I mean, just looking at the picture feed and can see him smiling a fair bit out there. Zafar bowls. Patterson works to leg. Won't get a run. Ball just about might have made it off the level of the 22 yards. Up at mid-on. In comes Zafar Gohar now. Bowls to Patterson. Forward defence. Goes out into the offside. There's no run. Just the 1 ball left for Stephen Patterson to negotiate this over. And then the cat and mouse starts again. Zafar in, bowls. Patterson again gets a good amount of bat on that. It goes to short leg. And there'll be another warm round of applause for the efforts of Stephen Patterson. He's held Zafar Gohar at bay in that over, and amazingly, I was having to double check that. That's Zafar's first maiden of the innings. 25 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 69. Seems scarcely believable.
The difference in the way that Stephen Patterson's playing Zaffa compared to Ben Code, who just naturally, it's just when you're batting at the tail end, and you know, it's a different feeling, isn't it? And he just naturally wants to step away, open up the offside, get those arms through it. And Stephen Patterson would want to do that, but he tends to play off the front foot, and he's much happier, seemingly, to plonk the foot down and say, you're going to have to come up with something here to challenge the edge of the bat, to pop on me or something like that, where I might dolly it up to one of those close-in fielders. And so he looks like that's the approach, to prop forward, get a good stride in, and just try and play with a straight blade. Meanwhile, Dom Bess does that and pushes into the offside off David Payne. Again, they go a few strides before eventually having a meeting in the middle and deciding to go back.
Go as far down as you can and commit to the run, and then if you don't think you can get back for 2, abort. It would have been probably a little too tight. Gloucestershire have got Miles Hammond out there at backward point, presumably thinking that's going to be one of the hot zones, because Hammond is one of their best outfielders.
Payne round the wicket again at Bess's stumps. He plays it up towards long on. Dot ball. So 59 from 81. We haven't really mentioned the age of the ball, have we, at all in this little spell? But it is 62 overs old now. So,
and yet somehow it still seems to have done just a bit for Gloucestershire through the air.
Here he is again. Bess drives. He's got an open face on it, and it's gone down to third man. And he's declined another run. You always worry about this. I remember, you know, back in the days on the terraces and watching games when runs are not taken, or when somebody turns down the opportunity to kick a penalty or something like that in a rugby game, and at times it come back to haunt you when you're just short at the end. Payne in, and Bess again plays that one nicely enough out through the covers, but declines to have anything to do with runs.
This is the 5th over of Payne's spell here. I suppose you think, well, empty the tank. At the moment, there's no reason to take him off, but I suppose there may come a point when Gloucestershire have to decide who they go to. Tom Price has been a little more expensive than usual in this innings so far, and Dale has been even more expensive, 8 overs, 1 for 38, so a bit of a conundrum on their hands, potentially, if Payne can't do the job, or Zaffa in the meantime.
Short ball, uppercut by Bess, as everybody had come in to save the single, and he'll pick up 4 runs. And again, that's twice now since he's been out there by last man Stephen Patterson that he's improvised and he's come up with the goods. 63 now to Dominic Bess, 200 up for Yorkshire, 201 for 9, 40 needed.
Just seems really to have his eye in Dom Bess. Even the dots, he's timing them pretty well out to the fielders in the deep, and I think he's got the right idea. Field comes in, this is your opportunity to get the runs down.
Payne round the wicket, final ball of the over. Bess smashes it away, down on one knee, but hits extra cover, and is a little bit disappointed himself for having found the man, because that was boundary bound out to the northeast side of the ground. So still 40 to win for Yorkshire, still 1 wicket for Gloucestershire, 14 overs remain in the day. Sally M says that the fat lady appears to be singing, the trapdoor to the lower division is opening. So I'd like to say thank you and the other commentators for another great season of commentating. Winter well, maybe I'll get to Headingley next season, she says.
Well, Hampshire are going to have to play quite badly for that to happen. And I mean, I don't need to tell anyone it's not over yet, but well, Yorkshire fans will be rolling their eyes at me for saying that, but Hampshire would have to have a nightmare final day. These things happen. It's Warwickshire that need the result. Zaffa go hard to Patterson. Oh, he's bowled a Yorker, which has somehow squeezed through everything. they were appealing for, I assume, LBW, whether it just scraped his boot or whether he got a tiny toe end on it. It's impossible to see with James Bracey in the way. It was a perfect Yorker. That's almost what it looked like it had done. It's gone under them. Zaffer bowls Patterson forward, plays to short leg. There's no run. Charlesworth sprawls to stop it because there is the chance of a single out towards mid-wicket if Patterson could just squirt one in that region. Zafar Gohar is in now, bowls to Patterson, a really flighted delivery down the leg side. It's hit the helmet. It's hit the helmet. It'll be 5 penalty runs. That's all we needed. 35 to win now.
Wow.
What a bonus for Yorkshire.
How did it miss leg stump?
I've no idea. It's gone round them this time. It must have spun from down the leg side and then spun round the stumps and then hit the helmet.
Almost like watching a snooker shot where they just put a bit of spin on it.
Now Jack Taylor's going to, of course this is a typical horse-bolted business, Jack Taylor's now going to wear the helmet at second slip even though he doesn't need it. Oh my word. Zaffer bowls to Patterson, it's short, it's cut, somehow it's missed the stumps again. This is amazing. If fate is smiling on anyone, it's smiling on Stephen Patterson now, because 3 times in this over, I can't work out how the ball's missed the stumps, chopped it straight past leg stump, no run.
He's going back, isn't he, again?
Yeah. Oh, that's another tight leave this time by Patterson, but he's survived again. That was probably the furthest away from the stumps of the lot of them, actually. Arm ball from Zafar Gohar. How many balls are there left in this over? Just the one. And Patterson's seen off another over, and there's been 5 runs. Zafar in, bowls, Patterson works to leg, not interested in a single.
Consummate.
He's got through it. 35 needed to win. There are 13 overs left in the day, and thankfully at the moment the weather seems to be playing ball, because whilst we've got the floodlights on, there's a bit of brightness about. What drama already, and there still could be another 45 minutes of this.
This could be just about the most exciting naught that Stephen Patterson's made in his career. He's made a few of them, 13 balls, 18 minutes. There is a little telecommunications box just out on Kirkstall Lane where you took a photograph the other day.
We mentioned
Jack
this
Leach
earlier.
won, and Ben Stokes 135. Could it be Patterson won? Best
Patterson.
Whatever.
It should be.
Could there be another one in Headingley? Here's Payne round the wicket to Bess, who flicks one square on the leg side, and there is no run. It's going to take Yorkshire longer than the 13 overs that remain this evening to knock these off the way this is going.
If the helmet keeps getting hit.
If they
do
knock them off.
There's 2 of them to hit now.
Yeah, a few more of those from David Payne, who looks like he's going to be kept going here. I mean, these 2 look like Gloucestershire's best chance of picking up the last wicket, but you say that and then somebody else comes on and picks one up straight away. I suppose that's the game. Bess behind solidly, and Payne just jogs over and feels that in his follow through and has a word with Don Bess.
He's mixing it up, David Payne. I think that may have been his slower ball. He just run the hands down the side of, which is, it's good thinking. If Bess wants, well, if he wants to play a big shot, he might mistime it, but he's probably not going to play that paddle again with that very fine leg in place, but it'd be harder to do it without any pace on the ball.
Payne in, Bess drives into the offside. Good contact on it, but the fielders, well, he'll need binoculars to see most of them from where they're positioned in proximity to him.
This is the other reason actually why Payne, Gloucestershire are much better off with him bowling at the moment, because Payne is their best limited overs bowler and has those variations, which I think is what needed at this point.
Here he is again, goes Yorker this time, in like swinging. Good piece of bowling, and Don Bess did well as well to keep it out. So once again, we've gone 4 balls into David Payne's over, and the field will now come in to form a ring. He has still managed to get a couple of boundaries when this has happened, perhaps significantly this time, his ramp shot that went through third man with nobody there has now been blocked because third is in place. Slip has come out and gone to gully. Everybody else in the ring with the exception of long leg. 2 to come in the 65th. Bess 63 not out and Payne bowling. Short of length, pulled by Bess. That's going to be 4. Got it away backward of square leg. It's a shot that we've seen him play already in this match on more than one occasion. Brings him another 4. 31 needed. 1 wicket. Bess on to 67.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nothing short ball that from David Payne. It's not going to get up very much with a ball in its 65th over. Really.
Here he is again, goes really short this time, and Bess steps back and cuts him through the offside this time. Super shot by Dominic Bess, very good control. And he picks up boundaries of successive balls to end that 65th over. 71 not out, it's down to 27 needed and 1 wicket needed by Gloucestershire. And they will have Yorkshire's number 11 in his final innings in first-class cricket for the county on strike, and he's on naught.
It's a heavy price to pay to have Patterson on strike, and the short bowling with only a couple of balls left in the over, it's just not really worked from Payne's point of view. He's gone for 2 boundaries in that over and another one in the last. He almost could say, but he could have done what he did with the last ball of the previous over that he bowled and just pretty much fire it on the line of the return crease almost, and it not being called a wide. Zaffer bowls to Patterson for defence. Made a nice clunk off the bat as it goes out into the covers, and there's no run. Dom Bess on 71. Graham just passed me a note to say Bess has now levelled the highest score of the match so far. James Bracey 71 in Gloucestershire's first innings is levelled. Zaffer bowling to Patterson, defended into the leg side. There's no run. We've even got sunshine at Headingley, and Patterson trying to block out another Zaffer Gohar over. Round the wicket he comes, in and bowls, flight to delivery, pushed away by Patterson past silly point, but as far as backward point, and there is no run. Well, I still sort of imagine that eventually Zaffer might be setting him up for the quicker, flatter one, like he did with Code. He's fired that one in a little more, and it's skewed down towards backward point where David Payne can field. Wouldn't really have been interested in a single there, even if the ball had just gone a little bit further away from David Payne, because there's now just the 1 ball left in this over. Zaffer in, bowls to Patterson, leans forward, defends again. Pardon me again, I think that I must be reading the wrong part of the scoreboard. So I could have sworn it said 5 before that ball. So there is still 1 ball left in this Zaffer over.
Excitement's getting to him.
Here comes Zaffer, bowls now to Patterson. It's down the leg side, and Bracey takes on the second attempt, but Patterson pretty much just watched that round the corner, and listen to that noise. He's got through another one.
He has. He's now faced 19 deliveries in 24 minutes without scoring, and he's hanging on. He's keeping his team clinging on. Dominic Bess, he came to the crease when the score was 105 for 5, so I make that he's scored 71 out of the 109 runs that have been scored since he's been out there. This is heroic, whether or not it brings about the desired result. It's been a tremendous effort from him, and you can probably say under the circumstances that it's been just about his best knock since playing for Yorkshire, even though he's had higher scores, because he's taken the responsibility on and he's doing an excellent job. But just one mistake, and we're all capable of making those, might be the end. Change of bowling. Tom Price back into the attack at the Kirkstall Lane end. A little bit of induct to Bess, who flicks it out to one of the many outriders, and turns down the single. Remember, successive boundaries off the last 2 balls of David Payne's final over, as it turned out, possibly final over of the match. Still just under 14 overs until they can take another new ball, so that means we're into tomorrow if that's the case. Oh dear me, Dom Bess has got an inside edge which Bracey couldn't get his hands on. Fortunately for Bess and for Yorkshire, it missed the stumps, because that must have been fairly close.
Yeah, and then also the fact that they've got that fielder for that flick that Dom Bess attempted earlier helped save them 4 runs, because normally when you see that, it's just a guaranteed 4. You've never got a fielder that fine.
Bess waits. Price in. Bess solidly behind it. No run. Pakistan have been bowled out, by the way, for 145 in only 19 overs in Lahore. England with a really big chance there, you would think, of knocking those off with that batting lineup.
Yeah, Rizwan made 63 out of those 145, and it's still the case, really. If you can just break that opening partnership, if you're England, and you feel as if you're in business.
Price in again, and pushed out into the offside by Bess. And again, no run. Warwickshire 13 without loss in their second innings, still 26 runs behind what Hampshire posted in their first. 17 without loss, in fact, now Warwickshire. Let's just check in on what remains of the day there. It says a minimum of 20 overs remaining in that match. Can't really see them getting that much in the light conditions that we have at this time of year, but we're not there, so we're not sure. But you just feel that that'll be a fairly tall order. And meanwhile, over at Old Trafford, 9 down now, Surrey, 161 for 9, 142 behind. It looks like Lancashire are going to crush the champions. And here comes Price, bowling to Bess as the fielders come in. That was aerial for a little while on its way to point.
Yeah, I think it's short of Hammond, but again, it's a short, wide delivery to Dom Bess with the field up.
Well, yeah, going to say, why would you bring the field up and bowl him a short one like we saw in the last over? It was pulled, and then another short one that was cut. I mean, it just seems strange tactics.
Yeah, I understand not running up and bowling in the slot, but it's just too much width, I think.
Here's Price again, wide on the crease and wide at the other end when it lands. It was a slower ball as well, and Bess pushes it out to Hammond at point to complete a maiden then on his return to action for Tom Price. 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 50. Still 27 needed by Yorkshire to win. 10 overs remaining in the day. Flight okay at the moment, but you still wouldn't be that confident that that won't come into play fairly quickly. As these things happen, Yorkshire 214 for 9, Gloucestershire needing a wicket themselves.
And they have decided to change ends by the looks of things for David Payne. So they've had enough of just having Patterson block out Zafar. Not that there weren't chances to take a wicket in that regard, but they're going to force Stephen Patterson, by the looks of things, to face some pace, and it will be Payne from the Howard Stand end. Do you think with a bit of pace on the ball, though, might just be a bit easier for Patterson to get off strike with the single?
Not sure. Well, maybe to get off strike off the single. Not sure under the pressure. I mean, he's faced plenty of it in that career. Of course he has. Tends to be discomfort when it's short, and there isn't a short leg in.
No,
but there are 2 slips.
I guess they maybe feel they can't afford to bowl short in a way, because you might well concede a few runs that way. 27 more to win. There's a third man back and a long leg. Here's Payne round the wicket, bowls to Patterson, feels for that one and misses it.
Yeah,
Bit of a flash outside the off stump there to start the over from David Payne.
Gives himself a thwack on the pad, because that was a no foot movement fish, wasn't it? And that was a typical tail end dismissal had he got a nick on it.
It was rather, yeah. There's a lot of frustration out there at the moment from the Yorkshire batters. Dom Bess was livid that he couldn't get that last ball of Tom Price's previous over through the field. Payne there now. He bowls to Patterson, manages to get a good amount of bat on that one. He's staying leg side of it, but that time he got pretty much the middle of the bat on it out towards cover, and there's no run.
He will stay leg side of it, and he'll square drive. If anything, he's up there and with a bit of width to do so. He might knock one through extra cover, that sort of general area.
21 balls he's faced now. Payne bowls to Patterson, and Patterson is struck on the pad, but there's a strangled appeal. Whether it was outside the line, too high, a bit of bat, not sure from this angle, but either way, Gloucestershire weren't entirely convinced in their appeal, but Payne with a bit of pace, targeting that off stump. I feel as if surely he can get one through. Payne is there now, he bowls. Patterson gets a fuller delivery, which he gets pretty well forward to, and defends out into the covers. There's no run.
The irony in this moment, of course, Stephen Patterson, possibly, we don't know, but possibly playing for Yorkshire's Division 1 future when he has no future with the county.
Yeah, that goes along with the idea of Gloucestershire winning their last 2 matches and are still going down. Payne bowls to Patterson. Patterson had to think about driving that one. There was certainly a bit more of a flow to that shot than just your regular defensive shot, but it went out into the covers, dent fields. And I don't think I don't think Payne can really do a massive amount more than he's doing at the moment, because I just don't know that you're going to get a massive amount of joy bowling short. I think he's just got to bring all forms of dismissal into play and hope that Patterson misses. He's only got 1 ball of this over to go. It's Payne running in now, bowling to Patterson. Patterson squares up a bit, but he's got, again, a good amount of bat on it. Defends it up to mid-off. The crowd rise again. And 214 for 9, Yorkshire. They still need 27 to win. There are 9 overs remaining in the day's play. We can have extra time, but light potentially might be an issue. It would be such a shame if we had to finish this off tomorrow. This crowd that are in now so engaged in this game. It would be like that day at the Oval where they had to come back the next day because of the light reading from earlier on in the match, in that test match earlier on this year. But just fingers crossed one way or the other it does get finished tonight, because it would make things far better if it were.
The dreaded drinks break for Don Bess. He's just had taken some water on board. Matthew Revis has just run him a drink out between overs. Helmet back in place. And Tom Price is going to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end.
Ian Blackwell's getting nervous. He just dropped the sweater.
Bess waits. Price in. Bess flicks nicely off his legs. Easy one, but turned down again. And that's probably about a dozen of those that they've turned down, if not more. But of course, the counter argument is that if they take it and expel Stephen Patterson to the next 5 deliveries, then he may not see them out. He's been doing okay, the old boy, so far. 25 balls he's faced in 34 minutes, yet to get off the mark. But this man, Don Bess, has 71 runs to his name, and again just shapes that body nicely. There's something about the balance that Don Bess is playing with in this knock that has been really good. I know he's worked very hard on his batting.
Almost the size of the playing area as well here is preventing Don Bess from just finding a gap.
Yep.
I mean,
it's
going to be difficult for him to get a 4.
Yeah, slightly on the small side, isn't it? So if he times it well, it's a struggle to get a 2. Price coming in and bowling to him. He's timed that well enough to not think about a 2. Out to point. Again, there's no run. Sarah Osmond says, I can confirm as I play for Basingstoke, the ground is brilliant. It's a shame that we don't have county cricket there now. You're missing out on the Greek Street grub. Sounds tasty.
Ever would have thought that Basingstoke could generate this much of a buzz? We've had more about Basingstoke than we have about this finish of late.
Sun coming back out as Price bowls to Bess, who's got this away down to third man. It's going to be 4. A bit too much width from Price. He has got a third man positioned, and he was probably only a dozen metres to the right of where that ball was directed, but he got it away fine enough, Dom Best. Probably about 2.5 slips sort of width, and it's run away quickly for 4. 75 to him. It's down to 23 needed. Starts to then become that conundrum for Graham Van Buren. Maybe when it gets to, if it gets to 20 or less or fewer, before I get pulled on that. 2 left in the over. Price 1 for 54. 2 would win the match. But Bess, he's up to the task here of playing that into the leg side. Everybody had been brought up on the 1, barring third and fine or long leg. No slip in place when Bess is on strike to the seamer from the Kirkstall Lane end.
And he's then got to decide about when or if he brings Zafar Gohar back, because you'd feel as if it ought to kind of be down to Zafar one way or the other.
Price at the moment. Bess punches into the offside. He's got it through the gap. He's going to go for 4. He's going to go for 4. I think he was trying to get off strike there and just pushed the single, and they were quickly off the mark. But he struck it so well and with precision, he got it through the gap to the northeast stand, and the 4 takes him to 79, and it does go below 20. Yorkshire needing 19 to win. Gloucestershire 1 wicket. We've had a few thrillers in the last season or two in various forms of the game, none more so than the match here against Northampton last year, when Radders sat where you are now.
Oh, yes.
Famously said Northampton should have never lost a game by 1 run. Stephen Patterson was involved in that moment, and he's out there in this, if you like, moment as it is at the moment.
Of course, says he's never heard the end of it, but I think he's never heard the end of it from himself, that particular comment, Andrew Radd.
Yeah.
He's kicking himself even now about it still. But of course, I haven't had the pleasure of commentating on a gigantic amount of cricket, but I've not commentated on a situation quite like this, where I've been a few situations where there's been an exciting chase, or where Gloucestershire have been pushing for the final wicket, or the opposition have been pushing for the final wicket, but none like this, where there's 1 wicket in hand, but the runs are still hugely gettable. Payne continuing then. Charlesworth has got a helmet and looks as if he is going to go into short leg, so maybe they have decided it's time to give Patterson a little bit more of the short stuff, or at least put it in his mind, potentially, so that he's backing away a bit more and he can open up the stumps. Here comes Payne round the wicket. He's there now, he bowls. It is a short ball, but Patterson, he's ducked underneath that. I think the crowd want that to be signalled a no ball, but they're not going to get it. It's signalled as first 1 for the over, so it wasn't a bluff. It's fairly relatively deep at short leg there, Charlesworth.
Is there not an age limit on receiving bounces?
Oh. Here is Payne now. Bowls to Patterson. It's short, it's wide, it's cut, and it's been caught at backward point. Gloucestershire win the game. It wasn't the greatest of deliveries, in truth, from David Payne. It was there to be cut. Patterson did cut. It was within his rights to do so, but he's hit it in the air and has been pouched by Chris Dent at back point, and Yorkshire have fallen short. Gloucestershire win by 18 runs in an absolute thriller at Headingley. Gloucestershire win their last 2 championship matches of the season, both in thrilling fashion. They are condemned to relegation, but they go out on a high. Yorkshire, they gave it such a good go, this. Dom Bess, 79 not out. The innings of the match, really. It was the highest innings of the match. It is the innings of the match. But great sadness that it is Stephen Patterson who was the last to go. But
Yep, and unfortunately you join me with the news that Stephen Patterson, ironically, of East Yorkshire, in his last innings for Yorkshire, has just cut the ball to Chris Dent at point and been dismissed without scoring off the bowling of David Payne. Dominic Bess, 79 not out, but Yorkshire all out for 222. They have lost this match by 18 runs, and now must wait on the result between Warwickshire and Hampshire as to whether or not they survive in Division 1 in 2023. And meanwhile, back at Headingley, Stephen Patterson again receives the plaudits as he leaves the field, and some warm applause for a man who has served this county so well. That will be the last time we see him in Yorkshire's colours, possibly the last time we see him out there on a cricket field. 38 years of age, 184 first-class matches. He took 487 first-class wickets at an average of 27.58, 122 more in List A cricket and 61 in T20s. He scored 2,699 runs, I think I said earlier in the piece, with a highest of 63 and averaged over 15 with the bat. And on this occasion, when he couldn't quite muster up what was necessary to get his team across the line. But he should not and will not be blamed for that. There are plenty of other reasons why Yorkshire have lost this match. But what a great career he has had, and how fondly he'll be remembered by the supporters here. But just as we remember his career and appreciate what he's done, he would also want nothing other than to recognise that Gloucestershire have won this game, and they have deservedly done so by 18 runs. Over the course of the 3 days that we've seen, they've been the better side, they've won the key moments, and even though they probably lost the first day, Ed, they've been on top since.
Yeah, I think you look back at that 190 all out in the first innings, and I still didn't think necessarily at the time it was that far short, actually. Having seen what had happened in the previous match here, I thought it was probably enough to keep Gloucestershire in the game. But at 80 for 2 in reply, you still go back to that one moment of Adam Lyth being out to what proved to be the last ball of that day, and how different that made the first day feel, which then set up what Zafar Gohar did in the first innings. 5 for 40. He ran through Yorkshire's middle to lower order. Of course, others played their part as well, but Zafar was the story for Gloucestershire in that first innings. Then second innings, they were in trouble again. They were 74 for 5 when Graham Van Buren left the crease. But Ollie Price and Jack Taylor, that partnership, which put on 125 for the 6th wicket, has proven to be probably the biggest difference of the match in the end. Price making 68, his career best first-class score. Jack Taylor, an aggressive 67. He's come out in so many situations like that of late in the Royal London and in the Championship and delivered innings like that. But Ollie Price there with his 68, underlining, I think, that there is some hope for next year. There is some hope for the future for Gloucestershire. The young players have been as much at the heart of this resurgence in the last few games as the more experienced players. But in the end, for Gloucestershire in that innings, to defend that total, it was the experienced players that came to the fore. David Payne, I thought, was terrific with his 4 for 51. Zafar Gohar, another 4 wickets for him, 4 for 69 to cap off what has been an excellent season. He's really, him and Tom Price in particular, have really stood out for Gloucestershire with the ball especially. 47 wickets Zafar finishes with at 28.4. He's given Gloucestershire his absolute everything this season. And David Payne it was who took the final wicket, 4 for 51. He came through enormously for Gloucestershire there to get that final wicket, but I think more so for what he did earlier on, removing Tattersall and Duke in quick succession, which put Yorkshire under the pump, put them behind the game, and in the end it was just too much for them to do.
Yep, just too much for them to do. Dominic Bess, that's, I think just about the best I've seen from him for Yorkshire in a match situation. And as far as he's concerned, it won't be good enough because he's not managed to get the side across the line because he's run out of partners, hasn't he? Unfortunately for him. And so he'll probably take that view, but he should be proud of his achievements out there in the middle because 79 and 103 balls, 147 minutes of batting. He tried his best to improvise late on when he was running out of partners. He turned down those singles. Arguably, you could say maybe you should take the gamble and take those and trust in your partner because you're trusting him from the other end anyway at certain points. But that's all for another day. A great effort by him, but just not enough from the team. And David Payne and Zafar, pick of the bowlers, the pair of them in this match. Obviously, Zafar's taken the 9 wickets, but David Payne constantly asked questions. Kept it pretty tight throughout, save for the odd delivery that we talked about later on in the piece to Don Best there. BBC Leeds coming to me for another update here. I'll just do this. Yeah, disappointment then for Yorkshire, who must now wait on the Warwickshire result from Edgbaston to see whether or not they will be relegated to Division 2. I can tell you that Warwickshire are behind in their second innings down there by 9 runs, but if they win, then Yorkshire will go down. They'll have the same number of points as Warwickshire, but they'll go down on fewer championship wins. And the story of this one, well, late on in the piece at least, Stephen Patterson in his final innings for Yorkshire faced 27 deliveries in 41 minutes, couldn't score a run, and pretty much the first shot he played in anger to a short ball that was there to hit, he cut it straight to Chris Dent at point to bring about the end of Yorkshire's innings at 222. Dominic Best, valiant, heroic at the other end, played superbly for 79, not out from 103 balls, but eventually, well, he just ran out of partners, and Yorkshire in the end have deservedly lost this game. They've come up 18 runs short, Richard, and so they've got a nervous wait which will go on until tomorrow. Back with us here. Leeds coming over because they wanted to taste victory for Yorkshire, I think, at the end there, but unfortunately for their sakes that hasn't happened. And what can we say? We're at the end of a season, Ed. It's been a testing season for Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
Every cloud and all that has got a silver lining of those couple of wins at the end of the season, so there's got to be some promise and some hope that in playing second division cricket next year they can bounce back.
Yeah, I mean that's certainly what the team will say for sure. I mean it's not going to be easy. There are still good sides in Division 2, which is sometimes forgotten by a few. So it won't be easy for them, and they're going to need to play as well as they have done in the last few matches. But it's still a relegation season, so it's still not a season that will live particularly well in the memory long term, but it could have been a whole lot worse. It could have been a winless relegation season, and not only have they won one, they've won 2. So yeah, I think, as I touched on before, really the building blocks are there for the future. There are young players who've come through the system and are already performing for Gloucestershire. They've still got experienced players who will be coming back next year. All this sort of fear of an exodus, I think has mostly been, you can understand why people were afraid at the time when the Higgins, Howell, Cobain departures were all announced in a fairly quick succession, but I don't get the impression of an exodus coming. The players certainly all go out of their way to tell me how good the spirit is within the team, so I think there's every reason to have optimism for Division 2 next year, and they'll certainly be hoping to bounce back. But all in all, this is a season where Gloucestershire have lost 8 of their 14 games, and at times have really struggled in the top division, whilst also at times showing that they could play the cricket that they need in order to compete in Division 1. So it's frustrating in a way whilst it's good to finish on a high, it's frustrating to have put together 2 such good performances and for it to be at the end and not quite all for naught. I mean, all for naught in terms of staying up, but only the sort of moral victory of what it might bring next year. And as far as looking ahead to 2023 in white ball competitions as well, you've lost a lot of the core of quite a successful white ball side, so they'll, I suspect, need to be a fair bit of rebuilding as far as the white ball sides are concerned. We know Marchand de Lange's coming. We don't know who the other signings are at this point, but we're told the club have made them, so we see who they bring in. But yeah, it feels like a season of rebuilding as far as the white ball team is concerned, but the red ball team has shown that it is able to compete at the top level, so they'll be feeling that they've got a great chance to bounce back next year in Division 2. Whatever happens to the calendar happens, and they go from there.
We'll come on to Yorkshire as a wrap in a moment, but I've been called by BBC Radio York, so waiting to go on with them and do a final wrap as well. But maybe we can just look at prospects for Yorkshire for the future in a moment or two. As always with these things, I'm not entirely sure at what point I'm going to get cued in, so I don't want to go off into a diatribe about that right now and then have to interrupt it. But just to refresh memories on the result here, the match, Gloucestershire 190 all out, Yorkshire 183, Gloucestershire 233, and Yorkshire couldn't make the highest total of the match to win this. They fell 18 runs short. We've got lots of stuff going on at BBC Radio York in terms of promos and all of that, and I'm sure at some point I might come over and find out what has gone on here. Tom Price 1 for 58 from 16 overs and 3 maidens. David Payne 4 for 51 from 18.2 and 3 maidens. Zafar Gohar 27 overs 3 maidens, 4 for 69, and Ajit Dale 8 overs 1 maiden, 1 for 38. The Gloucestershire bowling figures